Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Saratoga Invitational. This is Hannah Painter and Megan Goodman here coming to you live from the finish line at Fish Creek. We have the first race of the day coming into their last 250 meters. This is the boys varsity coxed 4, final 1.
We've got lane 0, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, lane 1, Row America Rye, lane 2, Greenwich Crew, lane 3, Mercer, lane 4, Row America Rye, 5, Deerfield Academy, 6, Friends of Port, 7, Greenwich, lane 8, Row America Rye, and lane 9, Mercer.
Looks like your early leader here is lane 5.
That's our Deerfield Academy.
Last few strokes here. We'll see if they can extend that lead here in a tight pack. Looks like our high lanes of PNRE Mercer A really trying to challenge.
We've got quite a battle for second place here. I'd say 3, 4, 5 boats within a boat and a half length here.
Really nice racing there from Greenwich A, trying to challenge, but not enough room. They'll get third, followed by Row America Rye. And then quite a cluster of finishers there for the next 4 spaces. They're all about a seat apart from one another.
What a race to start the day.
That was lane 6 Port. And couldn't quite catch one of the low lanes. Probably lane 0 Bromfield to finish out that pack. Really awesome racing there. Kind of starting the day off with that first final of the boys varsity 4. And we'll be coming to you live all day with as much coverage of the racing as we can. Again, classic Saratoga morning. The sun is shining. Water's very calm, very little wind to start here this morning, but it is quite difficult to see from the Saratoga shore just with the glistening water and beautiful sunshine here this morning. So we'll do our best to identify these crews for you from the air and from shore. Coming up next, we have the boys varsity 4 final 2. So we'll have Maritime C, Wappingers B, Maritime B, Nichols A, Wappingers A, Concord A, Maritime A, PNRE Mercer C, Deerfield Academy B, and then Wayland Weston A.
And again, these will be the boys varsity coxed quads, so 4 athletes, 1 or each. Coxed 4s, excuse me, 4 athletes, 1 or each. And a coxswain who's doing your steering, your calling, your competitiveness within the boat. We've got racing all the way 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. today. All sorts of boat classes, singles, doubles, quads, pairs, 4s, and 8s. Some age categories, some varsity 2V categories, even some novice and freshman boats out there today. So it should be a good day of racing. We were lucky with the sunshine and the tailwind yesterday. Let's hope for some good conditions today.
Good, so we're starting off with the Coxed 4 event. One of the most competitive boat classes that you'll see in junior rowing. Often big programs with really big depth on their squads will prioritize either the Coxed 4 or the 8. Those are kind of the 2 most prestigious boat classes. Some smaller programs and programs with more maybe technical background sometimes will focus on smaller boats. Often even the big programs will use the small boats to develop technique, but then really showcase their speed and kind of their power in these larger boats. The Coxed 4 is definitely a little bit more of a technical boat. It's a lot more difficult to kind of find the balance and set the boat so that both sides can get their blades clearing off the water and leveling the boat on its keel.
And on that note, we've got our drone footage here of final 2 of the boys Coxed 4.
Our early leader over here in lane 8 is going to be from Deerfield Academy again. This is their B boat, so their second varsity 4.
Followed closely by PNRA Mercer on their right-hand side, Maritime Rowing next to them. And it looks like Maritime Rowing B and C on those outside, closer to our right-hand side shore, are staying in touch, staying connected there to the lead boats.
So oftentimes you'll see the crews that kind of practice together, really trying to push on each other in their practice seasons. So obviously you have racing and then you have practice, and oftentimes you use that practice to kind of instill that competitive mindset and trying to battle one another to push each other to be better each and every day. And sometimes that can work really, really well to just emulate that kind of high competition. And sometimes you see this coming to play in racing where crews are used to battling each other, and that makes the competitive environment of the Saratoga Invite familiar.
Exactly what it is, yeah. So these maritime crews here who are sitting in, looks like 3rd, 4th, and 5th, likely go after each other all day long. We've got all of our crews coming into the last 250 here, leading Deerfield.
Yeah, watch out for Maritime B here, making a move on the whole field. Looking like they're charging for second, but Maritime A really trying to hold them off. You might be able to tell that you can hear them on shore trying to make sure that they're pushing all the way through the finish here. Not time to give up until you cross that line. Deerfield Academy B finishing it out first.
With a boat of open water on the field. Well rowed, Deerfield.
Bow wheel to bow wheel. Maritime A just over Maritime B.
That'll be PNRA Mercer through the line. And I'm going to call it Maritime B over Maritime A there.
The season's not over yet. Selection is ongoing.
And that'll be Maritime C.
Nice, within 2 seconds there.
That's Waylon Weston in those bright orange and red unis crossing the line here closest to our Saratoga side shore. And Friends of Concord across the line here. And our outside lane, Wappingers Crew Club, coming through their last 5 strokes here. Again, this coxed 4 is a super competitive field, as we saw, not only in Final 1, but Final 2. Crews really going after it early this morning. Nearly perfect condition. This water is glittering. It's flat. We've got some sunshine. It's warmed up definitely from the chilly temperatures as it was this morning. So looking for some speed today.
And especially we'll see today, we're trying to get as competitive of a field for these finals as we can, trying to seed people from their performances from yesterday and using that information to give the best race experience to the athletes that's possible. And sometimes people will fall short of one final or the other, and that can be actually quite motivating.
A little bit of kick in the butt to...
Right, and your mind shift has to shift from trying to put yourself into the fight with some of the top crews in the country to kind of putting yourself at the top of that next final.
Right. So if you fell slightly short of a final that you had aimed to make, let's say Final 1 or Final 2, and you end up in Final 2 or 3, you can still go have the race of your life in your final and make the best of that. Kind of prove that you didn't show all of your cards on that first day. So these finals today are slightly seeded from yesterday. Again, some of these crews will have different lineups. Some coaches still trying to make selection or using it as, a 2-day seat racing. But in general, our crews here, Final 1 will be our faster crews from yesterday, and Final 2 will be our not so fast crews that maybe have a little bit to prove today. Again, coming to you from the Saratoga finish line, it is Sunday, May 1st, about 7:45 in the morning. Our next race off will be the girls varsity single, Final 1, at 7:46.
So already starting off today with some really exciting races in the boys varsity 4 event. So those boats have 4 athletes, each have 1 oar and a coxswain. The coxswain's often going to be tucked down into the bow deck of the boat, with just their head popping up. Often when you see them cooling down or not in that race competition zone, they might sit up a little bit more just because it can put a little crook in your neck.
You're tucked down into the bow of that boat. You're in a little hatch made just for you. You've got your hands on a string that is attached to a rudder on the bottom of the boat. So these coxswains are doing the steering, and then they also have a headset, a microphone. So there's speakers throughout the boat. They can talk to their rowers, let them know where they are in the field, when to increase pace, when to increase stroke rate. The coxswain is kind of the brains of the boat here, and the rowers get to be the muscle.
But in the next event, we're not going to have that same element here. We're going to have the girls varsity single. So we have no steering. We have no coxswain tucked into the boat somewhere sneaky. It's just one athlete with her 2 oars and using all of her strength, endurance, and technical finesse to maneuver herself down the race course. Should be starting right in about 1 minute. They'll be getting locked into the stake boats right now, trying to get straight pointed down their lane so that we go as quickly as possible from point A to point B.
Yep.
And it's a little bit nerve-wracking up there. You don't have a teammate or a coxswain or anyone really up there but yourself. Maybe you have a teammate in another lane to look over to. But here we have, they're in their first 250. Great drone footage from above.
And this is shaping up to be a pretty tight race
Gosh.
already.
Megan, we have 5 across,
and our
in the high
6
lanes.
and 7 over there in the low lanes, just trying to hang on, look across the field.
And you don't have that coxswain to look for you, so it's a little bit of a riskier move. You might jeopardize the set of your boat. You might kind of veer off. You might throw off your rhythm. It's a big risk to look out of your boat. So using that peripheral vision to kind of feel the competitors next to you. But it's hard with 10 lanes. It's great to have so much competition, but it's hard to really feel and play off that many boats, that many moving parts.
And that Y Quad City single on our far left-hand side is doing an awesome job of maybe just taking a peek over her right shoulder. She can see the whole field there.
She's at an advantage. She only has to look
only
in one
has
direction.
to look one way. She knows everybody else is out there. So we've got Y Quad Cities A from our left-hand side, followed nice and tight by Oak Neck, Port Jefferson, Narragansett, and Ridley College. Niskayuna's fallen back off the pack a little bit, as well as Cambridge Boat Club, but we've also got a Cambridge and a Connecticut Boat Club.
They're
and
battling.
that Y Quad Cities out there on the outside, seeing if they can peek across to their left-hand sides.
And we have quite the move here, trying to respond in the middle here. I think that's going to be, let's see, it's 10 lanes. It's hard to keep track of everyone.
I believe that is Ridley College trying to make a move here.
But really nice response there from from Oak Neck, Port Jefferson. But Y Quad Cities has quite the advantage here. Just out of our screen, she's down on the left corner, just out of the field of vision here for us at home. But that advantage is quite impressive, mostly because she's got this competitive edge on the field because she can see them behind her and they cannot see her. They can't feel where she is. They might be able to feel her, maybe her finishes.
Right, hear her
the
splash.
oarlocks or something. But it's really hard when a crew is in front of you and you can't see them, you can't feel them, you have nothing to go off of. All you can do is just push a little bit harder, trust your fitness.
And all these women are out there by themselves. They've got their race plan in their head. They've gone off their start. They're moving through. We've got rowers in the last 300 meters now. Time to turn on the gas. This is likely their last race in the single today.
It's become a battle between Oak Neck Academy and Ridley College. 2 lanes separating the 2 boats. Oak Neck really taking a move here, trying to step. She's got about a deck of overlap with the sculler from Ridley College A. And you have Port Jefferson Sculler just trying to hold on, and still Y Quad Cities in lane 9 out of frame here because she is just that far ahead.
And Y Quad City's having to hold back a sprint from Oak Neck right next to her. We'll see if she can do it.
Let's go.
Oak Neck's trying to move.
Doesn't have enough room, it seems. She's got about a full deck of overlap.
That'll be Y Quad Cities, followed just behind by Oak Neck.
Oh no, almost flipping. Y Quad Cities, don't flip. Oh, she's in the water.
She's in.
She's going to have to get rescued after her victory here.
No better way to celebrate than by a dip in Fish Creek.
Thankfully, she
hope
launches
she's all right.
straight from
She's right here.
So.
But we've got the rest of our field finishing here. Again, everyone moving really nicely in these conditions, creating a nice competitive environment for everyone.
We'll have a safety launch coming to help her out.
So again, there's a victory from Y Quad Cities. I've got some times from our boys varsity coxed 4 here. We've got Deerfield A with a 4:57, Mercer A 5:02, Greenwich Crew 5:03, Row America Rye A 5:04, Row America Rye B close behind with a 5:08, Greenwich Crew B 5:09, Row America Rye C 5:11, Mercer B 5:11, and that looks like it almost was a tie there. Row America Rye C and PNRA Mercer B coming in at 5:11.082. Friends of Port at 5:20 and Bromfield Acton Boxborough at 5:22. So pretty impressive. We've got Deerfield Academy with the win, and then 2 Mercer boats, 2 Greenwich crews, and 3 Row America Rye crews in that boys varsity coxed quad final 1.
And we have times from the second final as well. So these are the goal is to try to seed these 2 finals competitively. So each group of 10 or however many athletes we have to fill that event boat class get the most competitive experience that they can. But even still, Deerfield Academy posting a time of 5:06. This is their B entry. So just 9 seconds off of their A entry. And right in the middle of the pack, they would have gotten 5th in final 1. But first place in final 2 here, followed by PNRA Mercer C with a time of 5:13, closely followed by Maritime B over Maritime A with 5:15 over 5:16. So just less than a second actually, 0.9 separates those 2 crews. Maritime C with a time of 5:27, closely followed by Wappingers Crew Club, WAP on 3, 1, 2, 3, WAP. That's their cheer. I don't know. Didn't make it up. 5:30.7, followed by Nichols, 5:32, 5:37 for Whalen Weston, 5:56 for Concord, and then Wappingers B 6:18 to finish out that field. We have the next single final 2 coming up for you here. Oh, excuse me. Yes. It'll be very similar field. We'll still have lane 9 and lane 8, Y Quad Cities, and Oak Neck this time with their B and C entries. And then some other maybe less familiar players to the single from the last final. We have Whalen Weston in lane 0, GMS in lane 1, Port Jefferson B in lane 2, Connecticut Boat Club B in lane 3, Litchfield Hills B in lane 4, GMS A in lane 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A in lane 6, and Litchfield Hills in lane 7. Again, the lanes go from high to low, left to right. So the high lanes are 9, 8, 7, 6, etc. go from left to right all the way down to 0, which is the far right lane here on your screens.
And we've got our view of the finish line here. Our Y Quad Cities from our furthest lane 0 has just docked, and her teammate, our triumphant winner from lane 9, is safely rescued from the water. We've got her boat, and we'll get her back to shore, get her warm, and make sure she's doing all right.
In some warmer months, we might see single scullers just get right back into their boats. Oftentimes when you're rowing the single, a flip is inevitable as you start out. Some athletes escape it their entire careers, but it's not uncommon to tip the single over as you're training in that boat class. It's the most unstable boat. Maybe the pair can rival it because you just have so many unknown variables of your partner.
Of everybody else, you got a whole other body you're working with.
But the single is, it's not uncommon to see a flip happen. We'll make sure that the athlete is okay. The water is very cold, so we have that EMT tent on site over by the vendors, so we'll make sure that everyone is okay.
And it looks like we are off in our girls varsity single final 2. Looks like they've got a clean start. Again, this awesome drone footage. This is our Fish Creek. We've got our higher lanes starting from our left-hand side and our lower lanes on that right-hand side.
Good. And we'll see how these flights compare to one another, final 1 versus final 2. But really with the conditions, you never know if someone has a different gust of wind, if the water is moving slightly differently. It's like comparing, I don't know, maybe not apples
like
to oranges, but like
green apples and red apples.
Exactly, Megan. That's exactly what I'm thinking. We have a slight tailwind, like barely noticeable, like 2 miles an hour right now, gusting up to 4 miles an hour. So
it's a pretty nice condition, and we can see that even with all of these singles, they've maintained quite a bit of connection here, probably through their first 500.
Your early leader may be over here in lane 1 from GMS, the B GMS entry.
And so the goal of all of these athletes is to try and hang on to each other as long as they can. So if you can stay connected to the leader, not only do you know you can give yourself a chance later in that race, but you know you can hear them, you can feel them, you can see them. And if you're able to make a move and walk up on them and gain some field back, then you know you can kind of impact their mental state and booster yours. So a little bit of a mental game, especially in these singles where you have no coxswain, no teammates. It's just you out there doing your thing.
And challenging and trying to hold on to that lead is going to be Y Quad Cities and Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lanes 9 and 6 on the left side of our screens here, but still contact on the field with lanes 7 and 8 of Litchfield Hills and Oak Neck. C, that entry. And still holding on, trying to hold on to contact. You can see our lower lanes of Wayland Weston and Port Jefferson are trying to hold on to this speedy pack along with our high lanes. Really trying to hold on and watch out for Litchfield Hills B and Connecticut Boat Club B, who also have contact on that kind of middle holding on of Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
So you can see all of these women are reaching nice and wide into the catch, trying to get up.
Y Quad Cities with a move.
She is making that midway move. I can see her rate coming up. And
GMSB unable to hold on here. She's dropping here back into that field.
And that Y Quad Cities athlete has no idea the success of the previous boats in the heat final. So right now she's just hoping to pull out a win herself.
So right now your current leader is over here in lane 9, Y Quad Cities B, followed by Bromfield Acton Boxborough, closely followed by your early leader of GMS B.
And I wouldn't say that it's over for anyone quite yet.
Oh, especially in the single, the boat can actually, so in the 8, often you'll see that the boat has some momentum to it. It's going a certain speed, like, I don't know, like a truck's trying to slow down or speed up. It takes a lot of energy.
It's a freight train.
It takes a lot of energy to slow or accelerate that big of a boat. But in the single, your boat speed can change stroke to stroke in the middle of a stroke. So really trying to have trust and know that anything's possible in the single. Looks like GMSB over here in lane 1 on the bottom of your screen is really trying to push here.
That
again,
Bromfield Acton Boxborough boat is not letting any of these next to her, GMS, Litchfield Hills, start to move at all.
And we have a battle here for places 4 through 7 really, with Oak Neck C in lane 8. Then you have Litchfield Hills B and Connecticut Boat Club B right there in the middle. And don't discount Wayland Weston A, all charging here into their last 500.
We're starting to hear the cheers on the shore from our Y Quad Cities team who's launching out of Saratoga.
Y Quad Cities opening it up here. Saved a little bit of sweetness for the end, it seems, as she starts to pull away from the rest of this very competitive field, and you still have the same battle going on between lane, let's see, who is this?
I think
Lane
we've got,
6.
Yep, Bromfield, GMSB.
And whoa, heads up, you got quite a move coming from Litchfield Hills.
Oakneck still hanging in there.
Or from Connecticut Boat Club, Connecticut Boat Club here, right in the middle of your screen, making a move, overcoming almost our crew over there in lane 6 from Bromfield. But she's going to run out of room soon if she doesn't start to make that move.
Again, awesome sight from the finish line here. Y Quad City is just tearing up this sprint, and all of these other athletes trying to stay within their boat, make their race internal so that everything can stay clean, but also trying to take a look out.
Near Bowwell to Bowwell, GMS, Oakneck, and then Bromfield, Acton, Baxborough.
Let's see who's got a little bit left in the tank these last 5-10 strokes here. That's Y Quad Cities with a win from lane 9.
Oh, we lost our drone footage, but we'll try to get it for you here on the finish line.
I believe that's a Bromfield.
And a photo finish there to finish out that middle
That
of the
fight
pack.
for third, fight for fourth was right in it there. We'll get those results to you as soon as we can.
And our last 2 boats here finishing out. Fast and Furious here. If you blink, you might have missed it. That was the second final for the girls' varsity single. While we wait for those official times to be recorded by our officials and our timing team, we'll give you the times from final 1. So our victor was Y Quad Cities A with a time of 5:39.0, followed by Oakneck Rowing Academy with a time of 5:39.7. So literally a blink of an eye between those 2 crews. Then Ridley College A with a time of 5:44, Port Jefferson 5:46, Narragansett 5:50, Y Quad Cities C 5:56, Connecticut Boat Club A 5:59, Cambridge Boat Club A 6:06, and then Cambridge Boat Club B 6:35.
We've got the rest of our final 2 here finishing. We've got everybody in the last 250. Again, if you're in the single and you're out there, huge props to you. It's a very difficult boat to race, especially at a younger age in these high schoolers. Lots of training by yourself, commitment to being technically focused and physically focused, and just really super internal. And this is our lane 0, our Wayland Weston Rowing A boat. Again, in that orange and red striped uni, we've got a Wayland Weston alum here, Saratoga Rowing's very own regatta director, Christy Wagner, and 2020 Olympian. She was a Wayland Weston athlete. Occasionally, she still brings out her old orange uni for practice. So excited to have you here, Wayland Weston.
So really awesome to have 10 lanes here at Saratoga. Fish Creek with our race course has a full 10 lanes for the 1500, 6 for the 2K course, allowing for pretty incredible racing opportunities for all athletes who are able to come out here and test their early speed. Again, May 1st. Most of these championship regattas and regional championships are not for a few weeks, so plenty of time to learn lessons and find some speed here. That's really hard to kind of orchestrate during practice. A lot of incredible lessons learned just throwing down on the race course. It's hard to replicate that kind of competitive environment in practice. Often you'll have some teams able to pull it off, or others it's a bit
Really
of a challenge.
need that race environment to
Sometimes
bring
you
that
can
out.
split down
Yeah.
into smaller boats, like the single is great, pairs, doubles, even breaking an 8 down into 4s to try to get the boats into a competitive environment. But coming here to Saratoga Invite, we have a ton of athletes coming from all over the country, and really being able to test their speed against competitors that they know nothing about.
Nothing.
It's not already written history. You can make it how you want it. You can go in with open hearts, open minds. and really prove to everyone on your team, everyone at home, to yourself, that you have more speed.
Some guts. So we've talked a little bit about, we've got our girls varsity single final 3, Waylon Weston hailing from outside Boston. We've got GMS Rowing Center, who we've seen in some of these previous heats. They are based out of Connecticut. They've got programs for beginners, middle school, high school, college students, adults, competitive athletes. So pretty excited to see them here. We've got our single from Saratoga Rowing Association, so hometown pride right here. And then some Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Shaker Rowing Association, our neighbors here in the Capital Region in upstate New York, and then Narragansett Boat Club. So again, this will be our final 3, lanes 3 through 9. Should be headed off here, should be about 2 minutes into their race.
So what is the first 2 minutes of a race like, Megan?
Woo! Well, that first 45 seconds is just all adrenaline. You're sitting at the start line. You've done your warm up. You're just waiting to see what these other crews have. And when the flag goes, most teams will have some sort of starting sequence, a start 5, and a high 10, a high 15, and then a shift into their race pace. So you want to definitely build that boat speed right off the start, but make it something that you can hold for the next 6 minutes around there, next 1,500 meters. So those first 2 minutes are often fueled by a lot of adrenaline, a lot of hype, a lot of just excitement to be out there rowing. You're finally able to take strokes on the buoy line. We can see our crews coming through
I was going to
here.
just ask, what about the last 2 minutes?
Woo! Tell me about your last 2 minutes, Hannah Painter.
The last 2 minutes for me and my experience as an athlete is really just about like staying composed, but really getting risky with it. So yes, you are fatigued, you're getting to the end of your race, things are starting to break down in your body, you're feeling the fatigue, but at this point you've kind of pushed past the pain wall, and behind that wall of pain, I find is this place of just like zen, as you trust your fitness, trust your strength training, and you're really able to just empty the tank.
And we'll see if this Shaker athlete, lane 8 here, she's emptying her tank. I wonder if she's in zen or I wonder if she's in chaos sprint mode.
You just got to be in the zone here as you finish your race, last 2 strokes, beautifully nice and clean.
This will be lane 4 GMS from in Connecticut, finishing in our silver medal place.
Narragansett, the home of many a speedy sculler, Bridget and Emily Caulfels, both coming from that program, and Camille Vandermeer. A lot of people that have come through the collegiate circuit and now rowing internationally.
We've got lane 7, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
Really awesome to see this kind of relentless racing here.
And again, tight finishes between these athletes.
Here comes Waylon Weston, and over there in the low lanes. Waylon Weston B and C finishing together.
Look at those teammates crossing that line.
Gosh, I got some goosebumps here, Megan. Some of these athletes let out quite the scream.
The relief of.
I can relate to that a little bit. Sometimes you feel like you're just holding it in, because all you have to think about is breathing and blades in, blades out.
Blades in, blades
as
out.
As hard and fast as you can. And all you want to do is kind of express how you're feeling audibly, but you just can't. There's no one to talk to.
Right. So in those team boats, I know we as elite rowers over here often I'll throw out a little or let's go. But in that single, that's all you. You gotta talk to yourself.
I mean, I'm sure it happens.
But definitely a sigh of relief from these athletes. Well done,
like
girls
a
varsity. Victory cry.
Second place victory cry.
Yeah. You can victory cry no matter what place you win. I think going out there in a single in the morning, a lot of these athletes are going to race again today. That's a victory.
Yeah. Especially when you feel like you've put together a piece that you're proud of, whether it's kind of making a weaker part of your race your strength, and kind of using that growth mindset to improve how you execute a race piece. Oftentimes it takes a lot of experience to figure out how to pace an all-out sprint for the 1500 meters. Sometimes you'll see an athlete who maybe a little bit overzealous and really empties it out early, thinking that they have more speed, finding out that they maybe burnt the candle at both ends a little bit.
Call that a fly and die.
The fly and die is very common, even at the elite level.
Sometimes worth a try though, because you don't know if you're going to fly
You
and
might
die
be able to do
until
it.
you fly and fly.
So I've actually read quite a bit about, there's obviously a really competitive running community with all these Kenyan rowers. And so a lot, runners. Yes. Sorry, runners. And so a lot of people want to know how they do it. And often you'll see these younger, more inexperienced athletes just jump in on runs with the top dogs, and they just hold on for dear life.
Just hang.
And sometimes you have a great day, and they can hold on. And
That's so fun.
They didn't think, or you maybe the outside, like observer wouldn't think they were able to hold on to a legend like Kipchoge for an entire training run, and then because they have this like sheer
another
belief
level,
that this could be your day,
and
then you are able to surprise yourself and everyone else around you that you actually were able to do it.
Let's go surprise ourselves today, Saratoga Invitational. We'll see if we have any surprises in this girls' varsity 4 final. We've got Row America Rye, starting from our right-hand side, Row America Rye B, Pelham Community Rowing A, Riverside Boat Club A, St. Andrew Rowing A, Greenwich Crew A, and Connecticut Boat Club A on our left-hand side.
Looks like we might be missing a crew here. Looks like we have 5 in this field. We might be missing one of our low lanes, Row America Rye B.
Hey, Billy.
Yeah, it looks like we have our lane 8 in place, but no lane 3. Maybe a scratch, maybe a late to the start.
We'll keep you updated as we find out more about that. But again, this is the varsity 4, so 4 athletes. This is sweep rowing. Each of them have 1 oar, and they do not have a coxswain. So these athletes are not only responsible for pulling their hearts out down the course, but steering a boat. Many of these boats will have a rudder on the toe of, sometimes their bow seat, sometimes another athlete, but if they move their foot to the left or the right, they move towards port or starboard. So whatever athlete has that toe is trying to push as hard as they can on that footboard pressure, give it everything they've got, and also responsible for the steering of a very sensitive, very touchy, very expensive piece of equipment.
And for some athletes, that's actually exactly the distraction that they need. Oftentimes, racing a sprint race like this in the spring or the summer is really, really difficult to just feel the pain and kind of reckon with the discomfort of going all out in a 1500 meter race. And so having something to think about that is
sometimes
not
helpful.
related to that discomfort or that pain, Gabe, is sometimes really nice. So that athlete trying to use that as a positive distraction, not as a negative one. So oftentimes a coach will give that role to someone they believe can handle that kind of cognitive ability. Someone who won't freak out or can kind of trust in their abilities here. Or maybe an athlete that needs to work on that. And this is a great opportunity, a challenge for them to really work on that composure and taking on that responsibility. So it's a little bit tricky to say just with the element of steering in the straight 4. We'll try to get identified bow numbers here as they come close to us in the last 250 meters.
But you can see that little gazebo off of our left-hand shore. That is often a marker for just about to the 500 meter mark. So these crews are well within their last 2 minutes of racing here in their final 1.
So if I had to guess, I'm trying to see the unis or the blades here.
You can see picking it up in that lead crew.
They're definitely in one of the middle lanes, so looking at either St. Andrews or Riverside Boat Club A. Classic bow number caught right in the sunshine. You can hear these athletes calling for starboard pressure here as they really empty the tanks. The steering might come apart a little bit.
I believe that is St. Andrews coming through here with a win out of lane 6.
And quite a decisive lead
8,
here.
7.
So followed
3.
by Connecticut Boat Club. Then we have Greenwich Crew.
And Row America Ride B there. I hear cheers of woo, we're done, we did it from that St. Andrew crew.
There's no coxing, you're all self-sufficient here in the straight 4. Big orange buoy, clocked it, but we're all okay.
That was lane 3, Row America Ride through the finish. And that is lane 4, Pelham Community. So it looks like we were missing Riverside in that. Hope that was a healthy decision, that all these crews are feeling good out there, and they've got more races to come. So again, here's our finish line. There's our Saratoga docks, our waterfront marina. Lots of spectators out here today. If you are over by the state boat launch on the far shore, closer to our lower lanes, make sure to check out our vendor tent. We've got lots of cool merch designed specifically for this year's Saratoga Invitational. I think there's a fun food truck over there. Lots of cool unis. Hannah, I think you got a Ted Lasso one last time this vendor was at a
I did.
Was at a regatta.
I love Ted Lasso. Let it be known. One of my favorite TV shows of all time. It's the perfect balance of sport and wholesomeness.
So are you.
BRB. Right. So coming up, we'll have the second final of this event. So another straight 4 group. So still no coxswain. If you're new to the sport of rowing and you're looking at these events for the first time, you'll see a lot of different kind of coded language or abbreviations. So girls and boys obviously is kind of sorted into those 2 teams, but you'll have V for varsity, meaning this is the top boat class of the program. This is kind of their prioritized or speediest group. If you see a U followed by an age number, so U15, U17, that usually is indicating that this is not a varsity crew. It may have some varsity athletes, but there is an age cap put on these athletes in those types of events. So this is a varsity straight 4 event. We will see later today some of these age-capped events where all athletes are going to be under that age for the entire year. So no athlete in a U17 boat, for example, will be turning 17 that year. Everyone will be 16 or younger for 2022. And then we get to the fun part of the boat class. So 4 minus is straight 4. 4X minus would be a straight quad. A 4X plus would be a coxed quad. So that kind of translates for all boat classes. X means sculling, minus means no coxswain, plus means with coxswain. I would say oftentimes the default is going to be the sweep boat.
Correct.
The X
will
indicate the sculling.
Add an extra oar.
Exactly. Times 2, literally. So upcoming, we have that second final of the varsity straight 4 for the girls. We'll have PNRA Mercer B, Whalen Weston, Saratoga, PNRA Mercer A, Row America Rye, and GMS.
And it looks like they are on the course here, a 6-boat race. This is our final 2. And again, all finals today still win a medal. So these athletes are out there racing against this competition in this final, irrelevant what anyone else has done today or yesterday. Go out there and put your best foot forward on the course.
Good. And as we get our drone up in the air, we'll give you some fun facts here from athletes or coaches who have submitted their little bios for us. Again, that link is in our Instagram bio and should have been emailed to all teams that have registered. SRA girls have 46 members on their team. There are 5 seniors, 4 of which are committed to row at a collegiate program next year. So Sarah Schechner is committed to row at University of San Diego.
Go Toreros!
Megan is an
Olay!
Isabel Johnson will be rowing at the University of Louisville. Bryn Dittrich will be rowing at Columbia University. And then Caitlin Roddy will be coxing at Brown.
And as part of our program here, Saratoga Rowing, Hannah and I are part of the Orion squad, so our elite high performance training squad. And we also coach the high school and middle school teams. So awesome. This 4 is part of the varsity girls squad here at Saratoga, which I have the lovely opportunity to be a part of. So really cool to be here, watching them put, we see what they do every day in practice, and getting to watch them put that on the course.
So your early leader is GMS over here in lane 8, followed by PNRA Mercer. Row America Rye and Saratoga.
Again, these straight 4s, a little bit of movement in their lanes potentially, no coxswain, so these athletes are having to use those buoy lines to steer themselves in the straightest line down the course.
So GMS currently has about a stern, just 1 length lead on, Saratoga, who's making a move on Row America Rye.
And you can see in that Saratoga boat, so most boats will have 2 oars on, all boats will have 2 oars on starboard and 2 on port, and most boats will alternate those. In our Saratoga boat today, we have a bucket.
And the GMS.
And the GMS, 2 buckets right off the top. So we've kind of made ourselves a port or starboard sandwich. Instead of port, starboard, we go port, starboard, port. Lots of different reasons for that. Some are speed, some are matching, some are because it looks cool.
If there's free speed to be had, you better take it. But really impressive effort here as they come into the last 250. Again, no coxswain, so the 250 red buoys will indicate to the rowers that visual cue that the end is in sight. They don't have a coxswain telling them that they're almost through. And often you'll have the 2-seat or the bow seat calling kind of race cues to tell the crew when to do different steps of their race. So right now, these athletes are stepping up in rate, stepping up in power, maybe thinking just an emotional cue like something big and powerful and strong, or maybe if an athlete starts to fall apart, they know they have to stay clean. But
this GMS boat is just whipping through that finish. I can see that mid-half acceleration, that back-end acceleration from those athletes.
Then Saratoga, followed by Row America Rye. Just about an inch of open water between them.
Those first 3 crews, I can see the fight, and we've got fight in these last crews as well. So no matter where you are in the field, I don't see a whole lot of settling or giving up here today, which is awesome.
Waylon Weston kind of riding that buoy line, hopefully not digging on those buoys, but they will hit that big orange buoy here at the end. Hopefully they're all right.
This looks like the PNRA Mercer boat B.
And we have a little bit of steering issue coming for our last finisher, which I believe is going to be the PNRA Mercer A, maybe having a steering issue. If the steering comes loose or kind of uncalibrated or askew, it can be actually really challenging for that either stroke or bow seat who has the toe steering to kind of go just straight down the course.
And maintain that composure.
We take for granted. But controlling a rudder while you're racing is difficult enough as it is. It's even more difficult should there be any kind of issue.
So that'll wrap up our girls' straight 4s here. And we'll move a little bit back towards our smaller boats. Next event will be the boys' varsity double. So often this will be a top 2 athletes from a program, or it'll be 2 athletes who potentially just row really well together. And I know a lot of the times as we move further into spring, some of these programs will divide up into scholastic boats and club boats. So scholastic will be all athletes from the same school. And sometimes that'll leave an athlete or 2 out of a scholastic boat. So oftentimes these smaller boats give athletes who don't go to the same school or who are a little bit more technical moving these small boats gives them a chance to shine. So while the 8s are definitely a commanding boat to watch go down the course, these doubles are so quick, speedy, and a little bit more technical, easier to make moves that'll walk through someone. These boats are smaller, so every stroke means a little bit more in terms of competition.
The double will be, even though there are only 2 athletes, because there's no coxswain and there are 4 oars, you'll actually find the double can be similar speeds to a 4.
Yeah.
Which is kind of fun if you have a group of 6 athletes, but you can't make that 8 competitive. You can actually train really well together with just a double and a 4. Some unexpected training partners.
Always on the lookout for unexpected training partners.
It looks like they're off here coming through their first 500. The first 500 is often kind of wild and reckless as adrenaline's pumping and you have a lot of explosive power, these like energy reserves that are fresh and ready to go. Maybe not as fresh as yesterday.
Not as fresh as yesterday.
People are racing a lot over this weekend.
Or fresher. They're warm. They've got a great meal,
They're
a great
primed.
breakfast. They're fired up. We've got Oak Neck Rowing E in lane 0, GMS B in lane 1, Niskayuna Rowing B lane 2, Oak Neck Rowing F lane 3, Shaker Rowing A lane 4, Narragansett A lane 5, Star Rowing A lane 6, Row America Rye A lane 7, Bromfield Acton Boxborough lane 8, and CRI-A in lane 9. Again, lane 9 closest to the Saratoga shore, lane 0 closest to the State Boat Launch Lee's Parkside shore.
So Star Rowing is nearly a brand new club, actually. They only have 2 athletes on the entire team, no seniors.
And look at this 2-person boat.
And look at this 2-person boat. They have 2 coaches. They love to listen to Nothing But a Good Time by Poison for their hype song. Their favorite pre-race ritual is fist bumps and asthma inhalers.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
It's a pretty fun group. They have big goals for the season. They want to be top 4 in this event of the men's varsity doubles. And they just went to the Mercer Lake Sprints recently this spring and came in first in the lightweight varsity double category.
Snaps to you, Star Rowing.
A little target on their back here as they come through this event here of the boys varsity double final 1.
Well, welcome to Saratoga Star Rowing. We are glad that your 2 athletes and your 2 coaches, great athlete to coach ratio there.
It's hard to get better than that.
So as we see them coming in to, I'd say this last third of their race, they've gone through that middle 500, which is often the most mentally and physically challenged part. Off that start, like Hannah said, you're riding a little bit of a high. You're fresh, you've got adrenaline, and into the sprint, you know you're close, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, but through that middle 500, often just kind of like a dig deep, settle into it, embrace the pain, get comfortable with the uncomfortable.
And hopefully we'll get some drone footage here, or we'll just come to you live from the finish as we get these crews coming close to the last 250 meters. You'll notice these red buoys kind of indicate that visual cue to the athletes that we are, in fact, nearing the end. You're almost done. You can take some extra risks. You don't have to be concerned about dying here because you only have about a minute left of the race.
Could do anything for a minute, right, Hannah?
And it's only 30 strokes, 40 strokes, depending on
how
stroke
many
rating.
strokes you're going.
But you have your leaders on the outsides here,
We've got CRI-A on that far left-hand side.
and then Oak Neck and looks like GMS B.
But really awesome, a lot of connection here. So some of these middle boats looks like potentially we've got Star, Narragansett, Row America Rye have maintained connection through this whole 1250, which is pretty exciting.
And then don't discount Oak Neck here. They're almost about maybe a foot of open water off the crew of the pack, and making sure that they stay in this fight here. They might have to start their sprint a little bit early. Oftentimes crews will kind of expect to start their sprint with about a minute, maybe a little bit more than a minute to go. Just physiologically, that's about how much firing power you have left. Any earlier and you might find yourself dying out before the finish line, so making sure that you take risks while you have enough fuel in the tank. Sometimes pushing past when you think takes a lot of trust and belief in you and your partner. But still, CRI, Oak Neck, and GMS that Oak Neck E entry in lane 0, GMS B in lane 1, and then Sierra A over here in lane 9.
And you can see they are just reaching for every inch into that catch, swinging it back, trying to hold on to those oars. We're going to have quite a fight towards the finish here. I'm going to say it's still CRI with the lead.
And it looks like you have Oak Neck E coming up here over GMS.
Yep, Oak Neck E with a second, GMS with a third. I've got Oak Neck Rowing, Narragansett Boat Club, and Row America Rye through the finish there. Again, great racing from these doubles. We've still got field out there, but very competitive spirit with all of these young men here.
Again, really great conditions here for racing. We have maybe the slightest tailwind coming a little bit from the northeast here.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, cruising across that line. Very smooth here out of that release, Bromfield. Well done.
And many athletes will have multiple races over this weekend, so each athlete taking the opportunity to learn and to race, but also taking opportunities, we hope, to recover really hard, whether that's just getting off your feet, staying in the shade, making sure you hydrate and fuel properly, but that's kind of the behind the scenes that unfortunately we can't give you here from the commentating side of things, but just kind of giving you an insight into these athletes' approach to racing. Yes, we see them throwing down on the race course, but what you don't see is all of the preparation and the mindfulness that comes about preparing yourself to give the best performance that you can.
And I'll add on to that with a hydration check. We are an hour into our racing today. Grab those Nalgene's, those Hydro Flasks, those Team water bottles. Grab a sip. It's going to be a pretty sunny day, not super hot, but definitely enough to make sure that you put on your sunscreen, stay hydrated. We've got our hospitality tent over on the other shore, where I believe we've got a projector screen and hopefully our voices over there. So take
You're
a look
kidding.
over there. I don't think I am. You let us know over there, Far Shore.
Oh my gosh.
But tables and tents and chairs set up over there. So grab a snack, stay in the shade, and do what you can to keep this racing exciting. Quick thank you to all of our volunteers here from Saratoga Rowing. We really cannot run this regatta without the help of our food tent volunteers, timing shed volunteers, safety launch drivers, parking volunteers. Everybody, it takes a village, right? So we are grateful for our village over here. If you see one of our Saratoga Rowing volunteers, give them a nice thank you wave. You've got extra brownies at your food tent. I'm sure they wouldn't mind one. And I've got times from that boys varsity double final one. CRI with 5:20, Oak Neck E 5:23, GMSB 5:24, Oak Neck F 5:29, Narragansett A 5:32.1, Row America Rye A 5:32.9. Some awesome close racing there. Star Rowing Center 5:37, Shaker 5:40, Niski 5:56, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough 6:14.
And we have the final two of the boys varsity double underway here on your screens. You can see them just coming into the second 100 meters of their race. So they're undoubtedly coming from those high strokes down into their race pace rhythm. So often you'll see crews starting with just maybe 5, maybe 7 strokes, where the focus is just building this boat speed from dead stop up to their probably peak speed. And that's mostly it's not so much a strategy. You'll rarely see that in running races or other types of endurance sports, mostly because you're facing forwards, I think, is a big part of it. In the sport of rowing, you're facing backwards. So to have an edge, to have an advantage on your competitors is a huge psychological kind of
Boost.
Exactly.
You know, in Mario Kart, when you get, is it a green shell, a red shell, a superstar?
I think the shells are bad.
Oh,
It's like tossing a shell to your competitor.
tossing a shell, right?
Or maybe getting that star boost. But basically, getting out ahead early on is only going to help you for a crew that can stay composed and use that psychological advantage. And then they'll come back to their race pace rhythm to try to find something that's a sustainable sprint, not going to be kind of wild and crazy.
Not yet. So starting from our left-hand side, we've got GMS rowing A, Oak Neck rowing A, Niskayuna rowing A, Ridley College A, Port Jefferson A, Litchfield Hills A, Y Quad Cities B, CRI B, Narragansett B, and Oak Neck D. So quite a field here, full 10 lanes, and while we've got a little bit of separation, again, these boats are smaller, so getting open water on a crew or getting behind by open water on a crew is a little bit shorter distance than, say, in a quad or an 8. So pretty good connection here by all crews. We've got a little bit of a lead by Ridley College A in that middle white boat. But don't discount Oak Neck rowing in that darker boat right out of lane 8.
And Y Quad Cities over here in lane 3. So again, we do start with lane 0 on the far right. So you'll count up 0, 1, 2, 3, and that'll be Y Quad Cities B.
Y Quad Cities B, hopefully looking over to their left shoulders and seeing GMS and Niskayuna. A nice fight for first and a fight for second here. Again, they are approaching that last 500. You're 2/3 done through the race. You've got maybe another 2 minutes of fight here in our boys varsity doubles final 2. And great picture here of our field and then of our 2 follow safety launches. So we've got regatta officials out there and launch driving volunteers, just making sure that everybody stays on course, that there's no interference or foul play or unsafe conditions for anyone else.
So in the double, most of these, so you'll see earlier in this morning's racing, we saw pairs, which have toe steering often to keep the boat going straight. In the double, you don't usually have toe steering, so you'll see less kind of moving around. Every athlete has an oar in each hand, and so they're pretty much in time with themselves and with each other. It's not as much of an issue with steering. So as we get into these last few strokes, we'll see hopefully more straight lines than we did in the pair and in the straight 4.
But looks like we've got Oak Neck and Ridley College in that lane 8 and 6.
Giving themselves a run for their money here, and don't discount Y Quad Cities B is still in contact, but all 3 are trying to push themselves away from that field.
And I can hear the boys just shouting to each other, up, up, up.
Demanding more and more and more.
I'm going to tentatively give that one to Ridley with a short behind by Oak Neck. There's Y Quad Cities and GMS. I don't know if you can hear that horn in the background, but it sounds like a traffic jam. All of these boats just so close together, so competitive. And this will be our lane 1 Narragansett Boat Club B crossing our finish line here.
Great racing from all these doubles. Oftentimes you'll see athletes just overcome with the buildup of lactate and fatigue. Can be quite overwhelming on the body, actually. Often you'll see people finishing a running race or something and falling to the ground. In the sport of rowing, where you start sitting, but it doesn't feel like any relaxation throughout the entire race. You're using it's pretty much a full body sport. So using the quads, the hamstrings, the glutes, the core, even the calves, the pretty much whole area of your back is used to be on power and stability. So using your triceps, your biceps, your delts, your traps, and especially your lats to those connectors from the shoulder all the way down to your core. So full body sport, so you'll often see athletes totally overcome, maybe even collapsing at that finish line.
Don't quote me, but I think something like 87% of muscles
It's insane.
are used in rowing. Nuts. Family friends out there that are listening, should you want to get into rowing, there are a lot of
It's a good bang for your buck.
good bang for your buck, right?
Time
if you're going to
spent
pay for a
exercising.
workout class or you're going to get a membership to a boat club, it's the one to do it. And look at this beautiful day. You get to spend it outside. A lot of our training is done in the gym, in the weight room, on the indoor rowing machines called the ergs. But what a treat.
It doesn't have to be.
Right.
So for a lot of people in the sport of rowing, we call them fair weather rowers. They choose, and this is maybe more in like the masters world, if you're training for a competitive championship season or collegiate team, you'll spend a fair amount of time in the weight room and on the erg. But the sport of rowing is awesome because it does allow you to just get outside and spend time on the water, and kind of on that journey of self-improvement every day, which can actually be quite fulfilling and rewarding as well, to put in hard work for yourself and for your teammates.
Absolutely. You can see our Y Quad Cities B double right here coming in, having a chat with their coaches. A lot of these athletes, again, will get to race again. So kind of taking what you learned from this race and bringing it into a different boat is always super important. So great job there, Y Quad Cities.
And sometimes you can learn about the strengths and weaknesses of your competitors. So sometimes we'll see kind of similar athletes squaring up against each other in different events. And let's say an athlete just
Let's say Hannah and I are racing in the women's single.
And Hannah consistently flies and dies.
But I've got a fat
great
last
sprint. Right.
So then maybe next time we race, Hannah knows, okay, I
can't-
gotta save something
I
for her
can't die
sprint,
because
and I
Megan's
need to go
gonna
off
catch me.
harder.
Exactly.
So definitely a way to learn about your crews. A lot of these teams will see each other later in the season at either a state championship or a regional championship or potentially a youth nationals. Race on the course here will be our third final of the boys varsity double. Going from our left-hand side in lane 8, Y Quad Cities, lane 7, Cambridge Boat Club, lane 6, Riverside, lane 5, Notre Dame, lane 4, Row America Rye B, lane 3, Ridley College B, lane 2, Oak Neck B, lane 1, GMS C, and lane 0, Oak Neck C.
Good. So while we wait for these athletes to come into the last 500, they're right now in the middle of their race. So often the middle of the race is where that pain starts to really set in the most. You've kind of burned through that adrenaline. You've taken your early moves where you feel relatively fresh. And then this is where it starts to get a little bit gritty. And we are trying to get 3 competitive flights here. So all of these doubles trying to square off against similar levels of competition. In the first final, Megan, did we already read the first final times?
I believe we did.
Okay, so we're looking at the second
Yep.
final then next because we have times for that. Ridley was the victor with a time of 5:14. Ridley was the victor with a time of 5:14.0. Oak Neck 5:14.5. Y Quad Cities 5:19, and then a tight pack going back. We had 5:22. Niskayuna 5:22, Port Jefferson 5:27, GMS 5:28, Litchfield Hills 5:33, followed closely by Oak Neck D 5:34, then CRIB 5:35, and Narragansett 6:02. So we'll see if these final 3 times can compare.
Pretty darn good conditions here out at the 2022 Saratoga Invite. Maybe a slight tail, but I would say the water is very calm. These athletes should be able to get those blades in and kick them through without too much turbulence from any of the water.
If anything, a light tail is the most ideal condition. We're still a bit early here in the capital region. It's been quite cold. This morning was below freezing to start the day. But even with the cold water, a slight tail is going to be helpful for these athletes here. Anything stronger than a slight tail or that puff of a tailwind is going to start to make the boat a little bit more unstable, which can really impact the experience for the rowers. If it's unstable, it can feel a little bit like you're
in a washing machine.
Right, you're fighting something.
These athletes will be in the last 250 here, approaching those red buoys.
Good, and you can see we're coming into these red buoys here, so the athletes will know that they're almost through the end of this 1500. Really lucky to have a full 10-laned buoyed course here. So each athlete has those markers all the way down the course, both to go in a straight line, but also to kind of orient themselves with green buoys every 250 and big red buoys every 500. So these little red buoys indicate the last 250. Athletes will start picking it up. Looks like we have some early leaders into their sprint from Y Quad Cities. You can see they're starting to pick up their rhythm here from shore, starting to bring the rate up in terms of the number of strokes per minute they're taking, and also the power that they're putting on the footboards, that kind of ground of the boat as you're doing like a deadlift every stroke.
Got Y Quad Cities here. Yep, leveraging Oak Neck B, I believe, on that far shore.
And a pretty tight battle here for third. Tight.
6 and 7, Riverside and Cambridge, our Boston friends.
Oh my gosh.
And
a tight finish there, also in the lower lane of GMSC. Crossing there.
That is Oak Neck C.
There's GMSC, so is Oak Neck B in that battle for third.
This will be Row America Rye B through the line.
So Y Quad Cities is actually a pretty small program. According to the bio they filled out, they're a team of 9 athletes, 4 of which are seniors.
That'll be Notre Dame here through the line.
Y Quad Cities has 2 athletes that'll be rowing in college. 3. Tristan is rowing at Syracuse, Elizabeth is rowing at Notre Dame, and Ella is rowing at BU. Their favorite team hype song is YMCA.
Ah, that seems appropriate. This will be Ridley College through the line. Ridley College is from Canada, our neighbors to the north, so welcome to Saratoga here. Hugely competitive racing there. Y Quad Cities followed very closely by Cambridge. And then I'm not sure if it was a Riverside or a Oak Neck Rowing B there, but great work, crews. Again, these men's doubles, very tight there.
So coming up next, we have the boys U17 junior double. So we mentioned this earlier. We just saw the end of the boys varsity double event. So that's kind of the top athletes seeded into their doubles. This will be the top athletes with the caveat that all athletes in this event have to be 16 years or younger. So no one in the boat can even be turning 17 in 2022, and there can be no seniors in the event. So this is kind of maybe not the future of the program like you'd see with a freshman or U7 or U16 event, but definitely not the eldest or not the leaders of a program unless you have one of those younger squads.
Building up from those lower classmen here.
So we have in lane 0, over on the right side of the screen, for Concord. B, Albany Rowing is in lane 1. Wayland Weston in lane 2, Port Jefferson in lane 3, Maritime lane 4, Litchfield Hills lane 5, Concord A in lane 6, CRI in lane 7, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 8, and Niskayuna in lane 9. Bromfield is a team of about 30 athletes. They gave us some fun facts about their program. Their team's favorite hype song is apparently bagpipes. Their favorite drill, dolphin drill. They always go on a warm-up run before racing. And their team goal is simply to win.
Win.
And their favorite part about coming to Saratoga is creating their hammock tower. So a lot of teams will put up hammocks in their trailer that they use to bring all the boats here, and while the boats are rigged and in slings or racing, they can use part of the trailer to kind of hang up all of their hammocks. And
I've got a challenge. Tag Saratoga Rowing in your hammock towers, and we will repost our favorite ones today. Let's go. On the course now is, again, that boys U17 junior double. One final, full 10 lanes. Here we go.
Again, great conditions here. You'll see the athletes really having minimal trouble getting their blades off the water as the water is very calm. There's a slight puff of a tailwind. It's coming from the east, so it might not feel as calm as a straight tailwind would. It might be pushing the athletes just slightly to their starboard side. Looks like some of our early leaders here over there in the low lanes. Trying to see based on the colors of our unis here. Hopefully we'll get a better picture soon as they approach.
And there she
Amazing.
is. I believe that is...
Looks like Concord over here in lane 6, battling with Maritime in lane 4. Really nice picture here of the conditions. You can just see those buoy lines from the surface of the water. They're actually a lot easier to see for the athletes to know that they're going in a straight line. But what a battle here between the front runners of Concord and Maritime here. Going stroke for stroke, you can see they're just about the same stroke rate. It looks like Maritime might be sprinting a little bit early as they come through the last 500 meters, and Concord with a bit of a response. And there's different strategy for different athletes. Some athletes have a little bit more of a explosive power. Other athletes might have a little bit more fitness or finesse, and so you'll see different athletes going for different strategies, some staying at a low stroke rate and just going further each stroke, and other athletes will take the rate up and really just try to keep the boat clipping along.
Take more strokes with
Just like
potentially
people
each
like
stroke slightly
in
less.
cycling go at different gears
Yep.
but go the same speeds. Looks like Concord's really finding a second gear here, trying to push away. They have about an inch of open water here, and that open water is pretty nice
Yeah,
to feel as an
yeah.
athlete. You might not realize how much peripheral vision you have, but the absence.
Oh, we've got
no.
a crab. Hold on.
Oh my
on.
God.
Build ourselves back up. They've got maybe 20 strokes to the line.
And they don't care that they're not in their lane. They're just
They're
gonna
far
get
enough
back
ahead
to.
of the field that they
They're
can
not interfering.
not interfere. But go boats, clear those blades.
Sometimes I find that after a crab, I actually row my best strokes because the adrenaline rush of something going wrong can actually help you dial into your focusing in your boat. So Concord will regain their
Friends of
composure.
Concord still holding that stern to bow. Maybe a smidge of open here.
They've extended it.
Yeah, they're
it's pretty
moving.
impressive.
They're moving.
Come back from their little snafu here. They'll cross the line first, followed by Maritime, and then we have a pack far
Here we go,
back
4.
here. So early leaders extended their leads, and now we have a battle to the finish line between
6, 7, 5,
and 0. So Concord B
0,
in the fight here between CRI
3.
and Litchfield Hills and Port Jefferson.
That'll be CRI with our 3rd place here. Litchfield Hills. Port Jefferson just ahead of Friends of Concord B.
And here comes Niskayuna in lane 9. And way over there we have, it looks like Albany.
I believe that's Waylon Weston.
You're right, Megan, you're right.
Lane 2. Waylon Weston across the line, and our upstate New York friends, Niskayuna. We've got our last crew in our last 200 meters here.
It's lane 8, Bromfield.
I see the backsplash on these blades, these athletes really trying to place those blades aggressively and then kick it through their legs.
You can tell they're fueled by, what is it? Hold on. Sushi, spicy sushi.
Spicy sushi?
And whatever B-dubs is. Buffalo Wild Wings? Hard to say. Unconfirmed. They look fueled.
And that is our boys U17 and junior double. So just one final and one final only. We will move back to some bigger boats. We've got 2 more races before our first stake boat break of the morning. So our stake boat volunteers out there, each of these lanes has a stake boat similar to a block on a track or in swimming, where the boats will back in, get nice and locked on. We have our stake boat volunteers holding on to the stern deck of each boat before the race, and then as the start line marshal calls the race, those volunteers will let go of the stern deck so that everybody's even. Should your boat be longer, shorter, or wider, everyone's bow balls will start at the same level so that when you cross the finish line, you are based off of your bow ball. So we'll have a stake boat break at about 9:15 here, 2 more races. We've got the boys varsity straight 4 and a boys novice coxed 4.
Megan, have you ever rowed a straight 4 before? What's it like?
Oh, it's a dream. I actually really enjoyed it.
Tell me more.
I actually rode a straight 4 on Lake Mercer, so shout out to PNRA Mercer. The lake was halfway frozen. This is like a vivid memory. I'm sure I've rode
like
a
a slushy
straight 4.
or a
Like half of the lake frozen and the other half fine.
Oh, okay.
So there was no buoy line in, no course. You just steered around the ice. And I had never steered a straight 4, had steered a quad, had steered a pair.
How does the steering work?
So I had connected to my foot, my right foot, you have a movable toe. So in most of these boats, your feet are stuck to that footboard. They're not going anywhere.
They're screwed in.
They're screwed in.
Yep.
Your shoes are literally screwed into the boat, but in this straight 4, with a lot of these boats, you've got a movable foot. So you've got a rudder attached to your foot, like the coxswain has a rudder to pull on. And should you move your foot to the right, to the left, you go to port starboard. So I just wiggled our way around the ice on Lake Mercer. It was an experience. I didn't hit anything. And yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're a little bit tricky, much like the pair. They can
sneaky.
They can feel a bit wonky if the athletes are not matched up. And then in an 8, you can kind of hide those kind of like the disjointedness almost. And you don't really feel it quite as much. Like you'll feel it if someone's really off from the rhythm of the rest of the boat. But in the straight 4 and especially in the pair,
It's all out there.
it is exposed. You are quite out in the open, especially from a coach watching and to the athletes experiencing it in the boat. If an athlete is opening their body a little bit before another athlete starts to swing their torso, or if they're putting their blade in late after everyone else has already put their blade in, really any part of this kind of complicated motion that is the full body stroke, if any part of that sequencing is off from the rest of the boat, or even if several people are off, you're really going to feel that impacting the boat speed. So the boat's going to feel a bit clunkier, maybe a little wonky is my favorite way to describe it. And the boat will respond by both going slower, but also being a lot more wobbly, and not being quite as cohesive as one big unit of athletes in the equipment. So
Huge props to these guys out there in the straight 4.
And often you'll see the crews that will have leading here, much like we saw with the girls varsity straight 4 earlier this morning. The crews that are going to be leading in this race most likely will look the most together.
Yep.
So half of rowing is the training and physiological training that is. The other half is the technical side of things and really trying to be cohesive together.
You can pull as hard as you want in a straight four, but if you're not doing it with your other friends, you're not going anywhere. So we've got live our singular heat, our singular final of the boys straight four, coming from our far left-hand side. Oh, we may not be live.
We may have had some breakage. All the crews have stopped rowing.
So there's a breakage zone. Usually the first 100, 150, perhaps 200 meters. Should anything break in your boat, should something be not fully tightening down, should you snap an oar.
Maybe an oar comes out of the oar lock, which is like what kind of anchors the oar into the boat so it doesn't just like wiggle around everywhere.
Or in these straight fours, should steering off that start be super aggressive, the officials may have called it. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like they are turning these boats around. Sometimes they will run the next final before they rerun this straight four. I would guess we are close enough to the starting points that they may just pull these boats back in the starting blocks and run them again.
And we'll try to make sure the racing continues as scheduled. So even though we have this slight issue, we'll try to see if any broken equipment can be fixed here right now on the water. If not, most likely that crew will be pulled from the race, and the rest of the field will go as planned. So the ideal would be to have all of the equipment fixed and ready to go. Hopefully there's no injury on the course. We'll get you the updates as soon as we get them here at the finish line. Good, and what's great is that we have all of these official U.S. Rowing certified marshals here at the Saratoga Invite, along with our great volunteer staff to drive all of the safety launches and marshals. So we have everyone kind of communicating with each other here on the ground and on the water to make sure that the regatta is running smoothly. Megan, do we have word on the situation?
We've got live update from our finish line marshal. It looks like there was a false start off the line, so one of these crews left before they were permitted to do so.
Just a little jumpy,
little jumpy, and then additionally, off of that false start, there was a collision. So they're going to spin these guys around, give them another chance. Let's hope everyone is nice and patient in those starting blocks, and then come straight off the line.
So Megan, I mean no disrespect here, but I commentated the U.S. Rowing Masters Nationals over the summer.
Yes, you did.
And let me tell you, if you think having juniors race the straight four, junior boys race the straight four is exciting, you have never experienced the thrill that is watching in real time with the drone footage overhead the K category of the men's Masters straight four.
Remind me what the K Masters category
So
is?
in Masters rowing, every event is sorted into age capped categories. So it starts with double A, which basically means you're right out of college or in college, and goes all the way out to K, which is 90 plus.
Woo!
So we had a full field. I think there was maybe 5 straight fours
of 90 plus athletes.
90 plus year olds all coming together and racing the straight four. It's a very difficult boat class, as we've kind of discussed here. The steering is really hard. Matching is even more important than ever before. And we had 4 false starts or restarts. Yeah.
Wow.
Because the steering is just so hard, especially. So the start sequencing that you'll see in this regatta all the way across is typically some kind of like fraction of the full stroke. So you'll maybe start with a 3/4 length stroke, just because you want the first stroke of your race to be short and poppy, basically, to get the boat up and moving cleanly. And then the second stroke, because the boat's moving so slowly, if you take the time to come all the way up to full slide for the second stroke, it takes too long. Like by the time you get up to full slide, your competitors might have taken 2 or 3, maybe just 2, half slide strokes. And just the more strokes you take, the faster your boat will get up to speed is kind of the guiding principle. And so it's kind of tricky to match
Yeah.
the start sequence because everyone's idea of half slide or 3/4 slide is going to be a little bit different. When you go just full slide rowing, everyone kind of knows what that looks like, what that feels like. Rowing half slide, full pressure, as fast as you can.
Lots of room for interpretation.
Exactly. And so when you have the boat class like the pair or the straight four,
Or the
that
90 plus K masters.
especially when you add in that element, it can be really, really challenging to have the same timing and the same amount of leverage. So even taking out the mismatch of like maybe someone's a little bit stronger than someone else, but really what steers the boat more is the amount of leverage and the timing.
Yeah.
So that start sequence is really, really challenging in these small sweep boats because any mismatch in how far up the slide you go, how like kind of much rotation you get over to your side around that pin of your oarlock, and how quickly you're able to anticipate
Yeah.
the catch and the release with everybody else can make a big difference on how straight you go. So what we're seeing here is restarting because we might not have been
Might
able
not
to
have perfected that.
rise to the challenge just yet.
And it looks like we are actually going to move that boys straight four, the varsity straight four, loop them back around that warm-up lane to behind the stake boats, and it looks like the boys novice coxed four is going to sneak on in, so they'll do that 9:06 race prior to the 8:58 race. Just give those crews that were part of the false start or part of the collision a second to take a breath, get their brains unscrambled, kind of take a reset while these coxed novice fours go ahead. So in this upcoming race, hopefully they've pulled into their stake boats and we'll have a clean start here. They do have a coxswain, so they do have someone fully in charge of steering and motivating and calling and unifying the crew. From that left-hand side, lane 9, Arlington Belmont, lane 8, CRI, lane 7, Friends of Port, lane 6, Greater Lawrence, lane 5, Greenwich, lane 4, Litchfield Hills, lane 3, Notre Dame, lane 2, Row America Rye, lane 1, Wappingers Crew, lane 0, Greater Lawrence.
Great view here from our drone of Fish Creek. You can see it gets pretty windy after this straight stretch of our 1500 and 2K course. We have a start here. Hopefully these coxswains are steering their crews straight down their lane. There's a little bit of wiggle room. The lanes are a little bit more narrow than they might see at other race courses.
Got to fit 10 lanes in here.
It's just enough room. But it looks like we have a clean start here from all crews. Maybe a little bit of steering issue right there in the middle.
Early leader, potentially CRI here out of that lane 8, but pretty even otherwise. Lanes 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, even 3 and 2 getting in there.
So these crews are just finishing their high strokes here. So often a crew will do those first 5 where maybe you have a very specific orchestrated start sequence. Maybe you're just focusing on the feeling of building the momentum of your boat and not so focused on that length of the stroke. Maybe it's just all full strokes, but you're building more effectively. Either way, you transition into your high strokes where you're feeding off the adrenaline, you're trying to make use of that explosive power, and then shifting to that aggressive yet sustainable race pace. So that comes down to really a lot of credit to the stroke seats and maybe even the 3 seats backing them up and creating that rhythm. A lot of times that takes a lot of experience or maybe just a kind of natural knack for it.
Yeah,
No
Looks
rhyme
like
or
we've
reason.
lost Wappingers Crew Club slightly off the pace, Greater Lawrence slightly off the pace, but we've got Row America Rye, Notre Dame, Litchfield Hills, Greenwich, Greater Lawrence A, Friends of Port, and Arlington Belmont, all within maybe a boat and a half length, with CRI broken open water here up in front.
And again, this is a boys novice coxed 4 event. The coxswain is tucked into the bow of that boat, so the stern is the back, the bow is the front, and the coxswain is actually tucked away into what, Megan, you call it like a hatch almost.
It's a little hatch.
So the boat is hollow, just mostly for weight, but also for the construction of the boat and to fit that little coxswain right in there. And so they're just poking their heads out. It's a little bit difficult to sit this way. If you've ever just sat on your bed cricking your neck to look at your phone or something similar. So they're looking out side to side to see how the other boats in their field are moving, to use any kind of external motivators and to kind of race in the moment.
And what's super fun is this, I guess maybe not as super fun, what's super interesting is this CRI boat that obviously has made some huge strides ahead of the field. That coxswain has no idea where anyone else is. They could be bow to stern, they could be one seat up, they could be 15 boat lengths on the course. So that CRI coxswain has to really rely on internal motivation to keep their crew kicking away, even though that crew may see some open water. That coxswain's got a little bit more difficult job than, hey, we're one seat up, we're two seats up.
Right, and they're potentially using that open water lead. It's kind of easy for the athletes when it's this far of a lead to see the rest of the field, right? They're staring backwards. We're kind of in this funny position in rowing where we're really not looking ahead ever. And so you're staring back at your competitors, watching your boat and kind of relishing in the moment that your boat is moving away from this pack, even though everyone's doing the same thing. No one's got a motor under their boat or anything.
Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Greenwich crew, Litchfield Hills, Notre Dame, Row America Rye, all staggered slightly in the middle of that race, with our Arlington Belmont on the outside. Hopefully that Arlington Belmont coxswain is looking towards that middle of the course, trying to race their crew. A little bit of a drop back from our Friends of Port and Greater Lawrence teams in that middle crew, and then we've got Wappinger's crew and our Greater Lawrence B on that far outside, but huge commanding lead by the CRIA boys.
And it can be kind
novice
of
cox
challenging
four.
when you have that big of a lead, because it's like, well, why would I go harder? I'm already winning by so much.
Right.
So it takes a really skilled coxswain and really mentally strong athletes to demand more of you and your teammates when you're that far ahead, to just kind of see how fast can we be, and that kind of rehearsal of pushing it all the way to the limit is a good lesson for future racing as well, especially for the novices who are new to
got
the
a whole
sport.
career ahead of them. Again, this CRI 4 bucketed, so we've got that double of one side in the middle there, but they are moving very commandingly towards this finish line in their last 20 strokes. We hear a lot of cheering on shore for the other boats.
Rowing really, really well here. The CRI boat kisses a little crab. They're gonna have to build it back. Luckily, they have a pretty big lead here, but they're moving diagonally here across the course. Coxswain really trying to tell their crew exactly what needs to be done to get this back.
Here we go.
It's
Here
gonna
we
be hard
go.
to build back
and
up.
they are on, but they've got to get back to racing speed like now.
Because you have, who is this, Megan? Is that Greenwich?
I believe this is Greenwich coming through.
Oh my gosh. And that Greenwich coxswain undoubtedly telling the rowers that opportunity that they had, but it wasn't enough time. CRI really managed to get through the line without losing their first place position.
That's Notre Dame and Litchfield Hills, very close to the finish here. Arlington Belmont.
Really tight finish here between Row America Rye A and Friends of Port A. Within 2 seconds for sure.
6.
And coming across the line here, we have Greater Lawrence A and Greater Lawrence B, 2 novice boats from the same program. And again, novice crews may be coming from different athletic backgrounds. The main criteria is that you've never raced in a full season before. So we'll have people coming from all different walks of life here. Some athletes will be young freshmen in high school. Some will be coming from being maybe several or like a full year athlete in other sports.
But rowing will be new to all of these guys. And as we watch for our Wappinger's Crew Club friends, that was
Greater
Lawrence across the line, Wappinger's Crew in the last 20 strokes. But holy smokes, that is why every stroke counts. That is why that CRI 4 that pulled off the win despite, I would say, a pretty boat stopping issue, crab, whatever we call it.
And it takes a lot of composure and trust in your teammates to know how to respond in those moments. So you could see there's a little bit of delay from both
the coxswains and the athletes and what exactly to do.
Right.
And
How do you get yourself
how
back
to
to
correct
race
that.
pace?
Often if you catch a crab that big, the boat, as we saw today, will turn pretty aggressively, as like the oar acts as almost an anchor,
Yeah.
and pulls that side of the boat down. So it takes a very clear-headed time to be able to turn around and really correct back.
Right, and we talked that whole race, CRI leading the field. How do they push away? Well, that's why you continue to push away, so that should something catastrophic happen, you've got a couple of strokes to kind of fix yourselves and still pull out the win. So kudos to
And that's
that.
why you keep fighting.
That's
if
why you
you're
keep
trailing
fighting that whole way,
and
right?
It's looking like hopeless to win. You stay on and pushing as hard as you can because that could happen ahead of you.
And coming up real quick, it looks like they started this boys straight varsity 4 very quickly. We've got our leaders. I believe that may be Maritime up ahead.
Is that a bow number 3, Megan? Greenwich? Can't quite see from here in the sunshine. Beautiful morning here, but the water is glistening and very hard to see here as these athletes come across the line. Beautiful silhouettes, though, as the athletes are clearly pushing and pulling together,
I think
pushing
that's
on the
Greenwich
feet.
crew coming up hot on lane 7.
Yep, here they come. You can see, just like we talked
Lane
about,
6,
legs
lane
and
1.
body swinging together, oars moving together to get that boat across the line.
That's Rowick America Rye.
Oh my gosh,
A.
level.
Yee.
Boop boop.
We will come back
And
to
boop,
you
boop, boop.
on those 4.
What a fight
we've
there.
Got lanes. Get these for you.
It's like
Lane
lane
5, lane 0.
PNRA Mercer there.
Mercer. Believe that's
It's like Waylon Weston
maybe
with
a
the
Waylon
red
Weston
and orange.
coming through. Woo! We'll get those results for you on that boys varsity straight 4 when we can. But great racing crews. We've got our first stake boat break of the morning. So we will get right back to you with our girls novice coxed 4s as soon as we can. And we are back. We've got our stake boat switch out. We've got on the course, we'll have our girls novice coxed 4 final 1, a 6-boat race from the state boat launch shore. We've got Connecticut Boat Club A, lane 8, Friends of Port, lane 7, Greenwich Crew, lane 6, Litchfield Hills, lane 5, Row America Rye, lane 4, Friends of Concord, lane 3.
And Row America Rye and Concord are B entries. So we'll see how those, the second boat of this Novice 4 event from those programs can perform stacked up against the top 4 athletes in that event.
Yep, notice that both of those A boats are then in the following final. So maybe some swapping of crews, some switching of lineups, some mixing up from the coaches. Typically that A boat will be faster. But this early in the season, it is totally possible that you could be racing mixed lineups, even lineups, or
And you could have
even stacked ones.
8 really solidly, evenly matched novices.
Right.
So it can be hard to really make sense of which ones are just a little bit faster than the others.
And
sometimes you just go random and say,
give it a
prove
swing.
it. Which one is faster?
And in these novice coxed 4s, you can have novices that may be stronger, faster, fitter, but this 4 is a tricky event. You've got 1 or each, so often even the combination, even if you have your 4 most fittest, strongest women here, you could have a better combination with potentially a weaker physically athlete. So we've got them. Looks like we're approaching our final 400, 300 here.
Go ahead and try to get you a sense of who's in the lead here. A little bit hard to see from the finish line, but we'll get all the details to you as we can.
I can hear these 4s coming down the line, the clunk of the oarlocks.
So it looks like your leader is Row America Rye B in lane 4, so that second one from the right.
Followed by Greenwich Crew and then Connecticut Boat Club. Maybe a little bit of separation between Greenwich and Connecticut.
But what a performance from this
Row
lead
America
crew.
Rye.
And this is their B boat. Whether that means anything is hard to say, but it definitely doesn't hold them back in this final here.
Not at all.
Looks like they're going to try to secure their gold medal place bright and early. You can see their oars are moving together here. Really nice to see, especially for beginners here in the sport of rowing. Trying to move not only all of the body parts together and trying to match your fellow humans in the boat, but also trying to move all of your equipment in unison as well.
I can hear their coxswain just pushing them. You've got less than 10 strokes here with our Row America Rye B boat.
Good, so here we're on the sprint. So these coxswains are calling on their rowers to just bring up the pressure, bring up the rate.
Greenwich Crew A, not far behind at all, really separated themselves from the field in this last 300 or so. Well done, Greenwich Crew A, about to cross the line here.
Awesome footage above here. You can see all of these 4s really trying to push here. There's Connecticut Boat Club across the line.
And Concord from that outside low lane.
And
lane
Connecticut
3.
Boat Club coming across now with their black and green.
Can't miss that neon green, can ya?
Looking a little bit spent here. Really tough racing from all athletes.
Lane 3, Friends of Concord across the line. And that's lane 5, Litchfield Hills. Coxon in a nice neon jacket here to protect her from that backsplash crossing the line here.
And that's Friends of Port in lane 7 coming through their last few steps here. Coxon calling on the athletes to really push themselves. Rowing a race here of the 1,500 meters is no easy feat. Nice job, all athletes. Hearing a lot of cheers and celebrations from every boat, no matter what place they
I've got
came.
cowbells all over.
Trying to recognize and relish in each other's accomplishments here. It takes a lot of determination to push yourself this hard for that long. You do it for your teammates, do it for yourself.
And I think here too, there's been a lot of respect amongst crews. So, you know, all of these 6 different programs coming from different states, different cities, a lot of great race, you know, ladies, great race crew, nice job lane 6, all of that happening at our finish line as those safety marshals make sure everyone is all right. So great sportsmanship there, ladies. Really cool to see across the board, and I'm sure you will all see each other later in the season, whether it's at states, regionals, youth nationals, etc. Our next,
But for some smaller programs, Megan, this might be one of
This
the
is a
only
big one.
opportunities
Yeah.
to really race these top tier teams and compare yourself, especially if maybe you have a smaller team or a younger team and it's just not the year to make your mark at one of those later postseason
Right.
type regattas.
Right.
And this is a great opportunity for those athletes to get this level of experience, this amount of
heightened
racing.
excitement in a regatta, right? Absolutely. So our next race, which will be on the course here, will be our girls novice 4 coxed final 2. So same boat class. Again, another 6-boat race. Starting closer to our Saratoga side shore, we'll have Row America Rye lane 8, Greater Lawrence lane 7, Friends of Concord lane 6, Wappingers Crew lane 5, Connecticut Boat Club lane 4, Greenwich Crew lane 3, and all A boats other than our Connecticut Boat Club B and our Greenwich Crew B.
So you can see it's definitely warming up here on Fish Creek in Saratoga Springs, New York. We're up to, looks like 51 degrees.
Definitely warming up here, but great water. We should have this girls novice coxed 4 on the course for you. Looks like our outside lane, Row America Rye, really taking a stand here. Big moves, and then fighting for that second place. We've got the 4 boats across. From that furthest to your left lane, we've got Greenwich, then Connecticut with a little bit of a lead. Wappingers Crew just off the pack a little bit. Friends of Concord, maybe 2 boat lengths behind, and Greater Lawrence right in the mix. So a good race for that second place. But Row America Rye really extending their lead here. We learned from our previous, I believe that was our boys straight 4. It's not over till it's over. So Row America Rye's got to keep pushing, give themselves so much space
I think
that
that was the boys.
was that our novice?
Yeah.
You're right.
Those
You're
CRI
right.
boys looked a little big
Yeah,
for novices in terms of freshmen, but
You're right. That was our coxed novice 4. But Row America Rye not leaving anything to chance here.
really awesome water here. Slight tailwind. It'll turn into more of a straight cross or even a headwind later on in the day. Not very strong wind for any of the day, but making sure we utilize this tailwind while we have it.
So I wonder if it's an advantage for that Row America Rye crew that they were on the outside in that lane 8, only have to look towards the right. Now they're just looking back. They're in their last 400 here, just kicking it away.
Really beautiful drone shot here of all the crews coming down the race course. You can see you have all 10 buoyed lanes for these athletes to try to get straight down the course, A to B.
Row America Rye just really walking away with this one. Maybe they've got a little chip on their shoulder that they weren't in that final one. Maybe they've had a great night's sleep and a good breakfast from a local Saratoga establishment. Maybe they ventured downtown to get bagels or something, but really commanding here. Well done, Row America Rye. And there's a fight for second. Looks like maybe Greenwich, Connecticut Boat Club, not falling off the pack there.
But Connecticut Boat Club really trying to push away here. You can see they've extended their lead to about a couple seats of open water on the rest of the field.
I can hear these coxswains coming down the course again. There's nothing like it. It's such an adrenaline rush to be here at the finish line.
Takes a lot of skill from a coxswain to kind of understand the intensity and the all-out exertion of their athletes. Sometimes you'll have a coxswain that maybe is a little bit calmer than you would like, and it takes a coxswain to really empathize with her rowers and bring that level of intensity that they're feeling into her level
voice.
Of motivation and guidance through this race.
So Row America Rye with a huge lead on the field here. We've got Greenwich, Connecticut Boat Club. Excuse me, I believe that's Connecticut Boat Club and then Greenwich. So there's the green of Connecticut Boat Club. They've really extended maybe a 2-boat lead over that Greenwich crew.
Whatever their sprint is, I hope they keep refining it because it's already pretty dang speedy.
And that's lane 3. Greenwich on our far side finishing now. And then we've got a fight for 3rd, fight for 4th. Lane
Concord
7 and lane
Greater
6.
Lawrence.
These rowers can see each other, they can feel each other. I've got coxswains sitting up just trying to make the moves to the end.
Great fight from these novice athletes.
That'll be Greater Lawrence with about a half a boat length over Friends of Concord. And Wappinger's Crew Club, I can hear their coxswain counting down the last 10 strokes. Always a dangerous move.
I was going to say, have you ever had a coxswain say this is the last 10 and then there's another like 7 strokes?
Yep. So hopefully this Wappinger's Crew Club coxswain made the right move. But her athletes are across the finish line here. Again, if you're just tuning in with us here, this is Megan Goodman and Hannah Painter. We're Orion athletes here at Saratoga Rowing, part of our high performance squad. We are here commentating your 2022 Saratoga Invitational, May 1st. Beautiful day here on Fish Creek. We've got 10 lanes of 1,500 meter racing.
We've had a great morning of really tight finishes here. It should be a full day of really competitive racing in all different boat classes, all different age groups, across both the girls and boys sides of racing. Up next, we have the girls varsity double, final 1. We have an 8-boat race, so lane 0 and lane 9 should be open. So we'll pack everyone else in the middle. From left to right as they'll appear to you, if we have that drone overhead, lane 8 is going to be closest to the Saratoga West Shore. Connecticut Boat Club, Niski in 7, GMS in 6, CRI in 5, Albany in 4, Riverside B in 3, Bromfield B in 2, and then Oak Neck C in 1, and that'll be all the way on the East Shore on the Lees Park or Stewart side.
You can see on our live stream footage here, lots of spectators, coaches. These coaches just sent out some athletes for their race. Most athletes will launch somewhere between 25 and 40 minutes ahead of their races. Kind of depends on what they've been able to do on land, what they like to do on the water, how much drilling and steady state and builder 10s and race pace and starts they like to incorporate on the water. But always nice for a coach to kind of give that final shove and say, all right, it's all on you to the athletes, and then just have to wait for them to come down the finish line.
You got to be self-sufficient as an athlete and a coxswain. Especially here, we don't have a great way for coaches to spectate along shore. Other race venues, you might have like a bike path or something where the coaches can ride along, maybe take some video, give them some cues and guidance.
Yep.
Here at Saratoga, you're on your own,
You're on your own until about that last 100 meters.
which I
until
think
you
is,
can hear.
is good practice and
Yeah.
good to allow or give the opportunity for that independence. The athletes really have to be able to kind of mentally prepare
Right.
for what is required of them in the race.
Some solo travel.
Yeah.
They have to know their warm-ups, know kind of traffic pattern. So here on Fish Creek, we go up that east shore outside the lower lanes. If you are launching from the state boat launch side, you just follow that shore up. If you're launching from the Saratoga side, you've got to cross somewhere around that 500 meter mark and then safely make your way up. So you've got about 2,500 meters of straight warm-up. And then kind of depending on how much time you have and what other boats are up there, you may be able to find some room. Always suggested to do a little bit of warm-up in race direction, right? So today we're very lucky that the water is flat in both directions. Yesterday we had a little bit of a ripping tail, so you did your whole warm-up in the head and then didn't want to be shocked turning around and racing in that tailwind. But very lucky here today. I can see flat water all the way up the course. Maybe some slight gusts across, but nothing that's damaging to any sort of racing.
So the girls' varsity double should be, yep, you can just see they're getting underway.
They're at least locked into our stake boats here.
They're in the process. We will have, let's see, it was 8 doubles. So each one has 2 athletes, no coxswain. So talk about self-sufficient. You gotta do the steering. You have to do the communicating. So the bow seat will communicate with his, her, or their stroke seats to make sure that they're on the same page about what they're focusing on. Sometimes not even to like coach the other athlete with your boat, but just to tell them what you're thinking about.
Right, unify.
You can have a brain meld
Yeah,
almost.
yeah.
We talk a lot about rowing similarly, like the body movements. Often it helps for athletes to also be thinking similarly as well. There's nothing quite like wondering what your partner is thinking or wondering why
Right.
they're doing different things. And that can be a slippery slope into like almost mistrust.
Right. Right.
So you want to trust your partner. You want to be able to anticipate what they're thinking, be able to relate to them.
Yep. And it looks like we're off. Hopefully a clean start from all of these doubles. Again, we've got an 8-boat race, lane 1 through lane 8. Starting closest to us here on the Saratoga side shore, Connecticut Boat Club, Niskayuna, GMS, CRI, Albany Rowing, Riverside B, Bromfield Acton Boxborough B, and Oak Neck C. This is our final one of the girls' varsity double, 9:38 a.m. start. So maybe had a little bit harder trouble in these small boats getting into the stake boats, but we are doing just fine. We'll get back on track here for you.
So we have just not too many fun facts here submitted from our teams, but we do have some from Bromfield Acton Boxborough. So there are 18 varsity girls on the BAB squad. There are 7 seniors, and several of them are going to be, one is going to be rowing in college, representing Tufts University next year.
Go Jumbos.
Favorite hype song for the team is Peanut Butter Jelly, I believe by Galantis.
Ah.
They didn't write that, but I think I'm familiar with the song. And oh my gosh, pre-race ritual, Peanut Butter Jelly time, exclamation point, and Zumba.
Do you think they Zumba to peanut butter jelly time? Peanut butter jelly?
It's unclear.
Unclear. Let us
Unclear.
know.
There's a separation with the exclamation point and the word and. So it
maybe
might
they're
be two separate activities.
Right now we've got a Niskayuna double leading out of lane 8, followed closely by that Connecticut Boat Club in lane 9. but GMS and CRI lanes 7 and 6 have not dropped off that pace that far. Another double heading out from Bromfield Acton, and looks like potentially that Oakneck or Riverside boat here. We've only got 7 boats out here on the course right now, so it looks like we've had a scratch or a late to start from one of these. We'll find out exactly what happened there for you.
And then we've got quite the bright sunny day. We've got blue skies here, so hard to identify the crews based on their colors from this bird's eye view.
It looks like CRI out of lane 5 may be missing here if all of our doubles have stayed in their lanes. So still holding with that Niskayuna boat leading out of lane 7. Connecticut Boat Club hanging on in lane 8 with GMS and Albany Rowing Center just about a boat length ahead of Riverside and Oakneck. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough a little bit off the pace, but not out of it yet.
And shout out to that Niskayuna double. We had Niskayuna join Saratoga on the winter training trip, and we almost share coaching staff sometimes. Coach Stacy coaches both the Niski group and the high performance group at Saratoga that's called Orion. So one big capital region community up here. And they've got quite a commanding lead here. Just about 2 lengths of open water between them and the next competitor over there. It looks like our crew from, I would say, Albany is that lane 4, but closely followed by Connecticut Boat Club, a historically powerhouse team, the black and green.
Yeah, Niskayuna just really running with this. So I know
That's how it feels. You're running away with it.
you're running.
It's like race like you stole it. Basically, is a great mentality.
I know Stacy, before my most recent 2K test, told me to be fierce. So I wonder if she gave these ladies a little bit of the same words of wisdom. Go out there and be fierce.
She once told me to rip it.
They're ripping it.
You know, you want to be connected, and
Right.
you
All
don't
of
want
the
to
good
tear your
finessed
blade through the water.
things.
You want to kind of sink it and then leverage your boat past it.
But rip it.
But then you also want the aggression and like
Of the rip it.
tenacity of rip it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's more of a emotional.
A mindset.
Right.
A
You don't
rip it
actually.
mindset.
It's not a technical call.
But Niskayuna certainly is in that awesome mindset of leading the pack. Connecticut Boat Club and Albany fighting for that second. Looks like we've got GMS and I'm gonna say Riverside, slightly behind the pack. Again, these buoys a little bit harder to see from our bird's eye view.
Yeah, I think that's going to be Riverside and GMS with our CRI scratched.
Connecticut Boat Club in Albany.
They're pushing away from that.
They are.
That rest of the field. They were kind of holding on to about a stern contact. They now have open water on the rest of the field, so your 1, 2, and 3 are pretty well separated.
But Niskayuna crossing the line here with a commanding lead there. Little capital region solidarity there. We've got Connecticut Boat Club and Albany
Oh my gosh,
coming
they're
down
battling.
to the wire.
They're each at the drive in the same time. Really close. Looks like CBC had just a little bit more power per
Gonna
stroke.
give that to the neon green.
And another bow ball to bow ball. Woo! Maybe
That was
the closest one of the
Riverside
day.
and GMS. I think that was maybe one horn. I couldn't really tell. We'll have to update you there. Riverside and GMS even at the line.
And here comes Oakneck. That's their C entry. Actually, I think that was in lane 0, Megan. Who was that?
I believe that was Oakneck still following through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Oakneck who just finished, and we've got Bromfield,
And
Acton,
here we go.
Boxborough coming through the line right here.
Awesome. Bromfield says their favorite part about Saratoga Invite is how competitive it is and getting to spend a weekend away as a team. Always very fun.
Always Always very fun. Well, that was our final one, so Bromfield is certainly getting in on that that competitive spirit. We've got 3 more finals for our girls varsity double. All pretty packed, 7, 8 boat finals. So we'll definitely keep you updated on those as we continue to go. All right, and on the course we've got final 4, a little bit of a switcheroo of our numbered finals here, but varsity double women's. Lane 1, so closest to that state boat launch shore, CRI B. Lane 2, Narragansett B. Lane 3, Greater Lawrence A. Lane 4, Y Quad Cities B. Lane 5, Port Jefferson A. Lane 6, Wayland Weston A. Lane 7, Maritime A. And Lane 8, Cambridge Boat Club A. So this will be the final 4. We've got an 8-boat race. Looks like they're coming through that middle half of the race. So again, often the toughest part physically and mentally. You're really pushing through that middle 500. You're settled down after the adrenaline of the start and you're not quite ready to sprint yet. So a tough part of the race here for anyone who has not done a 1500 or a 2K, rowing or otherwise. We'll see how this shapes out and how much of that toughness through that middle 500 can pay off in the end here. Got a little bit of separation between the crews. This final 4 may have a little bit more variety, but we will see as they come through in our field of vision, trying to pick out unis and blades of these crews.
Again, really calm wind conditions here, so the athletes aren't quite fighting much else except for just trying to push their bodies and their equipment as fast as they can down the course. Lucky that we're not fighting a really stiff headwind yet this morning.
No, I mean, almost ideal conditions here. I can see glass across this finish line.
You can see those, is that the Y Quad City uni? The iconic red with the black and white stripe.
Looks like Y Quad Cities, potentially CRI up there.
It looks like they're being challenged over here in some of these higher lanes. Yeah, strong push here from Cambridge Boat Club or Maritime. I think that's Cambridge.
That's Cambridge on our inside here. We'll see. Looks like Cambridge is ahead. They're moving really swiftly towards that finish line. A little bit more pep in their step here.
Cambridge.
Probably about a half boat up on that Y Quad Cities
Cambridge
double.
Boat Club, the home club, or one of the home clubs of Jevy Stone, Olympian from Massachusetts, repping that blue and white. Really nice finish there. Cries of victory over there. Really awesome fight. Good job, Y Quad Cities, with the 2nd place finish.
Maritime rowing coming in with that 3rd.
Pretty impressive separation from 3 top-tier sculling programs. We have high fives and good race shouting to the other boats and to each other.
Lane 2 being a little bit challenged by Port Jefferson. Lane 2 is our Narragansett Boat Club. That was quick, I think.
Tight finish.
I think Narragansett still pulled that out, but Port Jefferson
Hard
with
to
a
say.
close finish. You know what? That might have been Narragansett. It might have been CRI that just eked out Port Jefferson
And
here.
here comes Waylon Weston with the orange and red.
And Greater Lawrence here, 2 strokes to the finish line. It looks like we do have coming in a boat on a launch, so
Oh, no.
potentially a
And
flipped
2 athletes.
a flipped double up there.
Yep, the water is really, really too cold to allow athletes to try to get back into their boat this morning and for the rest of the days after the afternoon racing as well. So protocol is to get the boat and the athletes out of the water, ensure their safety, bring them to the EMT area to make sure they get checked out.
So hoping those 2 athletes are all right. Let that some sun warm you up a little bit.
And that was the scratch from the girls varsity double final 1. They were the lane 5 crew that we were missing. Just to give you those times from that race, Niski, if you remember, won with a time of 5:51, which is over 15 seconds faster than the next boat, Connecticut Boat Club, who only won by about 0.7, I'm seeing, over Albany Rowing Center, very, very close. Then came Riverside, GMS, Oak Neck, and Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. And there was a really tight finish there in the between 4th and 5th. Riverside and GMS were just 0.29 apart.
Woo! Spicy.
Like, did you sleep enough? Did you eat enough?
You won't ever know.
Do you have any regrets? Because let that be
that
a
fuel you.
fire and motivate you to be the best athlete that you can, put together the best race you can.
And our next race here is on the course, girls varsity double final 2. Starting from that Lees Park State Boat Launch Shore Albany Rowing Center M, Litchfield Hills B, Oak Neck Rowing B, Maritime Rowing B, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A, Friends of Concord A, and Riverside Boat Club A. So we'll get a look at those as they come closer to our line, hopefully getting off that start nicely through that first 250 and continuing to move forward. So again, these doubles, no coxswain, likely no steering because hopefully both athletes are pulling equally as hard on both their port and their starboard oar. Looks like we've got Oak Neck and Maritime a little bit ahead of the field. Friends of Concord hanging, that was Riverside hanging in there. Yeah, Maritime rowing with a slight lead ahead of Oak Neck and Riverside.
Like ever so slight. Really,
3
really,
seats,
really. Oh my gosh.
2. And you can see some of these boats riding the port or the starboard buoy line a little bit tighter. That may be a strategy to keep yourself more straight. That may be an adjustment that needs to happen. But big push from all crews here.
Really strong athletes here, trying to leverage everything. Rowing is a full body sport. Something 80+% of the muscles in your whole body are used in the sport of rowing, whether it's actively pushing the legs, which is a lot of muscles, actively leveraging your torso and then the arm draw in at the end, and then using the muscles to bring yourself back up to the next stroke. Full body effort.
Yep, full body. And these athletes from Oak Neck and Maritime are almost stroke for stroke with each other coming into the last 200. We'll see who has a little bit left in the tank. Bring that stroke rate up, push those legs down.
A lot of cheering from the shore here. We have maybe a slight advantage to Maritime, but there's a lot of strokes left, maybe 10 strokes to decide. Stay clean, get even more power out there. Nice job.
And that's Maritime by maybe a deck. Maritime over Oakneck with Riverside Boat Club coming in third here. So 6.
So then you have Bromfield, Litchfield Hills, B. Then Albany Rowing Center.
And there's Albany Rowing Center, about a 30-40 minute drive down the Northway from Saratoga. And we have our Bromfield Acton Boxborough friends finishing right here. You can see our safety launches here on the drone, just following through, making sure that all athletes are all right, that there's no equipment or physical concerns. Yeah, this 1500 is a pretty taxing physical endeavor, so not as unusual as you would think to have an athlete collapse or just become so
Just really want to lay
wasted
down.
physically at the end that they need medical attention. So that's why our safety launches are there, just trying to keep everybody healthy and
People
get
joke
back
and
to
say
store.
you want to black out by the end of your race.
Can't see your oars.
Can't see, can't hear, can't feel. But it's pretty risky to get to that point.
Right.
Physiologically, your body does start to shut down at a certain point.
You just got to make sure it shuts down the stroke after the finish line and not the
So
stroke
it takes a lot of practice from these athletes to really push their limits and kind of explore what their limits actually are. And sometimes you can't find those limits in practice, and it takes the heat of competition to find them. But the more you can practice getting close, the better you'll be able to kind of pace yourself and push it to the limit, as they say in the fabulous movie Jump In.
Push it.
No. No. But up next, we have the girls' final 3 for the varsity double. So varsity double is the sculling event with 2 athletes. Varsity just means that it's the top prioritized kind of event. There's no age cap. There's no, like, you can be any class in school. Some events we'll see, actually the next event after this, we'll see the U17 junior double. So there are no seniors, no one 17 or 18 or 19 years old in that event, all 16 years old or younger. So in this varsity double final 3, we'll have kind of maybe the top level of competition, we hope, for that boat class and for this event. We have, this is an 8-lane race queued up for you and getting off here. They're about 500 meters into their race here, so we'll give you the lay of the land. Left to right from west to east, we have Y Quad Cities A, Ridley College A, Oakneck A, Narragansett A, Litchfield Hills A, Cambridge Boat Club B, Niskayuna B, and CRI C.
And off the line, I'd say it's still a 6-boat race here. We've got a little bit drop behind from looks like the Ridley College boat, but otherwise Y Quad Cities, Oakneck,
We might be missing our CRIC entry. We're supposed to have 8 boats, and I'm only seeing 7 here, Megan.
So again, same thing, we'll keep you updated, making sure.
But that does look like the red unis and Y Quad Cities leading here on that far left lane.
And then those other 5 boats, Niskay, Cambridge, Litchfield Hills, Narragansett, and Oakneck, just trying to stay stroke for stroke.
Cambridge has a pretty effective punch there, right at about the 750 meter mark.
They're moving.
Again, almost all of these crews will come in with a race plan, kind of a way to structure the way that they'll approach the race. It's 1,500, so it's just about a mile. But in the sport of rowing, when you have both a lot of actual people in the race to work with and a lot of equipment to think about, and it's a full body sport, so your mind can get a little like there's just too much, and so it's good to focus the mind with planned moves and strategy. So different crews will have different moments of surging.
Right.
Some boats will be able to kind of live in the moment and respond to other crews as they surge.
But we've got Y Quad Cities with maybe a little bit of open water here. Cambridge Boat Club and It looks like Oak Neck Rowing, not giving up a single inch to our 3 other boats, Niskayuna, Litchfield Hills, and Narragansett.
And so, Megan, it looks pretty close here with these trailing 4 crews after, what was it? Was it our Cambridge Boat Club and Y Quad Cities?
Yep.
But if you kind of think about each athlete here, we're zoomed out pretty far. If you think about each athlete sitting here, these stroke seats have open water on the competitors. So
Right.
you have Y Quad Cities, then Oak Neck. Oak Neck looks like they're close to these other crews, but they're pretty
In reality,
solidly
they've
in
got
third.
another foot or 2 of water there, right?
Right. But not to discount these other trailing crews, because you have Cambridge Boat Club really fighting tooth and nail, and then you have Niskayuna, Litchfield Hills, and I think that's Narragansett really fighting here to maintain contact, because if you can feel another
You
boat,
can sense them. They're
you can
close
move
enough to
back.
strike.
It takes
Yep.
maybe half a mile per hour difference to start catching back up.
And especially on a day like today where the water's flat, these crews aren't going to have conditions to deal with that will vary throughout the course. It's pretty straightforward in terms of blades in, blades out. Whoever's blades are connecting the fastest, connecting the hardest, legs are moving the most. And in the double, you've got 2 athletes who could row very, very differently trying to move that boat together. So hopefully these athletes have had some time to kind of find their swing together. And if not, no time like right now to find that swing.
Again, there's no coxswain in this double event. It's just the athletes being self-sufficient here. You have Y Quad Cities able to now see the entire field behind them as they forge forward into the last 250. Next you have, looks like our crew from Cambridge Boat Club charging in for second
Taking
place.
a move here.
We'll see if they can hold off the crew from Oak Neck. They're charging in lane 6. And holy smokes, watch out for Litchfield Hills in lane 4, really making a move here on Oak Neck. Oak Neck's gonna have to fight all the way to the finish line. They've got about 15 strokes left. How hard can you go for 15 strokes?
Y Quad Cities, 2 strokes to the line. Another pretty dominant performance here from that Y Quad Cities double.
Oh my gosh.
We've got a whole hodgepodge of doubles crossing the line here. I'll see if I can make them out for you.
That'll be Cambridge Boat Club.
Cambridge Boat Club.
And it's neck and neck between those 2 crews. Oak Neck able to
6
hold off
off,
Litchfield.
4, 5, off 2.
And then Narragansett, followed by Niskayuna. Really awesome racing there between, we had a couple battles there, but Y Quad City's able to get above the fray.
Come out with that win. And all of our races today will be medaled races. So the races today a little bit more seeded, we'll say, than yesterday. Yesterday was a random seeding. You were in the race you were in because that was the luck of the draw. And today, slightly more into competitive fields. So hoping to get all of these athletes into a race where they can really push themselves, really find another level, dig deep, put all of those things that they've been practicing at race pace into a real world experience.
Great determination here to not give up from our tailing crew. Move that to Ridley College in lane 7.
I believe so. Our Canadian friends.
I've heard they're actually very nice.
That's so lovely.
Yeah. No smack talk up at the start. I've heard great things, making small talk about fishing,
Oh,
ice skating.
on Fish Creek.
I know, just kind of upstate things. Talking about how you deal with the freezing water.
Yep, and those Canadians probably know exactly how. So Ridley College crossing the line here, and that will complete our girls varsity doubles. That's final 3. Another big thank you to all of our volunteers and supporters and regatta staff today. We've got all sorts of parents, family, friends, spectators, even some of our Saratoga athletes out there doing stake boat holding, food tent, timing shed, a little bit of everything. So very excited to have this big successful regatta, and can't do it without all of our friends.
you can see, starting to warm up here in Saratoga Springs. We've got the willows over there blossoming by Lee's Park and the state boat launch. We have
It's
some
gonna
results
be a
too.
good afternoon. Yeah,
Some
let's see if
results
we
for
can
you?
give you an update on our girls varsity doubles finals times.
I think
In
we
that
went over that
final,
final
we did
one.
final one. Great. We will do final four, which actually went off second. So we've got Cambridge Boat Club A with 547, Y Quad Cities B 552, Maritime A 605, CRI B 626.3, Port Jefferson A 626.5, some close racing there. Narragansett Boat Club B 643, Wayland Weston Rowing 657, and Greater Lawrence with a 707. And I've got our final two as well. Maritime Rowing B 559, so just under that sub 6 mark. Oak Neck right at 6 flat, 0.4, so again less than a second between those two boats. Riverside Boat Club A 605, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A 613, Litchfield Hills 627, Albany Rowing Center 632, and Friends of Concord 640. We'll keep an eye out for those final three times as we wait for our next events to come down. But reminder that you can check out all of those results, check out the heat sheets, results from yesterday as well on streamlinerowing.com. That'll have all of your Saratoga Invitational 2022 results right here on Fish Creek.
And we have the next race underway. It's the U17 Junior Double Final 1 for the girls. We have, it looks like a 7-boat final here. Oak Neck D, Narragansett B, Saratoga B, Albany A, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A, Maritime A, and Ridley College A.
We've got 3 finals in this U17 Junior Double, so hopefully some good competitive racing across all 3 finals. It's a lot of boats. It's a lot of women's U17 Junior Doubles.
Truly. Trying to pick them out. I'm only seeing 5. Oh, here we go. There's all 7. So your early leader here coming into just about the halfway point, close to the last 500. Crew in the middle here is going to be Albany
I say
Rowing,
that looks like Albany.
followed really
but not
closely
close
by
behind.
Ridley.
Ridley College holding on.
And then next is Narragansett B in lane 3. Middle of the pack looks like it's going to be, we have our front 3 and 4th right now. Looks like Maritime, followed by Oak Neck D, then Saratoga, then looks like, no, excuse me, next Bromfield, then Saratoga. Maybe first, reversed. But I think that's right.
So again, just like gorgeous Fish Creek, you can see that gazebo on the left-hand side in front of our homes. On the shore here, that is about 500 meters left, so all of these athletes are in the last 2 minutes of their race. We'll see if this Albany Rowing Center A boat can hold off this Ridley College boat from that outside lane 8.
Looks like Albany's starting a sprint a little early here. You can see them taking the rate up right there at the bottom of our screen, just out of view now, but really trying to get all of the last ounces of energy that they can, leveraging the boat forward.
And this is tough. A lot of these athletes, this is their 3rd or 4th race of the weekend.
It's true.
So trying to find some spice in this last 250 where they can, how they can, quickness around that finish, sharpness with the catches. Think that Ridley College boat is moving on the outside?
It's a sneaky
Maybe a
lane to be.
smidge, maybe a smidge. We'll see as they come into our view here. The flag is up. We've got crews in the last 250.
Those last 250 meters are marked with the red buoys to signify that the rowers are indeed at the last stage of the race. Much like waving the red flag in front of a bull, it's kind of a similar
Time to go, time to go.
signal that it's time to fight right to the end here. Holding them off really nicely here, that Albany Rowing Club in lane 5, holding off the pushes and surges from Ridley College A in lane 8, both of which have extended their lead.
And I believe that is Narragansett Boat Club outside in third out of lane 3. Yep, looks like it's going to be Albany through the line.
We have a tight pack there, trying to fight tooth and nail for places 5 and 6, but our 4th place crew over here looks like to be Maritime, kind of pushing themselves out of that fray, but having some steering issues here from our crew from Oak Neck in lane 2, Oak Neck D.
I see that Maritime looking outside, trying to see where other crews are. How close is that finish line?
Nice job from these athletes here.
That's
Again,
Maritime through the line.
This is all U17 or junior, so no seniors in high school, no one who's 17, 18, or 19. All of those athletes will have to race in the varsity category. Everyone here is 16 years or younger.
That's Oak Neck through the line, followed by, I believe, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. And this will be our Saratoga B boat, just approaching that line here. They know this course, they know exactly where that finish line is.
Nice racing, Toga.
So super cool to have all of these lanes making races for everyone. So even if you're not in the top of your field, you still can have a really good competitive race, which I think is so important for these athletes early in the season, or even mid-season, to just be able to race against people that aren't their own team. Sometimes when all you do is practice with your team, you get maybe a little bit underhyped, we could say. You know who on your team is generally faster and who on your team is generally slower, and not that that progress doesn't change. But going up against competitors that you have no idea their race plan, no idea their strengths, their weaknesses, is a fun time. It's fun to mix it up a little bit.
We have some times, not from this final, but from the last varsity double final. So Y Quad Cities won with a time of 5:45, followed by Cambridge Boat Club 5:55, and then Oak Neck Rowing Academy 5:59. Close finish there for 4th was Litchfield Hills, just falling short with a time of 6:06. Then Narragansett 6:05, followed by Niskayuna Una 6:07, and then Ridley College 7:35. There's a scratch from CRI, who's originally supposed to be in lane 1.
Looks like we've got this will actually be final 3. So again, a little switcheroo of our final numbers, but final 3 girls U17 junior doubles should go off in the next 2 or so minutes here. Probably getting into those stake boats. Any last sips of water or clothing adjustments, take off a sweater, put on a long sleeve, etc. Any last words of wisdom to your bow seat or your stroke seat before you're going down that course together?
Are you of the camp be bold, start cold, or
Oh,
would you rather?
I am the Be Bold, Start Gold camp.
So it is just above 50 degrees here this morning, but we see a lot of athletes wearing just the uni.
That's a bold move.
I mean, you're going full pressure, but when you go full pressure, sometimes you get a little bit extra backsplash, a little water getting thrown around, and once you're damp, it's a whole different ball game. We have our start sequence going off here, so all athletes departing from the stake boats and really getting into their high strokes here. So oftentimes the crew will dedicate a certain portion of their race to just building the boat speed up from a dead stop, and then really using that adrenaline rush. You have the nerves going, you have some explosive energy, much like you might have in the weight room that you've worked on.
Explosive.
So you use those first strokes of your race to really take advantage of that energy store before you get into the main kind of race rhythm of your 1500. So these athletes are now coming into that race rhythm. Often the area of the race where you take kind of like punches. If this is a boxing match, you're throwing punches at your competitors just to kind of test the water, see how they respond. Some crews will be able to respond and say,
all right, here's a swing back.
I see you taking a move. I'm going to respond with one of my own. And some crews especially in the double where you don't have that coxswain to be aware of the movements of the field. It could be hard to actually respond in the moment, and you could be almost surprised or spooked, you could say. So we'll see how these crews respond in the middle 500.
Looks like that outside lane just trailing St. Andrews, slightly behind. I believe that is Connecticut Boat Club, followed closely by Mohawk Homeschool and then Port Jefferson.
So great leading group of 5 here with about contact on each of them. So you have some early front runners with maybe a little bit of open water within the first 5 crews, but then you have crews like here on the outsides, St. Andrews and Oak Neck, really kind of tying the field together.
Yeah, so that St. Andrews crew is looking to their right, and that Oak Neck crew is looking to their left, and they're just trying to see kind of where they play out, who's up, who's down. When do we save our move for?
A little bit of steering issue there from Oak Neck, the B entry here in lane 1. They're just going over the buoys for a few strokes there. So the buoys aren't very big, Megan. How big do you think they are? Maybe like if you put your hands together, like a big hamburger.
Big fist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not very big, and they're just like a very soft plastic. Dogs love to chew on them.
Love them.
But even still, that little disruption, if you hit that with the blade of your oar,
When you're going this fast.
can really throw you off of your rhythm, can even knock the handle out of your hand, which can lead to a crab or just a moment of slowing on the boat speed. So really important to stay at least blades off the buoy line. You can have your oars over as long as you're not impeding the race of another crew, as you can see Oak Neck is doing right now.
But Connecticut Boat Club really leading the charge here. Maybe just up on St. Andrew, but those two have started to separate themselves from our Oak Neck and then Port Jefferson and Mohawk Homeschool.
Yeah, Mohawk Homeschool is seeming to fall off the pace a little bit more than Port Jefferson is. They're almost bow to stern, so these athletes, while it might look like they're very far apart from our view, it's actually pretty close, just being one lane apart from another crew. You can really feel them with your peripheral vision. You can hear the boats moving with the oars coming in and out. The oars have this collar that locks into the oar lock, and you can hear that when you come to the finish, you come to the catch.
Nice little clunky clunk rhythm.
Yeah, there's a lot of sound going on that we don't quite get here from above, but you can really feel another crew that's next to you, and so you can really feel when you have open water next to you.
So I bet that Connecticut Boat Club is sensing just a little bit more silence than, say, Port Jefferson or Mohawk Homeschool, and they want to keep pushing away from that sound, pushing away from the blades of those other boats.
And kudos to Oak Neck. They've been really in this fight the whole time without that kind of sensory cue of where the other boats are. Their bow seat undoubtedly looking over, maybe every once in a while, trying to stay internal and focused on the rhythm and matching here in her own boat. But really impressive to stay in the fight,
in a race,
even when you're really
5
far
lanes
apart.
across.
Exactly.
In a four lane race.
And watch out, we got a move from Mohawk Homeschool. They were falling off the pace, but they seem to sprint early.
Here they come.
So often you'll see crews at least sprinting in the last 250, these red buoys you see on your screen. Sometimes if a crew is down and needs to really get into the fight, they'll start that sprint early, meaning they'll bring the rate up, add some extra pressure, take some risks.
You can see that Connecticut Boat Club crew leading the way is doing just that. Pressure is up, rate is up. They know they have a little bit of room, but they want to keep pushing back. And then I think
St. Andrews has a good couple of seats.
Yep.
Maybe one seat up on that crew over in lane 1, Oak Neck, their B entry.
Got to stay clean through this finish. You get excited, and those blades.
It's not a guarantee. If you bring the rate up, but it becomes less effective, it actually might have served you better to stay a little bit lower. Looks like St. Andrews really just trying to throw everything at it.
St. Andrew.
There's Oak Neck across the line. And then watch out for Mohawk, really pushing through Port Jefferson here.
Yeah, that's going to be a...
They have almost open water, but not quite. But quite the impressive sprint there from Mohawk Homeschool.
I actually believe that is Port Jefferson over Mohawk. 5/4.
You're right, Megan. You're right.
Yep.
Still, Port Jefferson was down.
Was
that
down?
lane 5 was
Yep.
far down right before that sprint began.
And we've got our final two, which looks like they've had connection almost that whole race, so hopefully a good competitive environment for Albany Rowing Center and Row America Rye.
And that'll be the last crew across the line for this event.
Very competitive both in our first wave, second wave, and third wave of that event. So great work, crews there. Got a little bit of a breeze happening here, maybe slightly more than the last half hour or so. But again, nothing that's going to impede any sort of blade work, just a slight puff.
You see that spectator taking his shoes off?
It's summertime.
It's getting warm. Kick off
It's
your
a
shoes,
whole-
put your feet
it's
in
a
the,
whole,
in the
like,
40-degree water.
53 degrees here in upstate New York. 60.
I know, it's supposed to get up into the high 60s today, a little bit warmer than yesterday.
I've got a high of 67 by the end of racing today. Amazing.
So after each of these crews finish their races, just to give you a kind of a sense at home of what comes next, you might have a little bit of celebration, but before we get too far gone into the distractions of meeting with family and fans that come to watch you race or just celebrating with your teammates, gotta de-rig the boat.
Gotta de-rig. What is de-rig?
So rigging is the act of putting the boat together. De-rigging is the act of taking it apart. And to put the boats on the trailers, you got to take off the all the equipment off the boat. So, anywho, we have a race underway.
Our final two of the girls' U17 junior doubles. From that far left-hand side, closest to us on the Saratoga shore, will be our Saratoga Rowing A boat. Narragansett just slightly behind Oak Neck Rowing in lane 6. A little bit further back, we've got Niskayuna, followed closely by Port Jefferson, Wayland Weston, and Oak Neck looking to be still in the fight out there. So Oak Neck A leading the charge just over
Look at those
Narragansett.
bright blue riggers there for Oak Neck.
Gorgeous. And that teal green decks on, I believe that's Narragansett. Some pretty boats.
That's your favorite color?
It is my favorite color. That's the color of my boat.
Custom ordered Kangwa.
Kangwa.
Really nice racing there in the middle two lanes. So you have your leaders of Oak Neck and Narragansett in the high lanes on the left bottom of your screen, followed very closely in a fight with Niskey and Port Jefferson there. Pretty much stroke for stroke, maybe a seat of advantage to the crew there in the middle from Niskayuna.
But I think Port Jefferson, I'm looking, they've got maybe a little bit of stroke rate on Niskayuna, so we'll see how this plays out. Is Niskayuna's big, powerful strokes or Port Jefferson's slightly higher tap it along rate gonna be our victor here? But Oak Neck Rowing A really leading the charge. Maybe open water back to Narragansett. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah.
they've got at least half a boat length of open here, and really sweet. You can see from the drone footage, they're really moving their bodies together. Have one finish around that release, sitting up nice and tall, so we're not getting stuck back there in the bow of the boat, but ready to turn it around and kind of pull the boat underneath you as it runs underneath. Your seat is on slides, on wheels.
Yeah, look at you can see their hips and their glutes
So the
moving.
boat just kind of slides underneath you as you come up for the next stroke. And then when you come back for that next drive, it's just all power in the legs and the torso swinging together. And that translates to the oars moving together too. So all equipment and humans moving together.
Moving in the right direction. You can see, I mean, this Oak Neck boat, just that boom shift swing back towards bow is awesome. They're in their last 250 here. You can see that buoy color change. And Oak Neck just keep moving towards that finish line.
And watch out, you got Port Jefferson really moved here as
They
we were
have.
focusing on the
The
technical
swing of Oak Neck.
prowess of Oak Neck. We had quite a really battle going on between Port Jefferson and Niskayuna. Niskayuna is going to have to really ramp it up here if they want to get back into the contention for the medals here. Port Jefferson has that advantage. You can see the bow seat is feeling the open water beside her, and all you want to do is pass the open water to your stroke seat. So the strokes, you can feel the open water too. You can have that peripheral vision, that sense of a crew beside you, and Niskayuna is going to give it a fight. Nothing better than a fight to the finish. That's just stroke for stroke, relentless racing all the way down the course. Port Jefferson with just a little bit of an advantage.
Smidge.
Stay clean, no crabs here.
I think Niski might be walking.
Oh my gosh.
Woo!
No regrets, ladies. You got to give your best effort.
You got to give it. We'll give you our update on that one. I think that might have been a Niski win. But really great race, Port Jefferson and Niskayuna, side by side that whole race. This will be lane 2 with the finish. That's Oak Neck C. So we've got 2 Oak Neck boats in that race.
A really tight finish here. We have Saratoga in lane 8 battling with the far lane across.
Waylon Weston. Eee! I think I'm going to put Saratoga ahead there. Great
Really
work, all
tight
boats
battle.
there, but what a race towards the end there even.
And especially hard to really feel those crews when they're so far apart. So that was 5 lanes apart from each other. Really difficult to like look over that far. You have to really turn your head and thus turn your shoulders maybe a little too, which can throw off the rhythm or the set of the boat. So these bow seats really doing a great job of balancing, staying internal, but giving their stroke seat everything they need to know, kind of motivating themselves to push just a little bit harder.
And Hannah, how big would you say a double is width-wise?
Width?
Width. Just.
Including the oars?
I'd say just the shell.
Just the shell. I'd say it's about maybe depends on the
shell.
the manufacturer.
Right.
But I would say somewhere between a foot to a foot and a half.
Yeah. So these, for those of you who have not been in one of these
maybe
shells,
the bigger ones could
2
be
feet?
closer to 2 feet, but probably a foot and a half.
These are tiny little boats. I mean, you're just fitting your hips within the width of this boat. So any movement of your hips, any side-to-side movement is greatly impactful on the shell. Got some results from our girls U17 junior doubles. The last final just completed. So I've got our results from final 1 here. Albany Rowing Center A 617, Ridley College A 621, Narragansett B 634, Maritime Rowing 653, Oak Neck Rowing 705, Bromfield Acton Boxborough 715, Saratoga Rowing B 731. And then we did a little switcheroo of our final numbers, but girls U17 junior double final 3 will be Connecticut Boat Club A 609, St. Andrew A 614, Oak Neck Rowing B 617, Port Jefferson Rowing A 628, Mohawk Homeschool 629, Row America Rye 704, and Albany Rowing Center B 715. We did have a scratch in that race from Niskayuna Rowing. We'll keep an update on that girls U17 junior final 2. But
We have the next race underway with the boys
dun.
varsity single final 1. So this race just headed off a little bit early. Was slotted for 10:34, went off at 10:31. So there must have been some pretty prompt single scullers with no objections to starting early. We have quite the packed field, 10 boats across. Pretty special sight to see here. You can see pretty tight field, especially considering the single is pretty exposed. Each athlete just responsible for themselves and the speed of their boat. There's no one else to blame or to give credit to. It's just you, yourself,
and your oars.
And your oars, I guess.
Starting from that West Shore, Y Quad Cities B, Cambridge Boat Club A, Oak Neck Rowing C, Y Quad Cities A, Oak Neck Rowing A, Ridley College A, Oak Neck Rowing D, Port Jefferson A, Riverside Boat Club A, and Friends of Shen on that far right-hand shore.
So you're starting to see a little bit of separation here as we come into the last 500 meters. You can see that white buoy there on the left signifies the last 500. We have a front pack, kind of every other lane. So starting with lane 8, you have Cambridge Boat Club, then Y Quad Cities in lane 6, Ridley in lane 4, followed by, let's see, we may have a little bit more separation than that, but looks like we have a front pack of about 5 here, separating themselves from the pack, including Shen and Port Jefferson over there on the right side.
And these women know they're in their last 300, boys, excuse me, we've moved on to our boys varsity singles. These men know that they've moved on, they're in their last 300, like it's time to go now. You can see the changing of the buoys here right at the 250. Our leaders from Y-Quad cities and
Looks like
Cambridge,
Ridley College.
Yep.
Are the 2 front runners, but challenging over here on the left side, Cambridge Boat Club, and on the far side, Shen over here, all the way on the right in lane 0. Really tight finish, and we'll see how our sculler from Port Jefferson can respond. He's just falling off the pace of the front of this pack, the contention for medals.
Yeah, that Shen athlete I just saw take a look to their left-hand side, try and hang tight.
Y-Quad City's starting to push away here, almost getting bow to stern over the next competitor over from Ridley College.
Yep.
And
that
watch out
Cambridge
for
Boat
Cambridge.
Club trying to hang in.
Well,
Here we
a lot
go.
of layback here
That's
from
Y-Quad
Y-Quad
cities, followed by Ridley and Shen. We can see on our screen.
Backwards visor, free speed,
He
go,
is
go, go.
going.
And you got a battle between Cambridge and Ridley College. I don't know, maybe Ridley College.
Maybe Ridley there. Shen on the outside.
They'll take 4th. And then a barn burner again between Y-Quad Cities B and
I think that's Port Jefferson.
Port Jefferson.
And then lane 6 and 1.
So that's, might have been 5, Oak Neck, 'cause we already had
Oak Neck, you're right. Y-Quad cities came through.
And then that's Oak Neck C. So that was Oak Neck A and Oak Neck C following back to back. And then lane 3, Oak Neck D. So quite a lot of Oak Neck in one race.
Woo!
A lot of teammates, a lot of friends.
Probably makes the single a little bit less lonely here. But wow, what a race for that first final of the boys varsity single.
Another bird in the sky.
All right, so as we have this final 2 of the boys varsity single, we're going to do a little bit of a switcheroo of our commentators.
Yep. So Hannah Painter going to sign off here until after lunch. In my spot is going to be Megan Varco, an SRA alumni and Syracuse alumni as well. She's currently back coaching for the modified rowing program here at SRA, the middle schoolers. Yep. And I will be back after lunch.
Have a good snack.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome. This is Meg Varco speaking, taking over for Hannah for a little bit.
Now we've got some double Megan power here.
We do, double Megan, coming in
Coming in
quick.
hot, just like these boys varsity final 2 singles.
Exactly.
We see them coming into their last 300. I'll give you a rundown of who's on the course. From west to east, we've got GMS Rowing Center A, Litchfield Hills A, Oak Neck B, GMS B, Ridley College B, Friends of Concord A, Riverside B, Litchfield Hills B, Narragansett B, and Cambridge Boat Club B.
Looks like the crews are really coming down the course right now. You have one single that's quite far out ahead of the rest.
We'll see if we can tell you exactly who that is as we come into this last 250. Again, red buoys kind of mean time to drop the hammer.
Absolutely.
Time to go.
It's time. And so we have, it looks like in a far lane closer to the Lees Park side, leading the pack, and the rest of the crews are fighting for that second, third, fourth, fifth place coming up, nice and tight. And
Just trying to get a glimpse of these bow numbers over our beautiful sparkling water.
looks like it's lane 0.
I'm going to agree with you on that one. Cambridge Boat Club with quite a sizable lead on this men's final 2 varsity singles.
Absolutely. And then we have lots of strong crews coming in.
I've got lane 7.
We got lane 7 as Oak Neck Rowing B.
Lane 4, lane 2.
Nice. So lane 4, Friends of Concord, lane 2, Litchfield Hills.
But don't forget closest to us, I've got lane 9, GMS Rowing Center.
Nice.
Trying to maybe sneak into a 4th place spot here.
As we're coming through the finish, we see the athletes looking over their shoulders, looking for those red buoys. That was a absolute dogfight to the finish. They're pulling real hard coming into those red buoys.
Here's our Friends of Concord, our Riverside Boat Club. Meg, I don't know if you can hear this, but it sounds like a traffic jam out there.
It
Because
does.
all of those buzzers across the finish line, it's just such close racing here.
Absolutely does. That was a super tight race. I would say one of the tighter ones that we've seen at this regatta.
Lane 5, lane 6, just crossing the line now. Lane 1, Narragansett,
Yeah, that's
bringing
fantastic
up the
racing.
field. Well done, varsity boys here.
Yeah, they've been training all spring for that event, and it definitely paid off. You can see that nice and clear.
Let me see if I can give you our times from that final 1. So we just finished final 2. Final 1, we had a Y Quad Cities win. We saw that hype towards the end with a 5:39. Ridley College 5:42.3. Cambridge 5:42.6. So again, just super tight racing across the board here.
Real tight margins.
Friends of Shen at 5:48. Y Quad Cities B at 5:52. Port Jefferson a second behind at 5:53. Oak Neck 5:59. Riverside a second behind at 6 flat. Oak Neck C at 6:10 and Oak Neck D at 6:18.
Yeah, so even in that top 3, those top 3 finishes are within 3 seconds of
Boom,
one
boom,
another.
boom.
Yeah, and in the single that might look like a lot, that could look like half a boat, even a full boat length in
Right.
that single, but those are really tight margins. Well done to the boys varsity single and final 2.
So we've got a great shot here of our drone. This is Fish Creek, 10 lanes, 1,500 meters. If you're just joining us, this is Megan and Meg.
Megan and Meg coming on.
We'll have only a couple more races till our lunch break here. We've got the third final of the boys varsity single, and then 3 finals of our girls varsity coxed 4. So we'll see another 10 athletes in that single, full lanes. Doesn't look like they've quite gotten started yet. They are scheduled to go off. Looks like we're running slightly behind on that time, which is totally all right. Our regatta officials are doing what they can to make things happen.
Yeah, and today's an absolutely beautiful day. Way to kick off May 1st. We got sunshine, we got flat conditions. It's a great day to be a rower.
And Meg, tell us a little bit more about your rowing career.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is my home course.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
super excited to be back helping out with the 8th graders. So I started up here in 9th grade. That was back when I was 14 or 15 years old. I'm now 23. So I rode through my high school here, went off to Syracuse, rode there for 4 years.
Go Orange.
Go Orange, had a blast. A fantastic program, an amazing team, and amazing coaches over there. I had the honor of racing under 23s in 2019. So that was a great experience.
And where was that?
That was actually held in Sarasota, Florida.
Sarasota, Florida. Many of these athletes know Sarasota, Florida pretty darn well.
Yeah, too well. I actually found out recently that Florida has the most lightning strikes out of any place in the whole world in a year. So
Wow.
I suppose it's a great place
So
for a
it's
race
a great
course.
place to be out on the water. Yeah, no problem there.
Yeah.
No, we do love Sarasota. Another awesome race course. Spectacular rowing happening out there too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and after this regatta, we have a lot of our elite athletes taken off, to go
We are.
race this week. You want to tell us
We
a little
are.
bit about that?
Yeah, so our Orion squad, our high performance team here, we raced actually down in Florida, Saratoga, at singles trials about a month and a half ago now. That was our National Selection Regatta 1. Our National Selection Regatta 2 will be this upcoming week. We leave tomorrow for New Jersey, and that'll be doubles.
So exciting.
Super exciting. A lot of these, we saw women's doubles, juniors doubles, and boys doubles already this morning. So Hannah and I were sitting here, thinking about what race strategies we can use for our doubles.
Absolutely.
But awesome shot of our Fish Creek here. You can see just in the distance there is the Skidmore Bridge. So up around that first big turn, we call that the S turn. Head of the Fish will start our big fall race. Head of the Fish starts about 200 meters past that bridge up there, winds around these couple of turns, and then once you hit this 1,500 meters, homeward
Pretty
bound.
straight shot. Yeah. That's about a 3.2K course. It's really nice. Good distance to prep for Head of the Charles. Any athletes that are racing there with the Tail of the Fish, and then the Head of the Fish is typically after the Head of the Charles to close out the racing season for many northern athletes.
Right. At least while the water's unfrozen.
Yeah. Yeah, this year was quite well in the Fish Creek. The ice broke early, so we were able to get a lot of crews out on the water, ready for that April start.
Right, and we are super lucky here. Again, 10-lane, 1,500 meter course, 6 lanes, 2Ks. So this past Friday we had Liberty Leagues. So Skidmore, whose home course is here, had their championships. We got to have collegiate teams here. Again, only possible, just like this regatta, with all of our volunteers, our Saratoga athlete stake bolt holders, parents, family. They're feeding us, they're fueling us, they're timing us. So really grateful for everyone.
Even all the local neighboring schools, we got a lot of volunteers from Niskayuna, Burnt Hills. Shout out to everybody in the Capital Region that helped put this regatta
Capital
on.
Region community for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, looks like we've got our boys varsity single final 3 started. You can see they've come off those stake boats. You can see the little trails of these boats here on our drone footage.
It's definitely a tight start right off the bat. Everybody got off the line nice and quick, keeping the pack tight. We'll see how they transition and start to sneak out ahead, stay within the middle of the pack, or maybe slip towards the back as they come into that first 500.
Yep, so starting from, again, our leftmost Saratoga Shore, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A, Riverside Boat Club C, Star Rowing Center A, Wayland Weston A, Narragansett A, Cambridge Boat Club C, Wayland Weston B, Notre Dame A, Star Rowing B, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough B. So quite a few crews here, Wayland Weston, Star, Bromfield, that have 2 crews in this event. So it might be a little bit nice, especially in the single, to look across the field and be like, that's my teammate.
Absolutely. I always loved racing my teammate. It's so awesome being able to compete against someone that you compete against every single day at practice with,
Right.
There's some familiarity in that.
Right.
It's exciting. Wow, I'm impressed, Megan. They're still holding strong this whole way down this course.
They are.
I mean, it looks like there's overlap amongst all 10 crews here still.
It's phenomenal.
And they're well into the 1,500 by this point. Yeah, so we have all the way over to the right in lane 0, as we can see. We have Broomfield. Looks like they're neck and neck for like a second place. And we have in lane 1 and maybe 5.
5. Yep, Cambridge Boat Club, maybe with a smidge of a lead. Oh, Cambridge has some steering there, just sneaking around. But really, it looks like we have a flip in our far lane. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, A. Safety launch is making their way over to help them out.
Yeah.
Hopefully that athlete's all right and makes their way to the finish line. But that's what happens in some of this tight racing. You get so excited. You've got, look at this, 9 boats to your right-hand side, and that Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough athlete just maybe took too much of a look over or got too excited. Could happen to anyone. Happens in Olympic trials, happens in world championships, just...
It really does happen everywhere. Look at that nice aerial shot from straight above. So here we can really see that a lot of crews are still in that overlap. So it looks like maybe in lane 5, but Narragansett Boat Class A, we got a little bit of lead. Maybe you still have overlap of the stern to the bows of all the second place finishes, and even from second place into third, there's overlap between lane 6 and lane 4.
Yeah, yeah. That Cambridge crew maybe just a smidge up, maybe about astern there. Narragansett, Wayland Weston, Star, Riverside, and on our other side, our other Wayland Weston B boat just trying to stay with the pack here. This makes for some really exciting rowing in the single, because often single's a lonely place to be. So when you get a race like this where 1,000 meters in, you're still stroke for stroke. It's exciting.
Absolutely, you couldn't have said it any better. Especially in the single, it takes a lot of willpower to keep fighting that whole race. And these athletes are clearly proving that they're ready to do that.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, they are ready. And you can definitely see over the aerial, all these athletes are coming out all the way to that full catch. Nice big long strokes. You got nice catch angles, especially just long and powerful. The puddles are being pushed far apart from one another. I love to see it.
Rowing's a pretty gorgeous sport here, especially when we get some of this nice over the top. It's not, I would say, not the best spectator sport of all. We've obviously trying to make it more accessible, but parents and friends and family at home, it's nice to be able to watch the whole race and not just cheer the last 250.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're into that
getting
last
there.
500.
Yep.
We're even approaching that last 250. So it looks like in our far lane, perhaps lane 0, someone that wasn't on the aerial in the last couple of seconds, but is definitely sneaking up and pulling that pack with them.
Yeah, you can see just at the top of our screen, their puddles out there.
Yeah. So it looks like we have lane 0, we have lane 5, and lane 6 that are leading that pack. They're gonna fight it out for a first place finish. It's gonna be real tight, first, second, and third. But we certainly cannot forget lane 7, 8, and 4 coming in, and especially lane 9. Everybody is still holding tight. I reckon there will be less than 10 seconds within all these finishes.
So I think our current leader at the top of our screen there may be lane 1, Star Rowing Center. But as we get closer to this finish, we've got lane 4 and lane 5. So Cambridge and Narragansett just, 3 boats across through these last 10 strokes. Who's got a little bit extra in their tank here?
Yeah, leaving it all on this race course. Coming into that last, 20 or 30 meters?
And I think that might be...
Wow, look at that sprint. That was amazing.
Narragansett sneaking that one out.
Absolutely incredible.
Followed by lane 4, Cambridge Boat Club, lane 1, Star Rowing Center, close behind.
That Narragansett athlete definitely was holding on that entire race and then just gave it a last little kick to put his bow ball ahead. Well
That's
done,
for
all
sure.
crews. Fantastic racing.
So Wayland Weston, Star Rowing Center, and Notre Dame crew all coming in pretty close together there. We'll get your updated times on those.
Nice, and the last crew finishing now.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Yep, so again, as we come through that finish line, sometimes from our bird's eye view, that finish order is difficult to perceive. Lots of sunshine happening, lots of close boats together, but you can always check results, streamlinerowing.com, and we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
See those athletes paddling it out, cooling down a little bit after a really, really tough and competitive 1,500 meters right there, catching their breath.
What is your thought in the stroke after a race? Do you have any?
Most of the time, I'm so out of breath I can't even think.
Right.
Most of the time it's
a blank slate.
Yeah, it's a blank slate unless something truly impactful happened in the middle of the race where I think to myself like, wow, I'm never gonna forget that. It's typically a blank slate. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's like full exhaustion. So all of these single scullers who just finished their race, there's no pair partners to get them home. There's no coxswains to steer them home. You're on your own to, all right, sit back up, put your feet back in, grab those oars again, and paddle your way home to the dock.
Absolutely. I will say the both the benefit and the downside of this course is the docks are within a couple hundred meters of
Yep.
the end of the course, so that's great. You can take it right into the dock, you can hop off, and you can cool down on land. But for some athletes, cooling down on the water is definitely the preferred method.
Yeah, it's a little bit gentler.
Yeah, a little bit gentler. And I will say there's one race course that I think the paddle home is like 3,000 meters, and
Woo!
after that you're a little tired to take it home. But I do think that the results are in. So with our first place finish, we have Narragansett A with a time of 5:57. Then we got Cambridge Boat Club with a time of 5:59 in second. Star Rowing in third with a time of 5:59.7. So that was a 0.7 difference between second and third. We got Star Rowing A 6:03 in fifth place. Wayland Weston 6:04 in sixth place. Wayland Westland A, so it went BA for Wayland Weston 6:06. Riverside Boat Club C 6:17. Notre Dame A 6:30. And ninth, Broomfield Acton 6:40. So those are really awesome racing. And we are on to the next one with our girls Cox 4.
We
Final
are.
one. Nice. And as we're just getting our safety personnel back up to the start to kick off that next race.
Just wanted to big shout out to all of our safety, not only on the water in those launches, but we've got our EMTs on the state boat launch shore, and lots of officials, parents, volunteers that are making this day be safe and productive for everyone. We know outdoor sports can bring a lot of variable conditions and events, so doing what we can to make that happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Yeah, our volunteers are truly the reason that all regattas can happen. Megan, what's your favorite part of volunteering when you're at a regatta? Do you have a favorite job?
I actually really like, other than commentating, job number one, obviously, working the finish timing shed.
Yeah.
I feel like is fun. I like being the one that gets to call the boats as they come across. You know, red boat outside lane coming through.
Absolutely.
Yellow boat inside lane, two boats close together. I like being a part of the finish. Often that ends up being one of the more exciting parts of the races.
Absolutely.
Not that start isn't exhilarating, but the start line is where I'd like to be. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like either we're getting ready for those races to kick off in a couple minutes. So they'll start with about in 3 minutes at 10:58. One of my personal favorite things to do when I'm volunteering is state boating. I love the starts of the races where everybody is so quiet, everybody is really composed, and as an athlete, you just know the feeling of having those nerves in your stomach, but nerves of excitement. And as soon as they say attention row or attention go, and the
That
flag
silence
drops,
is gone.
it's all gone, and it's chaos. It's like you're let into the jungle. I absolutely love being part of that as a spectator and as an athlete.
Yeah.
So it looks like today we have a lot of varsity races today. Yesterday we had a lot of younger races with some modified, some freshmen, some U16, U15, but we're definitely...
We're mostly varsity today. I think we've got a couple U16s and a couple U17s, but yep, all of our middle school modified athletes are now getting to be spectators today.
Absolutely.
So fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Learning how to take down the course like their fellow older athletes. It's
Yeah.
always great being able to look up to those older athletes that have a lot of experience, maybe are getting ready for some college rowing or for whatever comes next. But so we have a beautiful view of Fish Creek once again. Gotta love it. This race course especially is fantastic to be able to race on for all these athletes. It's pretty protected relatively. You typically are going to get either a direct head or a direct tail.
winds. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is nice when there are conditions. As we've mentioned before, we have looked out today.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, a glitter of a tailwind. But I mean, our finish line buoys are sitting right here in glass, so we are lucky. If you're not rowing, go check out the state boat launch side shore. We've got the results posted up there on the registration board. We've got a merchant tent, we've got a food truck, we've got a hospitality tent that I believe our voices are being broadcast over. So check it out over there. Lots of fun things, I'm sure. Just being out in the sun at a regatta with your teammates is something that a lot of the athletes nowadays didn't get to experience the last couple of years because of the
Absolutely.
pandemic. So,
Yeah.
breathe in that upstate New York air, take it all in. And hopefully we'll get these girls varsity coxed quads off. Again, we've got 3 more races before our lunch break.
And it looks like they're all part of the girls' varsity Cox 4, which is great.
Cox 4, excuse me. I think
Yeah.
I said quads.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
4 is on our lines here.
Yeah, Cox 4s are awesome boats to row. They're definitely tricky ones, but when you find a right crew that can really set the boat up with awesome power and length, they're awesome boats to be able to row. And it's definitely always great to have the benefit of that coxswain taking you down the course
Absolutely.
with the eyes, the ears.
You just have to be the legs.
Exactly. That's all you got to do. It's great. Did you row a lot of Cox 4s in your day?
We did, yeah. That was one of our main training boats in college. So NCAA women's boats for those of you who are maybe looking to go row in college, the women, or have already committed. I know we've got a lot of seniors in some of these teams who are off to college after this spring. You row primarily coxed 8s and coxed 4s. And most of our training in college was done there as well. So speaking of our coxed 4s, we've got our first final up from that right-hand side shore, lane 0. You've got a PNRA Mercer C boat, Pelham Community A, Greenwich Crew B, Greenwich Crew A, oh that'll be fun, Connecticut Boat Club A, CRI A, St. Andrew Rowing A, Row America Rye B, PNRA Mercer A, and Row America Rye A. So wow, Row America, PNRA, and Greenwich all have 2 boats in this event. Well done, programs.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's going to be a lot of inter-team racing right there. So it looks like they're approaching that 1K buoy, so they're about 500 meters in. Quick off the start, you can definitely see across the line. It's anybody's race still. All the crews are coming down with full force. You see a lot of nice backswing right there. Nice. So as we're coming up on that 1K, this is where crews are typically getting into that base rhythm. They're off the start. They've done their 5 high, maybe another 10 to really set up that rhythm, and they've shifted down to that base pace. And this is a really important part of the race plan itself,
Right.
because you don't want to slow down during this. Just want to maintain that boat speed.
That length and that push.
Absolutely. So this is definitely a tight race. For the women's Cox 4s, they'll have, is this any specific age range or all varsity?
This is just varsity. So
Awesome.
this boat will likely be, if a program has decided to prioritize the Cox 4, this will be a program's top 4 athletes. Very possible that in some of these crews that where we've got 2 boats from each program, this will be your top 8 athletes that may hop into an 8 later this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Try and make that move.
And it looks like they're coming into the last 500.
It's time to start to roll, boats.
Time to start cranking it up a little bit.
I've definitely got a brisk tailwind here. Nothing that's disturbing the water, but maybe just enough to make that boat pick up a little bit lighter. Those blades drop quicker, and that swing just become a little bit easier into bow.
That's great. And still, tight race, all boats across. Yep, we're definitely coming in to that last little bit right here, that last stretch.
So with the Cox 4, you've got 4 athletes, 1 blade each, 2 port, 2 starboard, and a coxswain tucked in to a little hatch in the front of the boat, in the bow. Their head will peep up just enough to see location, other boats, distance, but they've got a microphone headset that has speakers throughout the boat, so they are talking to their crews. They are letting them know where they are, how fast they're going, what their stroke rate is, their speed, and really just trying to be that voice so that all the rowers have to do is just push and go.
Absolutely, and it looks like it's all pretty standard rigging right here. Occasionally you'll have a bucket in a 4, and a bucket would be when 2 people on the same side are rowing in a pair together, and it's typically in the middle pair for
Yep.
a Cox 4. So All right, we're coming into that last 250. What are we seeing out ahead?
I see a whole lot of boats very close together, which is so exciting. Some of these 4s even look like 8s or 12s because they are just so close here. Let me see if I can find you some bow numbers.
Yeah, so it's looking like
I've got PNRA Mercer, Row America Rye, St. Andrew, CRI looks like they're in the mix.
wow.
This is insane. We've got all 10 boats almost right in line with each other.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. And it looks like maybe lanes.
I'm going to say we've got Row America Rye ahead, potentially CRI with a little bit of a lead.
We still have overlap amongst nearly every
Every
crew.
single boat. This is
Nice.
wild.
This is a tight finish. And over in lane 9, it looks like we're going to have a
I'm going to
first
call a
place finish.
win with Row America Rye, then CRI, then lane 7, lane 3,
Wow.
lane 8.
Absolutely phenomenal.
So Row America Rye B, close behind Greenwich Crew A, Connecticut Boat Club. Wow, I think that might have been one of our most intense races of the day,
Absolutely.
of the weekend so far. So we will try and get you some times on those, but looks like it was a Row America Rye A with a close behind really like all the other 7 crews.
Every crew is tight, and that's so exciting for the next 2 finals. So we have 2 more varsity 4 girls finals coming up. So that's exciting, knowing that our first final took off with
was a
all
barn
10 crews.
burner.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of excitement. You saw every single athlete pushing all the way into the finish line.
And there are very few places in
Yeah.
the country in the spring where you can go 10 crews across and have it be competitive, and I think that race right there was absolutely one of them. So huge kudos to all of those coxswains for keeping your boat right in it, and to all of the athletes for just buying into the competitiveness and using that to push you forward.
Definitely. Yeah, you saw pulling all the way through the line. There was full intentions to get every bow ball ahead in that race. That's awesome. Nice. And so for our next one in our girls Cox 4 Final 2, over in lane 9 on the Saratoga shoreline, we're going to have Friends of Port Rowing A. Then in lane 8, PNRA Mercer B. We got Broomfield Acton A in 7, Friends of Concord A in lane 6, Nicholas School A in lane 5, Arlington Belmont A in lane 4, St. Andrew Rowing in lane 3, and the Greater Lawrence A in lane 2. So this is going to be a 7-boat race, still highly competitive, and it looks like we do have a couple double up. We have a handful of crews that are putting a couple boats in
Across these 3 finals,
yeah.
Looks like it's off to an early lead. 4 boats up. Friends of Port, PNRA Mercer, Friends of Concord, and then St. Andrew.
Great. So even in that first 500, it looks like they're crossing into the 1,000 meter buoy mark right now. We have a couple crews that are starting to separate themselves into the lead of the pack, another handful into the middle, and then a few that are going to take up the back end of the race.
I think we might have a smidge of a lead here with our PNRA Mercer boat, but maybe a seat behind Friends of Port and Friends of Concord, as well as St. Andrew. So really tight racing here.
Yeah, highly competitive, and it's always great when you have 2 crews that are side by side and they're fighting for the same place. That it's going to make for a really competitive and really fun and fast racing environment. Love to go fast with our friends.
It's going fast with friends. That's why we're here.
Absolutely.
So we can see this is our finish line view. These athletes are making their way towards that final 500. We'll
Absolutely.
see who's left a little bit in the tank for that final sprint, and who may have thrown it out a little bit too early.
Definitely. Yeah. So there's a lot that can go into a race plan, and some crews definitely focus on the start of the race to get their crews up and running right off the start as fast as humanly possible. Some crews focus heavily on the middle 500, where they are trying to take a couple moves to shift and push their boat through the pack, and then other crews can focus on that sprint. If they have a lot of strong athletes that can empty the tanks really, really quick in the last 250. So It'll be interesting to see what we have in this pack, if we have anybody that's going to make a drastic
Make
change.
a statement. Yep. Looks like Friends of Port just behind Mercer. But don't discount St. Andrew and Greater Lawrence on that outside. And it looks like that's Friends of Concord hanging through in that middle. But PNRA Mercer looking like a little bit of a lead here, maybe a seed or two. Hang on tight there, Friends of Port.
Yeah, and even across the whole race course, we have lanes 8 and 9, and then coming over in lane 4, that's going to be a really tight finish. And being over in lane 4, it can be a plus, it can be a downside, but if they use it to their benefit, kind of like a sneaky crew, coxswains may not always look all the way across the race course if they're focused on someone that's directly next to them. But definitely some tight racing for that first, second, and third, and even fourth and fifth. Especially.
They're approaching these final 250 buoys, so you'll see our white buoys here that will slowly change. I guess not slowly, they will change abruptly to that red
No
as
ombre.
the cruise. No ombre of our buoys. But PNRA Mercer with a slight lead over Port. With St. Andrew and Sierra and Friends of Concord, St. Andrew and Friends of Concord trying to just hold on. Might be leaving that sprint for too late. I could hear these coxswains coming down. They've entered their last 250. Those buoys have changed colors.
They're excited.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too, and you can see, especially in this aerial, and even as we're sitting, you can see them pushing those pedals way past the stern, totally clearing the stroke seat, getting nice big pushes per stroke.
Oh, I've got chills. These coxswains just at the top of their lungs trying to get their crews to give them a little bit more. Again, another awesome race. I've got 6 crews in vision. Pretty phenomenal.
Absolutely. What's one of your favorite calls in the sprint that a coxswain can make?
Drop the hammer.
Oh yeah,
Let's go.
absolutely.
So I believe PNRA Mercer is still going to come out with a little bit of a smidge into these last few strokes.
Yeah, and then it looks like it's going to be tight between Friends of Port rowing A, and then over in lane 4, that'll be Arlington Belmont A.
I'm going to go Mercer, Friends of Port, and then Arlington Belmont.
Great. Fantastic
with
racing.
Friends of Concord coming right behind. And that's a lane 2.
Awesome. And then we have a couple crews left finishing up that race course as they're pushing into those last couple red buoys,
I've got lane 7.
which would be Broomfield Acton A.
And it looks like that's a 4 Arlington Belmont. We may have had a double buoy, a double bow number. I'm not sure if I missaw the 4 Nichols School and Arlington Belmont, but we'll confirm that here. That is our second final of the girls' coxed 4. Woo!
Great. Fantastic.
Another one.
And one more to go for that girls' Cox 4.
And our nail biter of the final one. I'm gonna read all of these times through here because this is wild. Row America Rye 6:29, CRI 6:31, Row America Rye B 6:33, Greenwich A 5:29. These are all in the 5s. Row America Rye 5:29, CRI 5:31, Row America Rye B 5:33, Greenwich Crew A 5:34, PNRA Mercer 5:35, St. Andrew 5:36, 2:88. Pelham Community 5:36, 2:88. So that we're calling an even tie as far as I'm aware.
Wow.
Greenwich Crew 5:37, 1 second back. Connecticut Boat Club 5:41, Mercer 5:42. So 10 boats, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's
well
insane.
done, ladies.
That's
well
tight
done.
racing. And especially for a lot of those crews, there was overlap, if we remember back, amongst all crews. And now taking off to our last final before lunch, we have final 3 for the girls varsity 4. They're off. They're racing down the course. They've started. They're starting to push into their base pace rhythm.
Looks like we've got 7 boats here, starting from our left-hand side. A little bit back off the pack, Wappinger's Crew A. CRI just off Greenwich Crew, who's in the lead. Slightly back, we've got Friends of Port St. Andrew trying to hold right on to CRI and Greenwich. and then Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, little bit back, and Wappinger's crew.
So Wappingers has two crews that are in this event, and both are doing phenomenally well. They're actually pushing with each other for that second place right now. Off of, is that Greenwich out in the lead?
I believe so. So it looks like we've got 8 boats in this race. We may have had a late entry or someone that potentially missed a race prior. We'll keep you updated. It does look like this is Greenwich in the lead here, followed by CRI, and on that other side, St. Andrew.
And look at that lead boat, Greenwich. You can see on the screen right now, all 4 of those women are catching impeccably well with each other. And I can only imagine how excited that coxswain is to be coxing that crew to a potential first place finish.
So funny thing with these bow-loaded coxswains is that Greenwich coxswain cannot see a single thing. She can see the road ahead of her, so if they were back, she would be able to see boats, but she doesn't really know if they've got 1 seat up, 2 seats up, 3 boat lengths up, so it's kind of up to her crew to continue to push away, and that CRI coxswain will see that Greenwich boat and try and just maintain what little bit of open water that Greenwich has gained.
Yeah, and especially with these bow cox boats in the cox squads and in the cox fours, it takes a lot of rowing intelligence as rowers in the boat to be able to say, okay, my coxswain is seeing what's in front of us where we can't see, but we're also seeing behind us where she can't see, and being able to say, all right, it's time to dig in if we want to get our bow ball ahead or keep it ahead.
So it looks like we've got a double out in lane 2. They may have missed one of their previous finals, and our lovely regatta staff found a way to get them down the course. So this will be 7 women's coxed fours and a double.
And let's be honest, this double is
That
crushing
double's
it.
hanging. Good work.
The double is absolutely smashing it right now, and interestingly enough, double is actually going to be very similar speeds to a cox 4 for 2 women's events, or if it's 2 men's events. Similar how a quad is very similar speeds to an 8. So this is actually awesome that you get to see 2 different boat classes race in the same event.
Yeah, and that Greenwich crew, while they're continuing to push away, we see this last 300 meters on shore here. We've got Greenwich, CRI, and St. Andrew. Seeing if St. Andrew can maybe make a last-minute surge. They are walking up on that CRI boat. They've got a bucket there, so you can see the double blades in that middle pair. You can hear these coxswains coming through.
They're coming into those red buoys right now, crossing over. They're sitting up tall, and those blades are definitely going straight into that water.
That lane 7 Greenwich with the lead. I just heard Greenwich coxswain yell blackout. So let's hope all these rowers make it another 10 strokes to the line. Let's go, ladies.
They're definitely emptying the tanks, and you can see across the buoy line, you gotta fight for second and third right now.
St. Andrew and CRI.
Then we have the double in the far lane, definitely coming in for a tight 4th place right
Oh,
now.
are we gonna go CRI? Are we gonna go?
Oh,
I'm gonna give that slightly to St. Andrew.
yep,
But good fight there, CRI.
definitely spicy out here on Fish Creek today.
And it looks like we've got that double out in lane 2. Weld Road double. Glad you got to get down the course.
Then we have a few more 4s finishing. We have 1 finishing now,
That's lane 6, Friends of Port.
and then we have lane 9 and lane
I believe that's 4.
4 coming in right now across those red buoys.
That'll be Wappinger's crew and Bromfield Acton. Nope, looks like Wappinger's with the win over Bromfield there.
Then we have 1 more cox 4. This one actually is a stern cox 4, coming in to finish off racing before lunch. So we have crews that are all finished with their racing, they're paddling it out, and we got 1 more fighting to that line. It looks like they're going strong, pushing through that course. It's lane 3, Wappinger's crew B.
So they had their A boat Right in the mix here in that B boat is Hanging Tight, trying to finish big legs down with that stern coxed 4.
Awesome. And you can hear the fans across the way cheering for them as they pull through that line.
And that is our last race before lunch. So we've got all crews across the line. You'll see our safety launches making their way towards home so that everybody can get fed and watered before we head out for the afternoon.
Like a plant.
Like a plant. We're all just plants. Awesome. Well, thanks so much. Go get some snacks, and we will see you after lunch. Good afternoon. It is day 2 at Saratoga Invitational. We've got the rest of our afternoon schedule. This will be it for the weekend. A 12:42 race girls varsity quad final. We've got a full 10 lanes here. Lane 0 starting from that state boat launch, Lee's Parkside Shore. Lane 0 GMS A. Lane 1 Maritime A. Lane 2 Row America Rye A. Lane 3 Connecticut Boat Club A. Lane 4 Cambridge B. 5 Oak Neck A. 6 Saratoga Rowing A. 7 Cambridge A. 8 CRI A. And 9 Y Quad Cities A. And here's our footage from the finish line. You can see those quads blazing down the course.
No coxswain in the quad here, so these athletes steering their way down the course while looking behind them, as you do in the sport of rowing, and really difficult as well to communicate. So often the coxswain will guide you through that race plan. So in the quad, really trying to meet before the race begins to make sure everyone's on the same page about when they'll make their moves, when they'll start their sprint, and how they'll respond to the other crews around them. That balance of internal focus and external. Here we have the athletes approaching the last 250 here. So once those rowers enter these red buoys, they'll get that visual cue that the end is in sight. Again, this is a 10-boat race, so more crews racing at the same time than most of these athletes will have again for the rest of the season, as most crews will race in a max of 6 lanes. So great opportunity here to match speed in one race across 10 different programs.
Yeah. And in that girls varsity coxed 4 earlier in the day, we had our closest finish. We'll see if these quads will maintain that same sort of barn burner feel that we had in the coxed 4s.
So the crews are in the last 250. They're in those red buoys here. So they're undoubtedly bringing up the stroke rating, trying to add a little bit more pressure. The sprint of a 1500 is hard to find even more speed. So you really have to demand the body, demand your teammates to give even 1% more effort.
And it looks pretty darn close coming into this last 200. We've got at least lane 0 GMS, lane 1 Maritime,
Y Quad
3
City is really
Connecticut
taking a
Boat Club,
charge.
Y Quad City, CRI, and Saratoga, and Oak Neck, all right in it.
Looks like Y Quad Cities and Cambridge Boat Club here trying to really make a move. They've got a little bit of advantage on the field, but Y Quad Cities seems to be running away with it here with just a seat of an advantage over Cambridge Boat Club.
Yep, I would call it the same. Y Quad Cities. Oh, hold
my
on
gosh.
tight, ladies.
That is a lot of power there from that Y Quad Cities boat. Then Cambridge, followed by CRIA. Great race.
Looks like that'll be Row America Rye, followed by our outside GMS Maritime. And looks like that other Cambridge Boat Club.
Really awesome to see that fight in the middle of the pack there. Just short of the medals, but gunning for one another all the way down the course.
Followed by that Row America Rye A boat there.
Here comes Saratoga with those chevron blades.
Lane 6 coming in through here, Saratoga, our hometown heroes. Yep, that was about what I expected, that varsity quads to feel exactly like. Big boats, big power, lots of excitement in that final. We'll get those times for you when they are available, but otherwise we're right back at it. Again, this is Megan Goodman, Hannah Painter. We're Orion athletes here at Saratoga Rowing. We also
So
coach.
we're a little biased, but we're going to give you the facts.
We'll give you the facts for sure, but
Maybe a little color commentary.
not going to
here and there.
hesitate with a go toga. We've got one more final of these varsity quads, and then a couple of some 2V quads. So that 4X on your regatta schedule, that means the V is for varsity, so these are often our top athletes in each program. The 4 is there are 4 athletes, and that X means it's a quad, so each athlete will have 2 oars, 1 port, 1 starboard. That's a sculling boat, and the fact that there is no plus means that there is no coxswain, so coxswain will be your individual steering the boat, speaking through the boat, guiding the boat through that race strategy, and in these blind quads, as we like to call them, those athletes are doing it all themselves, as well as pushing to the absolute physical limits. So lots of hats, lots of hats. Wanted to remind everyone that as you come back from that lunch break, check out that merch tent and our vendors over on the State Boat Launch shore. As the weekend draws to a close, some of those sizes and colors and fun patterns that you were looking at all weekend might be getting close to
Things start
going.
and they might even start going on sale. You never know.
You never know.
You might as well go over and check just
Didn't
to be
hear
sure.
it here. Did not hear it here.
I'm just saying you gotta check.
Gotta check. So check out all of our vendors and merch over there. And otherwise, we've got a lot of spectators right on that State Boat Launch Island Peninsula, lots on the 9P Bridge, and lots over here on the Saratoga shore on those marina docks.
Looks like we have our final two for the varsity girls quad, or quadruple sculls, as it's formally called. They're getting into the stake boats up there at the start line of our 1500. The start line is basically made up of these little platforms that we call stake boats, and each stake boat is manned by a volunteer. Today and yesterday, almost entirely manned by Saratoga athletes who maybe raced in the morning and could stake boat in the afternoon, or vice versa. And there's also going to be several marshals up at the start that are kind of running the show up there. So there's a starting marshal, there's an aligner, and then there are several safety launch drivers with their officials, their referees as well, to make sure that everything from start to finish goes fairly. Even if it's not smoothly, at least fairly. And here we go, they're off.
Again, this is our final two of the women's varsity quads, starting from the lanes closest to us here on the Saratoga West Shore: CRI B, Narragansett A, Albany A, Litchfield Hills A, Ridley College A, Burnt Hills A, Friends of Shen A, Wayland Weston A, and Riverside A. So lots of capital region up here. We've got Albany, Burnt Hills, Shen, among others. Lots of crews who have already raced here before, and maybe some who this is your first time down the Fish Creek course, or first weekend down the Fish Creek course.
Shout out to Ridley coming all the way from Canada, literally crossing a border to get here. We got a couple crews from Massachusetts, Narragansett out of Rhode Island. Really awesome. Litchfield Hills, I believe, is out of Connecticut. And Wayland Weston, Riverside, also out of Massachusetts as well. So awesome to see all of these different areas of the country coming together, trying to test some early spring speed as May 1st. Not a lot of championships at the junior level for another few weeks. So this is kind of the dry run.
Yeah.
Trying to test it and see just how much more speed we have to find in the coming practices over the next few weeks.
Test some race strategies. Are you typically a build throughout the piece and have a great sprint kind of crew? Do you tend to go out hard, fly and die? Great times to test it, because you've got multiple races throughout the weekend, multiple times to get different crews down the line, and still room to kind of figure things out.
And we're just getting our drones up and running, so we'll keep coming to you live from the finish line here in our finish line camera. So we can see crews really gunning down the course. You can see a lot of awesome rowing here from each crew trying to match up. Both you can see kind of the oars moving together, and usually that means the bodies are moving together as well. You can see the swing of the torsos moving as one unit. That's usually a good indicator of a boat moving together well. Sometimes you'll see as the race progresses, athletes will start to kind of fracture or fall apart from one another a little bit.
Just fatigue.
It's just a matter of how much time you have together as a crew, how much your instinct is to be together versus maybe you have different tendencies. Some people tend to get a little bit grabby with the shoulders when they get tired. Other people might find that they just have a little bit hard time getting their blades right direct to water up at that catch position. So really knowing yourself as an athlete and trying to mitigate those tendencies and trying to stay together.
A lot of coaches and programs will emphasize drilling when you get tired, or really trying to hold technical focus when you get tired, so that when you're 2/3 of the way through a race and you've got boats on both sides, that your natural instinct, your go-to movements are good ones, are good movement patterns, And that's a sign of a crew that's really tested those limits during practice.
And I mean, the last thing you want to do when you're exhausted is row on the
Fall
square.
apart.
Row on the
Yep.
square, or do a bodies over pause for 2 whole minutes in a row.
Right.
But it's really those moments of focus and kind of like literally just muscle memory.
Yep.
And often when we think about muscle memory, you think maybe it's more about like your hand skills or playing the piano or something like
Right.
that. But muscle memory is literally rings true for every muscle.
Right. What are your what's gonna fire when you're tired? What's
Exactly.
gonna still be strong when you want to keel over and fall into the water?
And trying to get you that drone footage, but here we are still coming into those red buoys you can see on the right of your screen here. The athletes are gonna see those red buoys. They don't have a coxswain with them again, so those visual cues are good markers for the athletes, kind of to know what they're gonna do. So if you have, maybe you start your sprint at the 500, maybe you wait until the 250 to go, but either way, using those buoy markers as an indicator for the athletes will be huge for them to be able to kind of move together.
I can see that Albany Rowing Club in the orange closest to our left-hand screen. Looks like that might be Narragansett next to them, or Litchfield Hills.
Ridley also in the mix here, entering those red buoys, one of the first crews to get into that last 250.
Canada came all this way. They're gonna throw a fight in that last 300.
Burnt Hills giving it right back to them. They're in lanes next to each other, which is always really exciting to see how crews respond to being directly next to another crew. Looks like these crews here in the high lanes of CRIB and Narragansett are just throwing each other moves after moves. Narragansett with a slight advantage, I would say, over CRI, but just slight.
Who's got another
Narragansett-
5 strokes to the line?
Narragansett's at a higher stroke rating, seems to be helping them move a little bit faster through the water. CRI will just finish half a second behind them. Ridley really cruising here to the finish line. There's open water on the rest of the field. They'll get that 3rd place. And now we are 3 boats across level.
We've got Riverside. That looks
That middle
like
crew is the first across. Potentially
Burnt Hills. Burnt Hills through the line first there in that group.
Here comes Shen.
Riverside, Ridley College, Shen.
This is
That
like
is Waylon Weston.
lane 0. I don't think we had a lane 0 in this race, so we'll try to get information on who that was. in
And
history.
lane 6 will be Litchfield Hills. Coming through the line here. That lane 0 crew.
Kind of looked like a,
We have a nice light blue.
yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see that in the results. Hopefully we
Gives you
have
an
an
update on who
updated.
that is. But in the meantime, I've got our times from that final one. Again, that great racing, really tight to the finish there. Y Quad Cities at 5:11, Cambridge Boat Club 5:12, CRI 2 seconds back 5:14, Oak Neck only 4 seconds back 5:18, GMS 5:21, Maritime 0.6 behind GMS at a 5:21.9. Connecticut Boat Club 5:22, Cambridge Boat Club 5:24, Row America Rye 5:28, and Saratoga at 5:52. Quite a final one there to start off our afternoon session.
So I think that was Port Jefferson in lane 0. They were a later addition. So a sneaky 10-boat race when we only expected 9. At first, they must have been a late addition. We welcome as much competition as we can.
And I'm sure Port Jefferson enjoyed being in that kind of competition as well. Our next 2 races here will be the same boat class, so the coxless quad, but our 2V. So often the 5th through 8th fastest athletes in a program potentially could be a group of athletes that is right on the tail of that 1V quad, could be a group that is progressing up to the speed of that 1 quad, but either way, we create their own event here. This first 2V quad final 1 should go off in the next minute or 2. It is a 8-lane race. Lane 2, Friends of Shen. Lane 3, Burnt Hills. 4, Row America Ride B. 5, CRI. 6, Saratoga. 7, Mohawk Homeschool. 8 Row America Rye, and 9 Oak Neck. And it looks like they are off.
Megan, what's your go-to start sequence?
In the single this past spring, it was just a build. Get
Okay.
that boat up and running.
Do you remember what your start sequence was in college?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
3/4, half, 3/4, lengthen, full,
That's about-
high.
that's
Let's
about
go.
the standard, you could say.
So yeah, nothing too crazy, but when these boats are so heavy going from a complete dead stop, those
Gotta get a
shorter
little-
strokes often help you a little bit to
Get jiggy with it.
get jiggy with it. I'm not sure that was ever called off the start, but it could be. Never too late. We've got our drone back up and running. Looks like a pretty good race here to start. Maybe Oak Neck, Row America Rye, and Mohawk ahead a little bit. Saratoga rowing just slightly trailing, and CRI trying to hold that top pack.
Good, and again, this is the coxless quad. So there is no cox in here. All of these boats are actually steered by the athletes. So usually one athlete, either the stroke seat or the bow seat, will have toe steering. Often at the junior level, you'll see that more with the bow seats, because the bow seat is the athlete who is the only one who can look out and turn around. And so they usually have this toe steering hooked up to their shoe on a swivel. So if they point their toe to the left or point their toe to the right, that'll impact the rudder underneath the boat and will help them kind of adjust for any kind of, maybe you have a stroke that's a little bit off on one side and you have to correct back. Maybe there's a gust of wind. Whatever it is, you have that toe steering to help you stay within your lane, stay between those buoys, and can be a little bit challenging actually if it's in the bow seat on a 2K or 1500 course, because you're actually looking at the backs of 3 girls in front of you. You can't quite see over them.
Your course.
So you can't see how you're moving across the water. You can just kind of get a sense, am I hitting the buoys with my oars? And if so, I better go the other direction.
We can see this Mohawk homeschool boat just keeping a couple seats ahead of Row America Rye, who's a couple seats up on Oak Neck, who is maybe a couple seats up on our CRI out in lane 5. Back to Row America Rye, Saratoga, Burnt Hills, and then Shen. But shaping up to be a pretty competitive race across the field. Again, our 3 lead boats still all have contact with each other.
It looks like
they're
lane
stern
5
pairs.
Lane 5 of CRI is really taking
Hold
a
on,
move here,
yeah.
getting ahead of Oak Neck over here in lane 9, closer to us. Really exciting to see that kind of a fight, especially in the quad where you don't have a coxswain looking out and giving you the lay of the land, where you are positioning on the rest of the field. So those athletes really able to trust their fitness and trust their own speed and not get flustered by having no one around them. They have maybe bow to stern lead on Row America Rye B in lane 4 next to them, but after that there's really no one behind them, as they have Saratoga kind of falling off the back of the pack level with those fighters. But really hard to feel those front runners, so really awesome to see that boat staying in the fight. They're coming into the last 250 here, as you see the Regatta View Beach landmark over there on the top left of your screen.
I think that Row America Rye A is making a move on Mohawk here. It's time to bring that rate up. They are in their last 250 meters. You can see that buoy change, so most of our course is in yellow buoys. The last 250 meters will be in red buoys. A little bit harder to see from our drone, but as those athletes get into the red buoys, that is a sign. Time to go, time to move, empty the tanks now.
So you can see the athletes, if you can kind of get a sense of their cadence, of their stroke rating here. They're bringing up the intensity, they're bringing up the stroke rating by just adding more power, kind of leveraging off the footboards and trying to push the boat past where they put the oars in. Really nice to see that kind of fight here. They're still clearing their puddles every stroke, getting great distance here.
Row America Rye is trying to
Neck and
walk
neck. They're
in
walking.
the end.
How bad do you want it? Here we go.
Can Mohawk hold on?
Mohawk's gonna hold on.
Maybe
Really
half a
great
deck right
push.
there. Yeah, phenomenal. Oak Neck Rowing coming in third.
But a great charge by CRIA coming in fourth. Followed then, oh, there's the big orange buoys. Followed then by Royal American Ride B. So right in that thick pack of the A boats, that's really nice to see the depth of that team.
In these last 10 strokes, we've got some Capital Region competitions. Saratoga about bow to stern on top of Shen. So those chevron blades of our Saratoga rowing quad,
And
bright
coming
green
in,
of Shen.
You got Burnt Hills following in right after them. Burnt Hills had a little bit of trouble with steering. It seemed they were kind of ping-ponging between those buoy lines and trying to get as straight a course as possible will always help your boat speed. Not only do you actually slow down when you're turning, but just in general, point A to point B, try to get that straight line. It's easier said than done.
And I've got some results from that varsity quad final 2. It does look like that was a Port Jefferson boat that hopped in there. We've got Narragansett at 527, CRIB 528, Ridley College 535, Burnt Hills 540, Riverside 541.2, Albany 541.5, Shen 552, Wayland Weston 557, Port Jefferson 603, and Litchfield Hills at 609. That was our girls' varsity quad final 2. We just saw our girls 2V quad final 1 come down the course. And starting any minute now, within the next 2-3 minutes, we'll have our girls 2V quad final 2. That'll be a 6-boat race.
You can see Program Director and Head Coach Mike McMinn giving the Saratoga boys a pep talk here on Saratoga Docks. I believe that's the Saratoga 2B.
You can see our Saratoga varsity girls athletes pulling in their quad teammates here, as well as a lot of our crews warming up on the other side of the course on that warm-up zone. We see some 8s heading out that will likely be in some of our further afternoon races.
So it still kind of looks like a bit of a tailwind. The wind is supposed to shift to just a crosswind coming from the east and then later into a headwind. So athletes should be prepared for pretty much any
A
condition.
little bit of anything. We've got currently a 4-mile-an-hour wind from the northeast. So again, exactly as Hannah said, a little bit of a tail cross. Feels like 66, which is a gorgeous afternoon here in upstate New York. Really warmed up since this frigid morning. But all in all, not any sort of water conditions that are going to impact our athletes from putting their blades in, pressing really hard, and then extracting those blades cleanly. Looks like we've got our second 2V quad final on the course. 6-boat race starting from your left-hand side, your westernmost shore, Connecticut Boat Club A, Narragansett Boat Club A, Maritime A, Ridley College Rowing A, GMS A, and Friends of Concord A. So only lanes 4 through 9 here. We just got word that there is not a lot of that Saratoga Invitational hand-designed for this year merch left. So go on over, check out that tent, make sure that you've got this year's memento.
Megan, did you know that design was a contest winner or a class project winner?
Tell me more about that.
I believe it was, I'll have to talk to our Regatta Director, Christy Wagner, to talk about exactly what class it was, but I believe it was a Skidmore, like either art class or they had to do some sort of entrepreneurial like pitch for it and describe and explain the meaning behind the elements of their design, and really had to convince our Regatta Director and some other fellow coaches that
But
This
was
design
it.
was the best one.
I think it's a great one.
And this was the top design.
This was it.
And the best pitch. It
And
should
the
be-
best pitch.
So.
Right, comes with the design and what's your story behind it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some of our crews moving towards us here again. Just a 6-boat race in this second final of the 2V quads. A lot of these athletes have raced earlier today, twice yesterday, probably have a lot of races under their belt. Hopefully that comes with a lot of experience and a lot of learned knowledge rather than a lot of fatigue, we can hope.
So we got Maritime and GMS really pulling away from the rest of this pack here. Again, this is a quad, so there's no coxswain in this event here for the juniors. So these athletes are in charge of steering, in charge of kind of communicating within the boat while making sure to focus on the task at hand and not getting caught up in interpersonal disagreements. So there's usually a spokesperson whose sole responsibility is to communicate.
Be the voice of the crew.
And that's usually like 2-seat. Sometimes it could be the bow seat, but a lot of hats for these scullers here today.
Got Maritime Rowing A leading the charge here, maybe bow to stern up on GMS. Slightly back, we'll have Connecticut Boat Club, Narragansett, and then trailing the field, we've got Ridley College and Friends of Concord.
But holy smokes, we're into the last 250 here, and it's a dogfight between Maritime Rowing Club and over here we have GMS Rowing Center. It's
Both
like
of those baby blue unis fighting down the course.
Maritime taking a pretty good move here, really effective, pulling away from this other challenging GMS squad.
Yeah, that Maritime boat just looks like it's moving lightly and quickly and tapping along. I think they'll have about a seat of open water, maybe 2.
That's crazy. What a sprint. They started almost even at the start of that 250.
It's Maritime through the line and GMS through the line. Our other boats may be 100 meters from the finish line. This will be Connecticut Boat Club in that neon green and black. And we can see these trails on these quads. Again, no coxswain. You are the one steering yourself down, so you see their paths, some a little bit more wonky than others. Shortest distance, start line to finish line, is a straight line, so we're just trying to get as close to that as possible.
Looks like Narragansett with their classic white and blue stripe. Great sculling program out of Narragansett. And here we come, Ridley College, our Canadians making it all the way across the border. Nicely done. And last across the line is our Friends of Concord entry in lane 4.
Friends of Concord are out of New Hampshire, so potentially
state.
also neighbors from the north. We'll have to see exactly where they line up, but yeah, we've got quite a few states represented here at the Saratoga Invite. Pretty cool for all these, mostly Northeast, some Midwest.
I heard Georgia is here represented.
Georgia?
I'll have to let me find out
Yeah.
which crew it was.
But you can see here on our drone footage as these crews come through the finish line, just absolutely gassed. Our 9P bridge, where a lot of spectators are, that's also our main thoroughfare from the Saratoga side shore to the State Boat Launch side shore.
Good. So that was, I think, final 2, right, Megan?
I
so
agree.
did we already go over the times from final 1?
I don't think so. No,
We
just did
had
the
that
varsity.
near photo finish between our top 2 programs, Mohawk Homeschool Rowing Association, 531, followed by Row America Rye, 531.5. Next was Oak Neck Rowing Academy, 537.9, CRI 540, Row America Rye B 545, then Saratoga Rowing with a time of 6:01, 6:06 for Shen, and then Burnt Hills with 6:15.
Good work, all crews. Gentle reminder, this is a hydration check. Grab your water bottle, grab a friend, take a sip, and then we'll get back on the course. Our next race here looks like they are still attached to those stake boats, so pulling into the blocks maybe giving themselves a last words of encouragement to their fellow teammates. We've got our boys varsity 8 final 1. So these are our top men's crews. A 9-boat race starting from lane 1, Friends of Port, Saratoga, Burnt Hills, Pelham Community, Chicago Rowing, Row America Rye, CRI, PNRA Mercer, and Greenwich Crew. Some heavy hitters here. With this 9-boat race, you'll have over 80 athletes on the course. So should be pretty exciting here.
Also pretty loud.
Also pretty
Unfortunately,
loud.
we can't really capture the sound of the racing for you here today, but just from experience, Megan and I both had our moments of big college races and have done a fair amount of coaching alongside some college races as well, or 8 races, I should say, and you just have to wrap your head around. There are these long oars, and they're kind of anchored to the boat itself in an oar lock, and as you kind of take the blade in and out of the water, you kind of what's called feathering, where you twist the handle to give yourself a little bit more clearance off the water and a little bit of aerodynamic effect as well. And so that turning of the handle, both at the catch and the finish, actually makes a pretty considerable amount of noise. So you have every boat making one kind of solid clunk every time they take a stroke. And the coxswains are also screaming at the top of their lungs into their microphones that are speakers all the way down the boat.
And it's not unlike people in the boat to also let out a yeah or a yell or any other words.
Mm-hmm.
We've got pretty close race here, lots of connection, kind of in a downward fashion from those high lanes to the low lanes. Greenwich, Mercer, CRI, Row America Rye, Chicago Rowing, Pelham Community a little bit off the pace here, and then Burnt Hills, Saratoga, and Friends of Port trying to hang right here. But you can see all of these boats, 4 port oars, 4 starboard oars, 1 coxswain.
Might have a bucket every now and then. I think the Saratoga, the Saratoga boat has a bucket there, so you have 2 of the same side back to back, and that gives a lot of different advantages. Some coaches do it for speed, some coaches do it for matching. It's a lot easier to match a human that's doing the exact same thing in front of you, but whatever your reason, that is called the bucket rig.
I love the way 8s look from the sky, just little spiders crawling their way down the course.
They do look like bugs, little water bugs. So your early leader still Greenwich Crew trying to pull away from the rest of this tight pack. Mercer, Rye, Chicago, and CRI all there on the left pack. Then Pelham still a little bit far back. And then nearly dead level you have Port, Saratoga, and Burnt Hills.
There's our 500-ish gazebo mark. So all these crews are in their last 500. We can start to hear some of the cheers from shore. The Go Togas, the Yeah CRIs, the everything in between.
Here we go, coming into our sprints here. We want to make sure we're giving it everything we've got. We got that tight pack following Greenwich.
It's going to be a fight for second here.
Mercer, CRI, Rye, and Chicago. Pretty much dead level, maybe a slight advantage over to Mercer and Chicago. Trying to push off one another here. Coxswain's looking over, telling their crews just how much more power and speed is going to be necessary to make it happen.
We've
Anything
got
can happen.
over 80 athletes right here at the line. The energy is
We got
palpable.
quite a few
Palpable.
fans on shore. I have goosebumps. I'm sorry if you can't hear us over all the cheering. Greenwich still trying to
with
pull
a
away.
lead.
What a move from Chicago here. Mercer also trying to make a move. CRI seeming unable to respond to those pressures. And watch out, you got Row America Rye making a last-minute charge here, but do they have enough time? I don't know. Maybe to
Mercer
catch
with
Chicago.
the deck up.
Yeah, I think Chicago just lost it to Row
And Row
America Rye.
Rye, that's going to be one we have to check in on.
CRI coming in 4th.
I believe that's Saratoga.
I think that might have been Burnt Hills just over Saratoga, followed by Pelham.
and Friends of Port, or I believe Friends of Port and then Pelham here.
Yep.
Woo! And you see these crews are just wiped. All of these guys leaning in and out of the boat, trying to just catch their breath. We'll get those times for you, especially on that. I believe that was third place, Chicago versus Row America Rye that we were looking at, but definitely Greenwich with a win and Mercer with that silver medal.
Great racing there. We had both barn burner for the top four, barn burner for the next middle. Really awesome to see that kind of competition here early in the spring. And all of these crews trying to give their congratulations to each other. Kudos. There's nothing quite like just hauling your butt down the course,
Freight
relentlessly giving everything you have,
Freight
knowing that your
trains.
competitors are doing the exact same thing. No one is handing a race away. No one's throwing in the towel. It's just like a relentless fight, kind of a challenge, getting thrown back and forth with each and every stroke that you take. Like, what about that? What about that?
What about that? Is that enough?
And these top tier crews always have an answer.
Favorite part about this is that all these crews are doing, while likely very similar versions of training, they're all doing different things on the water, on the land, on the erg, in the weight room, different mental prep, but somehow we still get crews that are
Finishing at the
bell ball
exact
to
same
bell
time.
ball. So
My favorite thing is I got to commentate the Crash Bees, and I love watching Crash Bees for years. Never participated myself, but I love watching
number one
it
spectator.
because you got like the kind of the virtual boats moving across, and you have literally photo finishes, especially because on the erg the concept 2 can only get down to the 1 decimal, and so we have all of these races here today. Really just that close. And on the erg, you have many a tie
Many a
at Crash
tie.
Bees where you have no idea how your competitors are doing.
Right.
You
You don't know their training plan, their fuel.
don't even
their
have them next to
sleep.
you.
They're
Like, you're just totally in your own world, and yet you have people across the world finishing
Going
at the
same
exact same speed. Yeah.
That's awesome. Waiting for those results from the men's varsity 8 final 1 to come up, but our next race will be the final 2, so our remaining 5 crews that entered a varsity 8 today will have lanes 5 through 9, so the 5 closest lanes to the Saratoga side shore. Greater Lawrence A in lane 9, Bromfield Acton Boxborough lane 8, Arlington Belmont lane 7, Wappingers Crew lane 6, and lane 5 Wayland Weston.
Yeah, and if you're following on home and you want to be in on the action, see what's coming up next, see the fastest times of the day, you can always head over to streamlinerowing.com and look for the event, or you can even Google it probably as well, Saratoga Invitational 2022, and then look for the results list or the entries list.
And everything from yesterday will also be up there, so if you're really a student of the sport and you'd like to get in and see what crews were doing yesterday, and maybe a little bit, I'd call it a more blustery tailwind, or up against different crews, that will all be there for you.
And maybe I'm biased, but my favorite race so far, the boys freshman quad.
Quads.
I think it's mostly because it was like we've seen closer, more exciting races like the girls varsity 4 today.
Those far, the Cox
that was one
fours
of
was
that was
pretty
one of
darn
the best
impressive.
races of the weekend, of just like a full field of relentless fighting. But that boys freshman quad, just because they're freshmen, I think.
Yeah.
You know, like that
Yeah.
level of fight and almost like resilience and
With relative
it looked
newness to the
experi-
sport,
They,
right.
they raced it like an experienced crew
Yeah.
in every single boat. Really exciting to see. Maybe I'm biased because Saratoga came out on
Did so
top.
good.
But really awesome to see all of those freshmen.
Well, stay tuned, 410.
I know they
Boys
race
freshman
again.
quads.
They race again, I know. But for now, we're looking forward to this boys varsity 8 final 2. Again, we have a 5-boat race. Greater Lawrence in lane 9 here on the left. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 8. Arlington Belmont Crew out of Massachusetts in lane 7. Wappingers Crew Club in lane 6. And Wayland Weston rowing in lane 5. Where's Wappingers from? Let's
I
Google
will
it.
let you know.
We have the internet here at the finish line.
I believe they're a New York team.
And we have a start here in that race. So usually a crew will start with, especially in these 8s, the boats are super heavy. You have the weight of each athlete, plus the coxswain, plus the weight of the 60 foot or more long shell. And they are hollow at the ends, but still quite the heavy shell.
Quite
so
the heavy bud.
to get that thing up and moving to peak speed, it takes quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of force. That's one of the best motivators to get into the weight room, is to
Be able to lift your boat.
be able to lift your boat from a dead stop up to race pace over hopefully 5 to 7 strokes. And then you got the adrenaline rush and the competitive edge of your high 10, high 20, depending on the crew, before you shift or settle down to your race pace rhythm here.
Hannah, ideal race pace rhythm, stroke rate.
It depends on the boat class, I think.
If you're in this boys varsity,
this
8
varsity
final
8?
2.
I would say probably you have to base like a 36, unfortunately.
Gotta get up there.
I think you gotta hold quite the strong high stroke rating in the 8 at this.
You've just got
this
so
stage.
much leg drive getting you up that rate.
Yep.
So looks like in an early lead, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough with a half a length up on Greater Lawrence and Arlington Belmont. Wappingers and Wayland Weston trailing slightly, but absolutely not out of it yet.
Good, so pretty competitive field here so far. Really impressive move coming out of that high lane from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, BAB. I think they're the team that likes to have Buffalo Wild Wings and spicy sushi before they race. That's the word on the street. That's
doing the job.
what they
Getting them
say.
down the course here.
I'll double check
Greater
that was the right
Lawrence,
one.
not letting them walk too far though. Bow seats looking over and seeing that stern pair in BAB and saying, nope, we're Greater Lawrence. We're going to hold you right to it.
Wappingers Crew Club, their cheer before racing is WAP Don't Stop on 3. 1, 2, 3, WAP Don't Stop. And their favorite hype song is We Are Who We Are by Kesha.
Kesha,
So, Kesha pulsing through your veins,
you're right in lane 6. Just
right to the
full
beat of your
Kesha.
heart. But yeah, really impressive crew here. Trying to get open water here. Looks like right before the halfway mark, or right around the halfway mark.
You can see the blades of stroke seed are just clearing the puddles of bow pair in that Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough boat. Same with our Greater Lawrence boat. That's just helping the boat run. So if you can clear your puddles, if you can get stern pairs blades out of bow pair's puddle and get in that clean water, they'll have a little bit crisper place to put their blade in and kick.
And it's just kind of indicative of the kind of distance per stroke or the run of the boat. So if you kind of think of the boat running across the water like in the
Yep.
Flintstones or something,
Yep.
the boat moving really like efficiently and smoothly across the top of the water will help the boat just almost feel like it's cruising, as opposed to like picking it up and then letting it fall, picking it up
Putting
and
it
letting
down
it
and
fall.
getting right back up.
Trying to get that feeling of just the boat cruising smoothly is going to pay off hugely here. As you can see, as you can see, Wayland and Weston battling here against these other crews. They seem to just be going horizontally across the water. Undoubtedly getting pretty fatigued here as they come into the last 250.
And even in this smaller 5-boat race compared to our 10 boats of the previous event, the energy is still so much there in these coxswains, in these athletes, in these bow seats wanting to be the first ones across the line.
Good, so that's going to be Bromfield there coming in the last 5 strokes to secure their victory, followed by Greater Lawrence. And then the battle continues here between Wayland Weston and Arlington. Belmont. Two
Wayland
Massachusetts
Weston
crews.
currently leading with a couple of seats.
I see you, bow seat. I see you two seat taking a look over your shoulder. Where is that finish line?
That'll be Waylon Weston over Arlington Belmont, and Wappinger's crew pushing all the way to the finish line. That rate is coming up here. They realize they are close. Bow seat is ready.
Let this be over.
Where are those big buoys? And there they are. So that'll complete our men's varsity 8 finals. Those are, again, likely our top 8 athletes and top coxswain from each of these programs. Really great competition there in both of those finals.
So those are the first varsity 8s, the top of each program. We'll get to the 2V, or the second varsity that some people call it the People's V.
The People's V.
Might not be the top of the team, but it's that bottom pressure that really pushes up on the first varsity 8 and keeps
Can't
them.
have a fast 1V without a fast 2V.
You really can't. And they'll kind of keep that 1V in check, keep pushing up on them, pushing up to make sure that each athlete is really trying to keep growing, taking every opportunity to get faster, to get better. 2V, huge props to you.
You can see on shore, none of those willow trees are even budging. We've got great conditions here for afternoon racing. That slight wind from the northeast, but if anything, it's just a baby tail cross, and leaving you lots of room for cleanly placing those blades and clearly taking them out. Especially in these 8s, you've got your one oar, you're moving like a big water spider down the course.
The water is pretty cold here in Saratoga, so if you're wondering about times and how to think about them, the water's pretty cold here. We might not have a lot of wind, but there's always going to be a little bit of a mysterious flow going up the creek.
Mysterious.
So kind of unique. Saratoga Lake is just about 20K around if you hug the shore. Often a little bit bumpier than the creek, so
It's a good day when we can go out to the lake and enjoy some flat water.
not
out
the
there.
most reliable racing venue maybe, but basically the lake actually empties up into the creek, so you might have a little bit of a slower time just with the cold conditions of the water and the slight flow up the creek. But we still have that slight tailwind, if not veering into that east crosswind, pushing the crews over to the western shore, over to starboard.
Does it look like we're off here in that boys 2v8 final 1? Starting furthest to your left-hand side on your live stream, we'll have Row America Rye A, lane 9, Chicago Rowing, lane 8, CRI, lane 7, Pelham Community, lane 6, PNRA Mercer, lane 5, Greenwich Crew, lane 4, Saratoga Rowing, lane 3, Friends of Port, lane 2, Waylon Weston, lane 1, and Ridley College, lane 0. Again, a full 10-boat men's 2v8.
Here we go. We're in the, looks to be coming out of the first 250 meters, approaching that halfway mark here with what I call kind of the exchange of punches here. So the start sequence and shift to your race pace are definitely more internal focuses here. Then after that shift to your race pace rhythm, it's really going to come down to throwing punches at your opponents. Some crews will choose to stay more internal, trust the speed and fitness of their crews. Others will really start to just make surges here and try to get an advantage really on the rest of the field. And that's what you see here on the left side of this pack. We have early leaders coming from those high lanes. CRI just a seat over Chicago, just a seat over, maybe 2 seats over Row America Rye.
And then our second group will be Pelham Community, PNRA Mercer, Greenwich. Greenwich maybe 2 seats down, Mercer maybe a seat down on Pelham Community.
Saratoga still with contact though on that middle pack, so they're about maybe 6 seats down, 8 seats down. So really trying to stay in contact with that group of your middle pack, and kind of hanging right with them is going to be Port in that lane 2. And then a battle of their own, you have Waylon Weston versus Ridley. Ridley are Canadian friendly rowers over there. really just going stroke for stroke in those two low lanes. And we can see CRI just trying to extend their lead, but not really being able to break away. You see Bowseat's got open water beside him, trying to pass that open water to his teammates, but it's hard to do when
I think Chicago is starting to make that move
Chicago's
there.
not letting anything slip.
So each of these athletes is in like extreme physical exertion, heart rates skyrocketing, legs burning.
Looks like Saratoga's just lost contact on that middle pack here as we shift our attention to those middle three. They're really starting to make a charge back into your early leaders. So watch out for Greenwich, Mercer, and Pelham here. Looks like Pelham making the most convincing, Mercer making the most convincing charge right there in the middle.
I've got
here.
CRI cheers from the opposite shore as they're coming into this last 250. You can
That's
see
a
those
barn
buoy
burner here.
change.
It's a really tight race here.
Oh, another one.
So it's still Row-America Rye, Chicago, and CRI battling for first, second, and third. Unable to really break into their lead is the next pack of
Look
Pelham,
at this
Mercer,
pack.
and Greenwich. Then Saratoga just off the pace, trying to hold off a charging Port Rowing. And then still in the battle between the two is Wayland Weston and Ridley in the last two places. But
Row-America Rye, CRI, and Chicago. We're going to have to just
Chicago
watch
really
this
making
happen.
a convincing charge. Row-America Rye, though. Row-America Rye was on the drive first, so they will
Row-America
take
Rye
it.
on the drive over Chicago.
CRI unable to hold them off. Photo finish between.
I'm going to
looks
say
to
that's
be
Mercer.
just over Greenwich.
Yep.
Or just over Pelham.
Just over Pelham, who was just over Greenwich.
So Greenwich will come in sixth, if you can believe it. Then Saratoga just holding off Port with about 6 seat lead and still battling all the way down the course.
They're
in a
battle to battle
relentless-
too.
The whole race, these two have been battling, maybe not for a medal, but for bragging rights against the other. It'll be Wayland Weston 2 seats over Ridley, maybe 4 seats there by the end.
Wayland Weston, orange stripes over Ridley with an orange and black stripes. Wow, great work. All, again, three kind of flights within that event. Super competitive there. I would say those top 3 crews, had they taken a stroke or two different over the course of that 1,500 meter, it could have played out a little bit differently. But Row-America Rye with that win, Chicago Rowing, CRI, Mercer, Pelham, Greenwich, and then it looked like Saratoga, Friends of Port, Wayland Weston, and Ridley.
Great racing too, especially in the 8. It's really a game of momentum. In these other boats, you see the boat speed is a little bit more variable, stroke to stroke. In the 8, once you get up to speed, it's like that runaway train that just doesn't want to change speed, doesn't want to speed up, doesn't want to slow down. So any change in acceleration of your hull is really going to come from a kind of orchestrated effort, kind of conducted by your coxswain.
Right. You're an
and
orchestra.
You really are. Dibs on the string section. I don't know.
I'd like to be the trumpets in the back.
All right, I think we can make that work. But really exciting to see those 8s really just kind of throwing everything they have into their race.
Nothing like it. Nothing like 10 boats of 8s across.
Now we get to see it again, but this
Yes.
time only with 6
Got
boats.
6.
This will be the final 2. So we will have Arlington Belmont in lane 9, Concord in lane 8, Greater Lawrence in lane 7. That's their B entry. Bromfield in lane 6, Wappingers in lane 5, and CRIB in lane 4. So CRIB won't know the results of that first final.
They're just gonna have to give
just
it.
gonna have to give it everything
100% and hope that all of their other crews did just as well. It happens a lot in regattas that have team trophies. So where all of your boats are putting together an effort to try and win a boys trophy, a girls trophy,
National
a
championship.
team trophy, NCAAs, IRAs, things like that. You can win team trophies, and often you'll have your 4s go off or your 3Vs go off or your novice 8s, and they won't know, your varsity 8s won't know how those other teams, other crews did until they get in. So you just got to fight to the finish regardless of if you're going to be that tiebreaker or not. And we see it happen often that crews that don't even know they're a tiebreaker have nail-biting results. So keep going for that extra stroke, especially in these afternoon races where everybody's fatigued, everybody's been racing for 2 days. It's a little bit about heart towards the end of the day here. Looks like our boys 2v8's final 2 are off. Perhaps a CRIB with an early lead here in that first 500.
Megan, what did they do? How did they do that? That's pretty impressive. We're only about 250 meters in here, 250 meters into their race, and they already have a full open, like length of open water here.
CRIB's got something to prove.
Yeah, they look like they're mad. They're mad about something. You can see they're just clearing their puddles here, and really just must have had a fantastic start. Steering issues going on there in the middle. Let me just peek over. Probably going to be Greater Lawrence.
Yep, a little bit of sidewaysness. Maybe that's Bromfield Acton.
Yeah, you're right. But CRIB just running away with this final 2 for the boys 2v8.
Friends of Concord bow to stern up on our next group with Arlington, Belmont, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Greater Lawrence holding on. Wappinger's crew dropped off the pack a little bit, but again, this is while it seems quite quick, there is a decent enough time to never count yourself out in these races.
It's true.
You can see our two trailing safety marshals here, trying to make sure that all boats are having a safe and fair race.
Looks like this crosswind might be picking up here. You can see some disturbance on the water.
CRI out of Boston, just moving their way down this course. They don't want to drive home without medals around their neck tonight.
But Concord really pushing away from the pack here and kind of holding on to that lead. So CRI's just about stuck at 3, maybe 4 boat lengths of open water here. But Concord's not letting it get any more dramatic than that. If anything, they're pushing away from the rest of that field, trying to solidify their place as silver medalists here in the final 2.
And it does look like Bromfield Acton Boxborough has moved up on Arlington Belmont.
Crews are starting to make some early moves here as they cross the 500-meter mark.
You can see that big buoy right off of, of Concord's closest to Saratoga side shore. We've got those docks right there. So all crews in the last 500 now.
Really impressive stuff here. We're coming into the last 250 meters for CRI.
You can just see the sharpness of those blade drops. They are going.
Got a little bit of backsplash on most of those blades, trying to get the timing of the place before these athletes start to push the legs. A lot of people think rowing is a pulling sport. It's actually almost entirely pushing against the footboard, so you stay connected to what's bolted into the boat is that footboard, that plate that holds the feet in place.
You can see their hips moving up and down the boat as the legs push away, knees up, knees down, and then swing through. They're in their last 5 strokes here. CRI with a commanding win in this boys 2v8 final 2. Making it look easy.
And Concord also really pushing away here. They've extended their lead to about 2, maybe 3 lengths of open water between them and the next group here. It's kind of a bandwagon of making pretty strong statements here. They're like, well, if CRI is going to make a statement, I'm going to make one. There's Concord across the line.
Even in a race that isn't necessarily exactly bow ball to bow ball, these coxswains are still just as vocal. Calling right here, last few strokes. That will be Bromfield through the line, followed by Arlington Belmont.
Really fun to see these athletes giving it everything they have. It's a learned skill to be able to race all the way through the finish line here. Our last crew's just coming through their last 250 meters here.
And that was Greater Lawrence through the line here. We've got one more crew.
But you never know when that will come into play, right? So this is quite the competitive field. Some of these athletes will come back to the rest of their spring season remembering the level of competitiveness, remember the level of fight that they had and how that paid off, or maybe what more they need to do in order to hang with the kind of competition they strive to be similar speeds with. You never know until you show up and race.
Wappinger's another fellow New York team through the line there. And that'll wrap up our boys 2v8s for today. You can see all of our spectators, thanks to all the friends and family that have come out. Those of you who are maybe watching at 550 Waterfront across from our Saratoga Boathouse, or who are watching in the hospitality tent over at the state boat launch. So happy you're here. Our athletes would not be out there on the water without all of your support and your food and your driving to early morning practices and everything in between. So kudos to all of you. We see you.
We appreciate
We feel you.
We just had the Saratoga 3V getting shoved off here. Bougie Aaron Dweck stroking that 8. Shout out to Meredith Kisting, our original commentator.
We miss you, Mayor.
She just took the MCAT yesterday.
Rower turned smarty pants. Well, she was always a smarty pants, even as a rower.
It's true, it's true. Coming up next, we have the girls U17 Junior Quad Final 1. So U17, again, if you're new to the lingo here in rowing events, means that all athletes in this event have to be 16 years or younger, not only today on race day, but also for the entirety of 2022. And then junior means there can be no high school seniors in this race either. And the quad, again, is symbolized by 4X. So that's the quadruple sculls. It's the sculling version of the 4, which is the sweep 4-person boat. We're just about crossing that first 500-meter buoy there. You can see the little white, it's not very little when you're on the ground, but up in the air you can see that little white buoy. That signifies the first 500. So here's where the crews are going to start making their race moves. They're going to start trying to get that advantage. In rowing, we face backwards, so any opportunity you have to get up on the field and have them not be able to see you is actually quite
a huge bonus,
a boost if you could believe it. But you have your early leaders there in both the high lanes and the low lanes. So Oak Neck and looks like one lane over from them, Connecticut Boat Club and Narragansett charging on the left. And then on the right side of your screen, you'll see Saratoga and Port Jefferson really throwing everything they have into this race, and quite a few lanes apart, so a little bit difficult for these athletes to take a peek over and get a sense of where they are. There's no coxswain in this race, and that can be a challenge for the athletes to take on that many responsibilities while going full press.
So lucky for this Oak Neck A boat, all they have to do is look towards their right. They've got that Connecticut Boat Club right there. They can see Narragansett slightly behind. They can definitely see Port Jefferson and Saratoga. Hopefully, heads are mostly in the boat, focused on maintaining that nice horizontal push. But I would likely guess that some of those athletes are taking a look out, trying to suss what's happening in the competition here.
So quite a lot of separation here as we come into the last 500 meters. This is going to be where athletes are going to start feeling that fatigue even more intensely. The third 500 in a 2,000 meter race is often where people really start to feel this like almost insurmountable level of
Yeah,
pain.
pretty darn
Like,
close to
It's like 200 deadlifts in a
unbearable.
row. Very, very heavy. You got the body weight of all of the athletes, plus you have the weight of the shell, and you're trying to move it against gravity moving forward. So
Yep, through water. I was actually speaking with the Niski Uniquad coach, who is in Niski's in lane 3 over here, right next to, looks like Ridley College, battling it out with Saratoga rowing on that outside. Niski coach Stacy, and she was saying she often tells her athletes, it's just 200 deadlifts.
back to back to back to back.
Just 200
As
deadlifts
fast
down
as
the
you
line,
can.
as fast as you can.
And look at this race we have here between Oak Neck and Connecticut Boat Club. Oak Neck there on the left of your screen, Connecticut Boat Club on the right. Just in those two high lanes, really battling one another. You can see they're almost going stroke for stroke, maybe slightly different on their rhythm. So when one boat is on the drive, the other's on the recovery. So they're really going literally bow ball to bow ball into this last 250.
They're picking that up too.
And next over in third place sitting, you have Narragansett, who is about maybe half a boat length of open over Port Jefferson. And then Saratoga battling with this back of the pack. Maybe about a length up on the back of the pack. So Saratoga is sitting in 5th. And you have Connecticut Boat Club taking a great charge here. They're going to take a little bit of an advantage in these last 10 strokes over Oak Neck. We'll see if they can hold on, stay clean. If Oak Neck has anything, they better show it now.
Time to go. You got 3 strokes to the line, boats.
Really nice
Oh,
drive
it's gonna
there.
be very tight. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
I
don't
don't
know.
have an answer.
I'm sorry, everyone at home. I don't know. I don't think they know.
Oak Neck and Connecticut, absolutely to
There's
the line.
Narragansett over the line. Port Jefferson here. They'll take 4th. Saratoga currently sitting in 5th by about a length of open, or not open, but a length up. Next here you have Albany, then
Looks like
Niski, then
Niski,
Ridley,
Una, and Ridley following suit. Really great racing
followed
across
by
the board
Maritime
here.
in their yellow boat, light blue unis. Then Row America Rye to finish off the field.
Woo!
Crazy.
Woo! I think every single boat in that had connection with somebody coming towards the end. So pretty darn cool. Great work in those girls U17 junior quads. So these are all athletes that are under the age of 17, so 16, 15. No seniors in this event. Could be varying different levels of experience in rowing just based on age. So you could have people that have been rowing since middle school and others that this is their first year, but that was our final one. Girls U17 junior quad. We've got our final 2 coming up soon. That will be a 6-boat race.
So Megan, I think we have one of the closest races of the day was this boys varsity final 1. So we'll wait for the next race. Just kind of relive this for us.
Please.
Greenwich had the biggest margin on the rest of the group, other than one other crew, with the time of 4:25.
That's moving.
It's really quick for everyone at home. That's really quick. Mercer, PNRA, finished with a time of 4:30, so just 5 seconds off the winning time, followed by 1.3 seconds off of second place was Row America Rye in 3rd. CRI finished in 4:31.4, so that's a margin of 0.06. That's the closest of the day, of the whole weekend. And so that's just short of the medals there. Heartbreak City for CRI, but well fought all the way down the course. They were actually leading on most of that pack for a lot of that race.
Yeah.
Chicago Rowing Foundation finished with a time of 4:31.7, so that's 0.2, 0.25
That's
if
a
you want to
snap of
round
the
up.
fingers separating what?
I mean,
3
I
crews?
challenge
4
everyone at
crews?
home, take out your phone, pull out the stopwatch,
Can you get 0.06?
and tap your finger to get 0.06, which is the closest margin of the entire regatta.
Let's give it a swing.
Give it a swing. Everyone at home, pull out your phones. They're already out. I don't know. Burnt Hills finished with 4:41, so that's the biggest margin of that race, of 9 seconds off that lead pack of 5 boats. Saratoga just behind Burnt Hills. Oh, excuse me. Yes, Saratoga just behind Burnt Hills with a time of 4:42, so that was 0.8. Did you get it, Megan?
The closest I got was 0.11.
Yeah, ridiculously close. Okay, then after Saratoga, we had Port rowing with a time of 4:43, so they were just 1.3 seconds off Saratoga. Pelham Community Rowing Association finished with a time of 4:46, which is just 3 seconds off. That was very tight racing there.
Very tight racing. And I think that second final of men's varsity eights was almost just as tight.
Yeah, we had a tight finish between Wayland West and Arlington Belmont in that race with 1.7 between the two. The winning time of that was Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, 4:54. And then in the 2v8s, we had another 10-boat final. Roe America Rye winning it in the 2v with a time of 4:36, followed then by Chicago Rowing Foundation 4:36.1. So that's 0.18 between the two. Then 4:37, just 1.2 seconds off of those top two crews CRI. PNRA Mercer finished 4:42, so a bit far back, 5 seconds off. Followed closely by Pelham Community Rowing Association 0.2. So really, really impressive racing all the way down to the 9th and 10th place finishers, with Ridley College, our Canadians, finishing 1.5 seconds off of Wayland Weston.
Check out that girls junior U17 quad final one. Remember, it was right tight between Oak Neck and Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
What was our difference there?
Let's see. We have a difference of 0.229.
Whew.
Oh, excuse me, 0.222. We had two near photo finishes, Megan. Between first and second, Oak Neck and Connecticut, was a difference of 0.27. So those two crews finished 5:33 and 5:33.2.
Wow.
Then you have the tight finish of Niski versus Ridley
Yep.
for places 7 and 8 out of 10, with 6:02.0, 6:02.3, and the difference between those two was 0.229.
Wow.
Crazy. And we have another start for you here. The next race, this madness doesn't stop. We have the girls U17 Junior Quad Final 2. So the same event as what we just watched. If you're staying with us, if you're new, I'm Hannah and I'm commentating here with Megan Goodman. We're both Orion athletes here at Saratoga. So we're both coaches and full-time athletes trying to make the national team here, commentating for you today on Saratoga Invite 2022. We're on the junior girls U17 Quad Final 2, which has GMS, Port Jefferson B, Niski B, Ridley B, Saratoga B, and Ridley C. So a lot of showing of the depth of these squads here. Might be missing one boat as we only see 5 here on our drone shot.
We'll try and figure out what lane is missing here for you. But whoever has taken this lead here is really pushing themselves away. These other 3 boats right in contention, and then 1 boat off the back of the pack.
Unclear if we're missing lane 7 or lane 8 here, as our crew that's currently trailing is actually struggling to stay between those 2 lanes. But it looks like we still have Niski here in the center of our screen on the right side. So I think we might have Port Jefferson with a commanding lead. Let's see. No, excuse me. With Ridley College B with an impressive lead, followed by Saratoga B, and then Niskayuna. That's my guess, Megan. That's what I'm
see.
seeing.
This afternoon sunshine is wonderful for our tans and our vitamin D intake, and
But we
our
can't see a thing.
not needing how to be cold. But these boats are cruising down the line here.
Do you think that could be Saratoga in the lead?
I think that may be our Saratoga rowing B. Followed
It
by
looks like a
Ridley
Swift.
College C and Ridley College B. So those Canadians trying to chase down our
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
hometown advantage.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this overhead shot. You can see all 4 athletes, but also you can really see the matching of the oars. So some athletes are a little bit quicker to get up to that catch. Some athletes are a little bit behind. So really trying to match up the handles, match up the body movements. But it is Saratoga here in the lead with about 2 or 3 lengths of open on the rest of the field.
So they know exactly where they are. They know when they cross that Regatta View Beach, they've got maybe, 20, 25 strokes home?
Let's say 25. Let's hope they're at like a 40.
Go, ladies, go.
You can hear a lot of people on shore here. We got quite the community of athletes and coaches here, even families.
And that will be our chevrons coming through this last 200 meters first.
And again, this is the girls U17 Junior Quad Final 2. So no coxswains in this race, all athletes doing all the jobs, all the responsibilities of pushing as hard as they can, steering, communicating with each other to make sure everyone's on the same page, thinking the same thing. And watch out for this battle between Ridley College B and Ridley College C, really fighting each other here as Ridley College B tries to get back and catch their Ridley College C entry.
Saratoga crew through the line here. And then we've got those 2 Ridley College crews.
Fist bumps here for the Saratoga girls as they're across the line. And it looks like Ridley College C is untouchable here.
They're moving.
Ridley College B can't quite catch up. Two-seat looking out, seeing, is that us? Nope, that horn was for Ridley College C.
Here comes Ridley College B. Few strokes behind, we've got Port Jefferson.
I think that might be GMS.
You're right.
A lot of blue. I love that color blue.
We've got varying degrees. Our stroke seat's got almost a full blue uni. 3-seat got blue arms. Bow pair with blue stripes on their shorts.
Good, and we do run out of room here at the finish line. As you can see, we got a lot of docks and marina spots here at the end of our 1500 and 2K course. So crews having to be pretty aware and try to make sure they avoid collision with those docks at the end of their race. I think that looks like Port Jefferson.
I believe
to
this
me.
is Port Jefferson.
So-
It looks like they've had some difficulty steering down the course or otherwise, but they are still all 4 rowing, blades in, blades out, trying to move together towards that finish line. Got our final Port Jefferson crossing the line here.
So it looks like we had a scratch from Niskuna and maybe some changing of lanes here. Maybe grabbed the wrong bow number. Hard to say. That'll be the last of the girls' U17 junior quads. Next, we're going to pivot back to the boys' 8s. We saw earlier this afternoon the varsity 8 and 2v8, or second varsity 8. Now we're going to see the boys' 3v8. Oh, excuse me, the U17 junior 8 first, followed by the 3v8.
We're excited for the 3Vs, Hannah. Excited for the
I know,
junior 8s as well.
I'm looking forward to the future.
Always got to look up and out, but we've got 2 big events of 8s. 8-boat race in that U17 Junior 8 and a full 10-boat race in the 3v8, which will follow. So if you're looking for results, I know it's been a lot of tight racing these last few afternoon events. They'll be on streamlinerowing.com. There'll be all of those results with margins and distances off your first place finishers, all the information you could ever want.
And here, great shot of the rest of Fish Creek. So we've been seeing a lot of the 1,500 meter straightaway. We actually have a full 2,000 meters of straight buoyed lanes. Then after that, we quickly transition to the head of the fish turns. So you can see it kind of bends around what we call the S turn and then follows up. There's Skidmore Boathouse just before that bridge. So we share this waterway with Skidmore's collegiate rowing team. And then it keeps going up for another, I think you can get actually 10K.
Yep.
It gets a little
If
dramatically windy up
If you're
there.
okay being a little bit of an adventurer, you can
In a
do
single.
In a single.
Yeah.
And you've got permission from a coach, and you are experienced enough to save yourself should you get in the weeds. You can do a full 20K, 10 up, 10 back here on Fish Creek. Shout out to Megan Wheeler, who that was her
It was her favorite
favorite
thing.
workout of the whole world.
It is an adventure up there. Good, and we can get a great shot of the crews warming up. We have a little bit of the warm-up area being used in that top 500 of the 2,000 meter course, and then our stake boats and starting officials are all stationed up there at the 1,500 meter line. So we have a lot of volunteers. Shout out to the SRA mods, our middle school rowers, and all other volunteers coming from SRA community. Everyone there trying to hold on to the stake boats, make sure the bow balls are aligned. That's the very tip of the boat. Make sure no one has an unfair advantage. And then pro tip for all rowers and coxswains listening, you want to go off the flag dropping up there. So the starting official will have a big red or orange flag, and they'll also have a megaphone, and they'll give the starting command of attention go. But fun fact, light travels faster than sound, so it's in your best interest to avoid losing by 0.1
Or
.006 by going off the flag movement rather than the sound go. That'll just give you that little tiny edge over the rest of the field if you do it correctly. That said, don't get too jumpy. We had a false start earlier today. We want to make sure everyone's going fairly at the same time.
Looks like we've got a start. This will be our boys U17 Junior 8, 2:02 start time. We've got, starting from that west left-hand shore, lane 9 will be open, lane 8 Greenwich A, lane 7 Row America Rye A, lane 6 CRI A, lane 5 Row America Rye B, lane 4 Greater Lawrence A, lane 3 Wayland Weston A, lane 2 Notre Dame A, and lane 1 Greenwich B. Lane 0 will be open as well. So potentially some steering here in some of our middle lanes happening. While these boats do have a coxswain, sometimes steering can go astray. Sometimes pressure off a start can be uneven. So the better that you can kind of readjust your point, get centered in your lane, and start to focus back in onto your race plan, the better.
Very true. Again, this is U17 junior age capped. So basically all of these athletes are going to be 16 years or younger. So no 17, 18, or 19 for any of 2022. So even if you're currently 16, you got to be 16 for the whole year to fit into this age category. And then no seniors in high school either.
Some of them can't even drive a car.
Many of them. Probably.
Most of them probably.
I don't know.
What the New York rules are.
Maybe no friends yet.
Maybe no friends in your car. Come update us, all you 16-year-olds. But yeah, crazy that some of these coxswains are driving a tens of
true.
thousands of dollars boat. If you didn't know, rowing boats are pretty darn expensive. They're up there, but no cars yet.
Specially made, specially calibrated.
Looks
meant to
like
go super fast.
We've got a lead in the Greenwich crew, followed by CRI and Row America Rye. Looks like Greater Lawrence and Wayland Weston have had some steering troubles here, but we've got that safety launch there trying to sort everything out. Notre Dame crew trying to hang with these top three crews. And let's see. Row America Rye and Greater Lawrence are back there steering. Waylon Weston's holding strong. Notre Dame dropped a bit off the pack, and Greenwich B right in line with that second wave. But Greenwich A really making moves to push themselves ahead here.
Wait, are you grade 6? Sorry. Okay. Oh, no, Gabe's in 6.
Is Gabe 6?
Yeah.
Give me 7 then.
No, I'm taking 7. I want to.
Take Gabe, we'll go for it.
I got 3.
5.
We've got our finish line camera here. You can just see all these bodies moving towards that finish line as fast and as furious as they can.
I hear Waylon Weston's got a new uni design. I like it. I like it. It's like the rugby stripe kind of
pretty
style
fun.
of it.
Waylon Weston alum Christy Wagner, if you're listening. It's a good one. You were right.
Looks like CRI moving really nicely here. You can see those red unis, white stripe with the little black squiggle.
I think Greenwich still has a bit of a lead here coming into our last 250, but CRI is not letting them go without a fight. Looks like we might also have Row America Rye A right in the mix. Can hear the screams of the coxswains coming into the last
They're
200
all
meters.
really yelling.
Ooh, it was so fun.
Here they come right into those red buoys, coming into their last 20 strokes here, bringing the rate up as much as they can while staying effective and powerful. Here we go. Row America Rye, trying to get into that fight.
But Greenwich holding nothing back, and they will cross that line with open water back to CRI, who will have open water back to Row America Rye.
Nicely done. And then here comes Waylon Weston over there in the far lane.
They've got clear water there.
And we got a bit of a fight here in these
For
trailing
fourth, for
crews.
fifth. Here we go. Lane 1 and lane 5.
So Greenwich B fighting with Row America Rye B.
Ooh!
Depth of program.
I
I
didn't
don't know.
catch that. Those
I
are
don't
dead
know.
even with our B boats. And that'll
Looks
be
like
Greater Lawrence
over Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Great racing there in the U17 Junior 8.
So all of those athletes, this will be their last year able to race in that U17 Junior 8. Taking advantage of that, we saw great racing in that first wave, that second wave, and a third wave. So pretty cool to see all of these crews of potentially varying speeds still able to come up to the Saratoga Invitational, put forth their best race, and find some competition.
Coming up next, we have the boys 3v8. We'll have a 10-lane race here.
Woo!
Yeah, just I think CRI is the only boat here with two, or it's only program with 2 boats in it. So we have CRI A and B. Otherwise, we have Row America Rye, PNRA Mercer, Greenwich, Saratoga, Port, Concord, Pelham, and Bromfield, Acton, Foxborough.
And now this is a 3v8. How does CRI have 2? Likely CRI either entered their 4v8 in this 3v event and their 4v in the
Or
in
they
their
cloned, they cloned their 3v.
or they have
They
clones.
cloned them.
Or
Yes.
third option,
Okay, yes.
that they've got a lot of athletes that are right in that 3v mix, and the coaches have decided to use this as a little bit of a test, a selection, a seat racing, because as we see here in 3 more races, CRI also has a 4v5v boat. So 2 3vs
Big
and a
program.
4v5v. Big program out there in Boston. We'll see how these 2 boats shape up in this event, and looks like the 8s are off. This is our boys 3v8 full 10 lanes. Still pretty even off of these first 15 strokes.
Great view of the start here. So cool to see this portion of the race when we usually don't get to see this type of racing here. We don't get to see this stage the athletes here are coming off of their high strokes, shifting into their race pace rhythm, you can see the boats starting to just glide a little bit smoother across the water, maybe even getting clearance of their puddles. So every stroke you can see that little white vortex, or maybe even a dark puddle here, getting thrown off of the blades as the boat surges forward. Call those the puddles. And if you can get basically clean water every stroke, if you can clear all 4 blades on each side past those puddles, it means you're getting a lot of distance per stroke. The boat is running really smoothly. You'll notice these crews really getting a lot of good run here, especially those at the front of the pack. Sometimes if you're at a really high stroke rate, the boat might not just be moving fast enough.
And that's okay.
That's okay.
Royal America Rye and PNRA Mercer here. Mercer might have a seat up here. Bow to stern, Greenwich back, CRI about a half boat back, bow to stern. We've got Saratoga rowing. Saratoga about even here with Pelham Community. Bromfield Acton out, looks like CRI out there on the other side, trying to stay with the mix. Bromfield Acton possibly slightly further back. And then we've got Friends of Port and Friends of Concord here fighting right in the middle. So great race for all crews here, lots of competitive spirit. I'm sure they can hear.
They're really moving
They're
here.
crushing.
They might be a little bit on those buoy line, but Coxon will undoubtedly be correcting back, trying to get them that clean water.
Looks like PNRA Mercer has made a little bit of a move to be another seat or 2 up. It looks like maybe 2 seat or 3 seat is on that bow ball. Our friends from New Jersey. They practice at Lady Mercer, our windy friend down
host
there in
of,
New Jersey,
The host of many national team selection regatta.
including one next week.
2 days from now, lots of racing.
Tomorrow, day after. So they're used to conditions, so hopefully this Mercer boat is doing well in these nice flat waters. But Mercer slightly up on Row America Rye, back to Greenwich and CRI and that CRI-B boat. CRI-B, something to prove out there, out of lane 0.
Nothing quite like being labeled the B boat, even though you might have been told by the coach these boats are even. They're the same, and yet you are labeled the B boat.
Which may or may not be happening, but I think it happens.
We make
it happens
guesses,
often
conjectures.
enough. It's part of the gig.
And then we still have that battle ongoing there at the back of the pack here. So you have your 5 front runners, and then moving back, it looks like we have that battle between Saratoga and then 2 lanes over Pelham. And then back behind them, we have a battle going on between Concord and Port.
I can hear these coxswains already.
I can hear them, and they're just entering the red buoys now. Looks like Pelham might be getting a slight edge over Saratoga here, but your front runners are still PNRA Mercer, followed by Row America Rye, then Greenwich, and 2 CRI boats battling each other in lane 6 and lane 0.
Look at this field, a little bit spread out, but competitive nonetheless. PNRA Mercer just raging down the course.
Coxon's looking
Row
over.
America
She's
Rye,
on the 3 seat.
really trying to
Pumped
make a
up.
last-ditch effort, but it might be too late for Row America Rye to come out with a win here.
Nice battle.
PNRA Mercer, I'd give him 3 seats, maybe 3.5.
And here it comes Greenwich. CRI with a near photo finish, A over B.
Woohoo! That's gonna make for some spicy training this week.
Good luck, coach. Here we go, Pelham versus Saratoga. Pelham with a slight advantage here, maybe a seat up.
Saratoga trying to make this last move.
Half a second, maybe a full second off.
So we have
Nice
Pelham in
battle.
their bright blue boat, Saratoga with the chevrons. Friends of Port with about a half boat up on Friends of Concord here. And that'll be those 2 boats crossing the line. We've got Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in their last 15 strokes. Slightly off the pace here, but trying to put forth their best effort nonetheless.
Great view here of our finish line. Coxon's giving it everything. They might not be able to actively help or physically help
Physically
the
help.
boat
Yeah.
get faster, but if they can motivate their crew, if they know what their crew responds to and what will get them to just fight a little bit harder, even when they're tired, that's where a coxswain can make a huge difference. Once I heard a story of the Saratoga selection process, and they switched pair by pair. They started with the 1V and the 2V, and they switched pair by pair. Bow pair switched, then 3-4 pair switched, 5-6 pair switched, then stroke seat switched. So then we started with the 1V and 2V, we went to the 2V and the 1V. Everything was the same at the end of practice, except for the coxswains had switched, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the boat with the 1V coxswain
One.
beat
Every
the 1V
single
rowers.
time.
Yep.
Power of the voice. Power of the voice.
We're in horse racing town here. Power of the jockey.
Of the jockey. Very, very similar for those of you who are horse people. I've got our results from the boys U17 Junior 8 that went off just prior to this 3v8 race. We've got the Greenwich crew A with 446, CRI 452, Row America Rye 456, Wayland Weston 506, Greenwich B at 518.5, Row America Rye at 518.65, so just over 0.1, dividing those two. Greater Lawrence A at 526 and Notre Dame at 527. So huge racing. We remember that one. The boys U17 Junior 8 coming down the course.
Coming up next, we're going to head back to our girls' boats with the girls U16 freshman quad. So U16, great age category, pretty much limits it to freshmen, like younger freshmen and older 8th graders. And really exciting to see that stage of rowing and see what these younger athletes are able to produce here. We see they're already into their first 250, nearing that first 500, or just past the first 500, excuse me. So we have 10 lanes: Maritime A, Maritime B, Saratoga A, Maritime
Got a
C.
maritime crowd over
Our
there.
maritime crowd over here on the high lanes on the left of your screen. Then Burnt Hills in lane 5, Oak Neck in lane 4, Row America Rye in lane 3, GMS in lane 2, Niskayuna in lane 1, and Shaker in lane 0.
And these two maritime boats are just walking away from the field. We've got a couple of contenders on that low numbers, those low lane side. But Maritime A and Maritime B have decided this is our race, time to go.
Yeah, watch out. You got lane 1 and lane 3. So that's going to be Niskayuna and Row America Rye trying to challenge that maritime surge over in these low lanes. And again, this is the quad event. So this boat class, there's no coxswain often. There is such a thing as a cox quad, but not in this race here today.
Not today.
So these athletes have to take on the role of coxswain themselves, be self-sufficient while pushing and rowing as best and fast as they can. So it's really challenging. So it takes a lot of trust in these athletes from their coaches and from one another. Usually you'll have your 2C taking on the role of the speaking, so calling any race moves, any technical cues. So if you know you need a ratio shift, if you know you need to think about staying long, or maybe you want to call a power 10 at a certain time in the race, they're the only person looking outside the boat, trying to make sure that they're staying competitive and not letting another crew walk away from them. And then the bow seat is going to be in charge of the steering. So usually the bow seat will have that toe steering where their foot and how they point their toe is going to control the rudder underneath the boat. And that'll help them make sure that they're going straight down the course, A to B, as fast as possible, not hitting the buoys ideally, so we avoid any risk of a crab or a digger that kind of stops the boat, like throwing an anchor off the side. But Maritime A and B over here in these left lanes really mastering this event here.
We've got quite a spread field otherwise, so potentially a lot of different experiences because this is an age boat. This is not a varsity or a 2V, this is just based on how old these athletes are, so could be athletes with a lot of experience, could be athletes with less experience, but right now it is Maritime showing the rest of the crews who is boss. We've got
Maritime B over
Maritime
Maritime
B
A?
is sneaking in there, and I wonder what kind of lineup selection happened to make that B boat
I don't
and
know.
that A boat.
They're rowing
but
a lot like an A boat here today. Maritime B cruising to almost open water
I
over the
would
rest of the
absolutely
field.
say open water here. They've got a sprint. Maritime B had something left in that
Maritime
pocket.
A seems to be fracturing a little bit, almost giving an in to our crew over there in the low lanes, Niskayuna.
I believe that
Or,
far
excuse me.
lane will be row. Let's double check on those bow numbers here for you. That's 3.
3, so
Yep,
Row
that'll be
America
Row America
Rye
Rye,
nearly
followed by
caught them,
Niskayuna.
but they'll take 3rd. Then Niskayuna,
That's 5.
Burnt Hills,
6.
sorry, Burnt Hills, then Maritime C, then Niskayuna. And then in blue, we have GMS coming across the line.
Oak Neck rowing in this bright red boat.
And here comes Saratoga in lane 7. And that'll be it for the girls. Let's see. Oh, we have Shaker coming across the line still too. We got a full 10 lane field here. Shaker coming in lane 0.
So that far outside, closest to the state boat launch and our vendor tents. Often that can get a little dicey with our warm-up crews, so making sure that as crews warm up, they are nice and tight to that shoreline. They don't get in the way of any of these lane 0 or lane 1 crews coming down the course. But we've got Shaker in the last 200 here, making their way down.
Great racing here, especially as the wind starts to shift into this depth. I think it's pretty much a headwind now. Let me double check.
Get us our wind updates. So Shaker's based out of Albany. They've got everybody from junior, recreational, experienced, senior teams. The goal of their program is to teach some technical knowledge, instill healthy attitudes, challenge athletes to excel, and instill those lifetime values of teamwork. It is based off of the Shaker Junior and Senior High Schools. So some crews can be scholastic, some can be club. This is likely one that will have a little bit of both.
Nicely done to all of those freshman athletes, U16. We do have a puff of a headwind here. It's a southeast wind, so times might be getting a little bit slower just for these couple of hours here.
And speaking of times, I've got our boys 3v8s. We went over that U17 Junior 8 that Greenwich handedly walked away with. We've got the 3v8 that was pretty darn close between Mercer and Row America Rye. We've got Mercer with a 439.7, Row America Rye with a 440.3. Greenwich Crew A 450, CRI A 452, CRI B 453, less than a second separating the CRI A and B crews. Again, good luck, coach. Pelham Rowing at 507, Saratoga 508, Friends of Port 522, Friends of Concord 523, and Bromfeld Acton Boxborough 544.
Great view here of our start line. If you're just joining us, my name's Hannah. This is my co-commentator Megan.
Hello,
We
hello.
are two Orion athletes here. We train full-time and coach here at Saratoga. Welcome to Saratoga Springs and Fish Creek. This has been an extremely successful Saratoga Invitational 2022. We are currently in the last afternoon chunk of racing. We have 2 more races before we'll switch our stake boat holders for the last time. Right now we have the boys U16 freshman 8 lining up. Just 5 boats here. We have CRI, Port, Row America Rye, Shen, and Wappingers. That's from left to right. So CRI over there in lane 8, Wappingers in lane 4. And again, this is the U16 freshman heat, so all athletes in this event are going to be 15 years or younger.
I don't think any of these are driving yet.
No, I hope not. Maybe if Y Quad Cities had one, maybe, because I think you can drive pretty early in Iowa.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Emily Delaman, another elite athlete
Y Quad
training
Cities
up at
alum?
Craftsbury, Y Quad Cities alum. She came and trained with us here at Orion for a little bit, and yeah, I think she did drive significantly earlier
Yeah.
than us out here.
This will be a coxed 8. There is no straight 8 in the rowing world. It's a little too dangerous. The boats are a little too fast. So you'll see, unlike the 4, the 8 has the coxswain sitting in the stern of the boat facing all of the rowers. This allows the coxswain both the ability to kind of watch the boat row and kind of be those second eyes, like a second coach, and also helps just with the weight displacement throughout the boat.
And it looks like these crews are off and running. Boys U16, freshman 8. Again, 5-boat race from left to right. CRI, Friends of Port, Row America, Shen, and Wappingers. So totally possible that all of these boys go to school together. Also possible that they all go to different schools or freshmen at different schools and just join together after school for club rowing. Both are types of programs that are welcome here at the Saratoga Invitational. Further on in the season, some programs will have to decide if they'd rather go towards a club event or a scholastic event, and that's kind of up to the coach and the number of athletes who are eligible for each
Kind of
entry.
playing the cards, the hand that you're dealt, as best you can.
Yep, yep,
So, Megan, in the 8, there are
In
a
the
lot
8.
of different roles.
yes.
But obviously, everyone's doing the same thing, more or less.
You're all pushing your legs,
down.
swinging your
Yes,
body,
yes.
bringing your arms in.
There's maybe it's not specific roles, but they're kind of understandings of common responsibilities or common traits.
Yeah.
What is your favorite seat to row? And then we'll talk about what that means
Yep.
about you. It's like a
Yeah, it's like
you
an
know.
Enneagram or a
Exactly.
personality test,
Exactly.
a Myers-Briggs. I really thrive in like 5, 6 seat. Occasionally 4 if I want to be a little bit more back towards bow, but that 5 seat, 6 seat gives me enough rhythm from stern pair that I like to be up towards that stern. I like to be close to the back of the boat to feel the rest of my bow behind me. And also middle of the boat tends to be called the engine room. So
It's
you
true,
often
it's
put
true.
your maybe stronger, maybe higher watts, maybe slightly less technical. I'm not going to knock myself just yet.
technique matters for everyone.
Technique matters for everyone, but I
You
learned
can
to
hide
row.
kind
I
of
learned
well
to
in
row
the
in
middle.
college. Was not a technical rower to begin with. I would like to think I've become more of a technical rower. But in the middle of that boat, man, I could just put my oar in and pull really hard, and that was super fun for me in college. Yeah.
Very nice.
What about you?
It depends. So as I aged, like cheese or wine,
It's your old age now of right.
exactly. I started off as a bow pair lady. I didn't quite have the power endurance. Like I had the power over short stints of time, but
Yeah.
not quite over an
full
entire
2,000 meters.
entire 2K race. So I started off in the bow pair. It was pretty efficient technically, and so I could kind of help set the boat and carry that rhythm around the bow pair. It's a little bit tougher to be bow pair in the headwind, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
You're kind of the first
You're the
line
windbreaker.
into battle.
You're like
Yeah.
on a peloton, like on a biking
exactly,
squad.
but you don't
are
get
that.
to change. You don't get to switch.
You just sit there the whole
mid
time.
race. But as I aged, I actually transitioned to the 3-4 pair, and then to the usually 6 seat actually.
Proud of you.
Yeah.
Not proud of you. All seats are important.
Yeah.
But growth in one direction or another.
Exactly. So then stern pair, I was in for a fleeting moment and was taken right back out. Stern pair is a very challenging place to be. You're in charge of really setting the rhythm of the boat, or maybe it's really the stroke seat's job, but seven seats
got to back her up like nobody's
It's like-
business.
whatever, every duo you could think of, whatever sidekick
Yeah.
is
Power
the
couple is your stern pair.
sidekick is 7 seat, and they back up that superhero, that main character, that is stroke seat to set the rhythm. And yeah, I dabbled but never stayed there for long.
And you never know.
It's hard. It's hard
You
to
never
do.
know. You've been stroking your own single.
It's
so
true.
You are your
It's
own
true.
stroke seat. As we see these boats coming in, these stroke seats are likely being told to bring up that rate, make moves. Again, these 8s have coxswains steering them. So those are the brains. You've got your rhythm makers in stern pair, your engine room through the middle of the boat, and then often your technical experts sitting there in bow trying to get bow balls straight across.
Looks like Row America Rye currently sitting in first as they come into their last 20 strokes, followed by CRI over here in lane 8. Followed then by, in blue, looks like Port Rowing.
Yep.
And then pretty far off the rest of that top 3 pack, we have Shen and Wappingers.
So
But
Row
there's-
America Rye just coming right in. I can hear that port coxswain calling back off of CRI. CRI is trying to keep these few seats of open water that we have. 3 seats got a fun bucket hat on. There's free speed right
Maybe
there.
even a cowboy hat. Megan.
Woo! And then we've got port coming in here. Further back, maybe 15 strokes off that finish line right now. Shen definitely bringing that rate up there. Stern 4 swinging it back, bow 4 trying to translate that.
Oftentimes you just pick a small number that you can count to when you're tired and just keep counting to that number. It looks like their bow is sinking a little low in the water there. Kicking up a little
Stay
bit
up,
of water.
Shen. You got them. There they are through the line. And Wappinger's crew will be making their way through this last 250 here.
So often the middle of that 3-4 pair, actually, I find, is the chattiest pair. If the race is going well, if you feel like the crew needs some encouragement,
Yup.
that is the first pair to say something.
Is that why you feel most comfortable in 3-4?
It might be. It might be. Yeah. It might take a little bit of breath away from you to speak while you're rowing. In fact, many coaches and coxswains and fellow teammates have a strong no talking in the boat policy for good reason. Sometimes if too many cooks in the kitchen.
Too many cooks in the
expression.
kitchen. I've found that in times of dire need, maybe especially in smaller boats, like the double or the pair, but definitely not pointing out 8s. That little bit of yup that you can muster puts back more energy into the boat than it took you to say it.
Right.
Like if I say yup, oh, those 7 other people better get hyped.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So here comes this is Wappingers lane 4 coming across the line here. Again, this is our boys U16 freshman 8, so all athletes here 15 years or younger. A lot of 8th graders, maybe some freshmen. Really hard to get all blades in together, especially when you're tired.
Can hear their coxswain just counting down number of strokes. Coxswain can see the buoy line. Likely bow seat has turned around, trying to see it, but just trying to move together. Oh, we got a blade stuck. You're so close.
Oh no, they're so close. They might drift there. They might drift over the line.
They're gonna make it.
Bow seat's like,
I
I
have
got
faith.
you.
Bow seat's got him. Here
Bow
we go.
seat's gonna take them
All
right
together,
across the
bow
line.
pair.
That'll get them their time there.
And there we go, a finish from Wappinger's crew. Again, so much experience gained here, so much to learn. Maybe some motivation, like, hey, that wasn't what we wanted to be. That wasn't as fast as we could be. Or maybe that was a crew that had never been put together and they're just thrilled to be down the course. So lots of options there. We have one more event before our final stake boat break of the day. They should be hopefully 2 minutes in if we're running on time. It'll be our boys 4v, 5v. In the 8s, we'll have a 5-boat race with Greenwich Crew in lane 8, Ridley College lane 7, CRI lane 6, Friends of Port lane 5, and Greenwich Crew B lane 4. So up to coaches sometimes to determine what events they want to enter their crews. So we see here CRI, who had 2 boats in the 3v event, only has 1 here, and Greenwich, who I believe only had 1 boat in the 3v, has 2 boats here. So kind of how competitive do you think your crews can be? Where do you think that they're going to have a good race? And here we've got our 8s moving down the course.
Here we go. Current leader Greenwich in lane 8 over CRI in lane 6, followed by Ridley College from Canada in lane 7, then Port in lane, then Greenwich B in lane 4, followed by Port in lane 5.
So this 4v, 5v can be tricky. We might have crews of all different technical and physical skills, just out there trying to put together your best race as a boat of 9, 8 rowers, and 1 coxswain. Here we go.
I heard it's getting hot out there on the water.
Woo! We've been waiting all year for it to be hot on the water.
I wonder if this headwind is cooling them down a little as they're racing.
You get nice and warm through that warm-up tailwind, and then you need a breeze on your way back down. Honestly, knock on wood, this has been an awesome 2 days of racing conditions here. I'm sure these athletes are just over the moon to have clean water to place their blades, even racing conditions. Fun thing about Fish Creek here is the 10 lanes are fairly even across. Sometimes you can get a little bit more protected on one side or the other, but it tends to be a
little shallow in that warm-up lane.
But pretty true course sometimes, so that's nice. We do see Greenwich A walking away, some open water back to CRI, which has bow to stern on Ridley. A little bit further back again to Greenwich B, who's trying to make it known that they're not that far off, watch margins off their A crew, and then back to Friends of Port. They're in that last 200, here they come.
So oftentimes you'll have coxswains kind of calling back-to-back-to-back power 10s or rate shifts, trying to step up in rate here. You have our leader Greenwich coming through the line here, rate up, really clean here.
Yeah, this is a very clean looking 4V, well done.
Yeah, some big athletes here, powerhouses coming through.
That's CRI.
They're saying what headwind?
There's no headwind. You told me I was gonna have a wind. We're moving. This will be Ridley College, our Canadian friends, all the way to Saratoga.
Then here comes Greenwich B. Bousey taking a peek. Where is that finish line?
He knows he's going to be the first one to cross it, and there he is across the big buoy. So these huge orange buoys are actually past the finish line. The finish line is the double red and white buoys. A little bit harder to see on the live stream, I'm sure, but if you make your way down towards the finish line, you'll see the difference between these large orange buoys and these smaller double white and red ones. Just
Good
sheer
racing.
exhaustion.
Quite a lot of lactate buildup there in the sport of rowing, in the rowing race of the 1500. It's quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's not. I was gonna say it's not fun. That's wrong.
Type
it's
2
not
fun.
Painless. Type 2 fun.
I mean, you're working for it. You're
Yeah,
fighting for something
you
here in
are.
the sport of rowing.
So we've got a quick stake boat break here. We'll look at all of our awesome spectators on that 9P bridge, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes for our boys' varsity quads.
And welcome back. We are in the last stretch. We've got 14 more races for you. Up first here is the boys varsity quad final one. We have a 10 boat race here, all 10 lanes being used. From left to right is low up here on your screen at home. High lanes are over here on the Saratoga west shore. And then on the east is going to be the low lanes on the Stewart side or that like Lee's Park shore. So left to right, Y Quad Cities, Niskayuna, Burnt Hills, Oak Neck, Maritime, Shen, Row America Rye, Narragansett, Port Jefferson, and then GMS rowing.
So these are our quads, varsity quads, likely the top 4 athletes in the program or the top 4 athletes that can contribute to a sculling boat. Should be pretty competitive, full 10 lanes. Very excited to see what's going to come down this course. So thanks for tuning in with us today. We've got our last afternoon session here. Check out the merch tent, the vendor's tent. I believe there's a food truck still happening over there. Make sure you've got all of your mementos, other than the blisters and the pain and the lactic acid from your Saratoga Invite racing. Yeah, it's been a beautiful day. We've got a slight headwind right now, just a puff of a headwind, just enough to feel a little bit more, I would say, resistance or locked on or set. Sometimes a headwind will help stabilize these boats. But wow, we are 500 meters in and it is, I'm not going to call it a dead heat, but about as close as we can get.
There's contact all the way across this field here, so every athlete is feeling the presence of another athlete, or at least part of the boat beside them. Some athletes might feel a little bit of open water, but all these crews are trying to just hold on and be relentless through this first 500.
So what would you categorize the first 500 feelings as, or first 500 sentiments?
It can feel a little bit like aggression, I feel like is a good way to think about it. When you go into the first 500, you want to set the tone. You want to avoid anything that gets anything like close to complacency or self-doubt. You want to just bury those feelings if they're
And
there.
just send
you
it.
got to fake it till you make it and just try to find first 500 speed that gets you in a competitive position. Oftentimes, the most frustrating races for our athletes is going to be the ones where they felt like the whole field just got away from them early before they even realized they were down, and then they just ran out of time or couldn't quite fight back.
And I'm going to say I don't think that any of these crews have let anyone go just yet. We've got Lane 9, Y Quad Cities, leading the pack here, closely followed by Burnt Hills, Oak Neck, Niskayuna, Maritime, Friends of Shen, Row America Rye. Lots of friends in this heat right here. So in these quads, athletes are doing all of the steering, all of the motivating.
So we're missing that Port Jefferson crew. So
believe
that crew
so.
over there on the far right is going to be your GMS rowing center. Trying to stay with this pack even though they have open water on the next boat close to them. Trying to stay even with, let's see, that looks like it's Shen.
And some steering happening in these boats. As it happens, you may have some athletes that are stronger on their port side or stronger on their starboard. And most likely the athlete in bow will have the rudder attached to their foot, and if they swing their heel left or right, they'll move the boat through that rudder to port or starboard. So the goal is to just stay nice and straight, but should you need to make adjustments, they can be made.
So we're coming close to that last 250 here. You see the big white buoy, that's the last 500. Y Quad Cities, this is a quad event, their namesake. Y Quad Cities is known for being very competitive in the sculling side
that
of
rate's
things.
coming up, go, go!
It's a dog fight here. Y Quad Cities with about a seat over Burnt Hills, over Burnt Hills, and then a really close fight for third between Oak Neck and Maritime. They're pretty much stroke for stroke. You can see they're a little bit different One's on the drive, one's on the recovery. So this might come down to who's on the drive at the right time. As the boat's going faster on the drive, we'll have to see who comes across this line first, Maritime or Oak Neck for third place here. Y Quad City's
Y Quad
locking
Cities,
it down.
Yep, right ahead.
Followed
Moving
by
that
Burnt
boat.
Hills, really smooth here.
Row America Rye.
Burnt Hills, and then
Yep.
Oak Neck versus Maritime there. I think
Oak Neck,
Oak
excuse
Neck
me.
just
Yep.
got it over Maritime for third place
Shen in there.
versus Niskayuna.
Yep.
And I think that was,
Narragansett and
I think it was our Shen coming in that middle bit. Really close fight there all the way across.
And again, all results are being posted to streamlinerowing.com. If you Google Saratoga Invitational 2022 and you find the link to streamlinerowing.com, all the results will be posted there immediately as soon as they're official from our timing officials.
and we will get that for you again on those tight finishes there too. Once that timing crew has taken care of everything.
But again, spectacular race in that boys varsity quad.
So we were talking about the seats in an 8 prior to that break. Do you think seats in a quad also correlate somewhat to those same positions?
Maybe somewhat, but it's more personality, I think. The stroke seats, it's just like sheer confidence. You have to believe you're good at stroking to sit in stroke seat.
You do.
Not the place for anyone with at least acknowledging insecurities.
And I think sometimes your coach will throw you in there and you'll be very insecure about it, but
your
you
coach trusts
have your
you.
coach and your team behind you and you can kind of buy in
Right.
to their belief in you.
Right. Oftentimes, 2-seat will be one of the best communicators of the group. Maybe even a knack for coaching a crew.
Or
While you're rowing?
strategizing a race of sorts.
Exactly. Like a good racer will sit in 2-seat just to kind of vocalize and make sure everyone's on the same page. So you have to be kind of loud. Not
Gotta
one
have a
for
voice.
soft speakers. Otherwise, you won't really be heard. Maybe, again, sometimes coaches will put the soft speaker into
And
say, you got to learn to
grow
speak
up."
up.
I've got our results from that race already. We've
let's hear
got
'em.
Y Quad Cities at 5 flat, Burnt Hills 503, Oak Neck 505, Maritime 506, Shen 511, GMS 512, Niski 513, Narragansett 518, Row America Rye 524, and that was a scratch from Port Jefferson. And just with that, we've got our final two, just a 7-boat race here. Just a 7, as if that's not a huge race between
we might
any
have-
other event.
We might have 6.
Might be a 6.
Looks
might
like
be
we're missing 5.
maybe lane 5. Yep.
So from left to right on your screens there at home or watching at 550 or anywhere on our regatta venue, we have CRI in lane 9, Ridley College from Canada in lane 8, Shaker Rowing Association in lane 7, Oak Neck Rowing Academy B in lane 6, Narragansett B in lane 5, but that's seemingly missing. So no Narragansett B, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 4, and then CRI B in lane 3. So that's moving from left to right on your screens. High lanes on the west, low lanes on the east.
Looks like CRI has already taken a lead out of this. Oak Neck not pulling themselves out of it just yet, trying to keep within eyeshot of that CRI boat, but Oak Neck and Shaker as well as CRI B on that outside, definitely still in the mix.
So they're about halfway through the race already here, Megan. How do you feel about the second half of the race versus the first half?
I'm a
Do you have a
second
favorite
half
half?
racer.
Second
Yeah.
half racer?
Yeah, I think sometimes I like to build throughout. I want to be so confident crossing that halfway line and know that, all right, I can handle whatever is thrown at me in that second half.
A lot of folks training, especially on those long steady state days, kind of think about that second half as the main motivator. Sometimes steady state can be long or boring or hard to focus, and it's really those long endurance building rows that give you that second half fitness, which allows you to really push it or get faster in the second half of the race, which can be really difficult to do if you don't have that fitness. But you're right, Megan, still CRI charging here with Oak Neck B, giving them a run for their money here, even though they're 2 lanes apart, even though they have no coxswain to tell them so. They're 2
right in
seats
there.
looking over, hopefully no one else, though sometimes you'll see, especially at the junior level, athletes taking
Some
a
head
little peek.
swiveling.
Just
Yep.
taking a peek, they gotta know. And especially with a coxswain, if you're used to having a coxswain, they're giving you constant feedback on how the boat is moving, on what to focus on how the rest of the field is moving. And so transitioning to these blind boats that have no coxswain, it can be kind of a challenge.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
if you're kind of comfortable with that kind of feedback.
Yeah. We've got them on our eyes as they head towards the finish line. I would say within that last 300 meters here.
Last 300 is often when athletes will start their sprint, trying to make sure you're emptying the tank, so to speak, so that when you cross that finish line, you're not left with those what ifs, those doubts of,
No.
could I have gone even a little bit faster?
And
No,
as
you
we've
want
seen
to,
today, there's been so many close races.
right.
You gotta empty it before those big buoys.
So here we go. We have the battle between CRI and Oak Neck Rowing Academy B.
Looks like yep, CRI is gonna maintain this, and Les Oak Neck's got a heck of a last 10 strokes. But CRI looking very smooth. Bow ball surging ahead. Blades just cutting through that water here.
really pushing off the rest of this field. It's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Oak Neck through the line here, maybe a half boat of open water. Nothing too substantial there, but just enough. This looks like Shaker coming through.
Followed by CRI-B over there in lane 3.
Those Shaker athletes were searching for that finish line, trying to find it. CRI-B right there, yep.
Here comes Ridley College in lane 8, along with the Seagull. Taking a dip right in front of our finish line here.
All sorts of wildlife on Fish Creek. Ridley College through the line there.
Little bucket hat on bow seat, maybe also on stroke seat. Very nice.
Free speed. Have you
And
worn
here
a bucket
comes-
hat in racing, Hannah?
I don't think ever during a race.
I don't think so.
Maybe,
I have either.
but I don't think ever.
It's not too late.
Oh no, there are opportunities still.
And I believe this is Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough through the line here. Good racing all crews. Again, that was our boys varsity quad final 2. Our next event here will look on the water very similar, but it will be our 2V quads. So same boat class, but this will be our second string, we'll say, in comparison to any other sport. This will be our second round of athletes that make the quads move the fastest. And just an awesome overhead view of our regatta venue. We've got Lee's Park here on your left-hand side. You can then see the launch site for our Saratoga State Boat Launch side of the venue. Our Saratoga Rowing Training Center, which holds our registration, our results, our medals, and then our 9P Bridge, which is an awesome spot to watch the finishes from. You get to see those 10 lanes coming just straight at you.
And then you can kind of see Saratoga Lake there, just off in the distance. Again, if you hug the shore, you can get 20K all the way around.
20K.
It's a pretty large body of water on those really calm mornings. Nothing quite like it. Browns Beach at the other end. I've never rode to breakfast before, but I don't see why we couldn't.
Can't happen. Kat, you listening? Our coach, are you out there?
He does love stopping for breakfast.
It is true.
And there's Saratoga's boathouse here. Got 2 buildings, the pavilion with our small boats, and then main boathouse with our lifting space, meeting rooms, and 3 boat bays.
Hannah, look, it's us. See that white tent? That's where we're hanging out, getting front row views.
Not the day to wear a white
to all
long
of the
sleeve.
racing.
And then you see we have a really fun, actually, little track around this pond here. 4 laps around is a mile. We'll do some mile tests with our junior athletes just to test our fitness. Good cross training.
Good cross training. So our 306 event here should be off momentarily. Again, full 10 lanes, which is awesome for these boys 2V quads. So no coxswain, 4 oars, 4 athletes, 8 oars.
Looks like we started early.
We are off.
We're
Look
already
at that.
approaching the last 500
Last
here.
500.
Hopefully
I'll
we'll
run
get
you
some-
through our squads real quick. Left to right on your screen: Oak Neck Rowing A, Saratoga Rowing A, Niski Rowing A, Maritime A, Row America Rye A, Maritime B, Ridley College A, Shen A, Burnt Hills A, and Wayland Weston A. Packed final.
Here we go. And this is the 2V quad. So if you're new to reading boat classes or events in rowing, 2V means second varsity, or in another sport you might have like a second string, the first people off the bench. In rowing, no one's on the bench. We try to get everyone off in a competitive field. And then 4X is read as quad, which is the quadruple sculls, the sculling 4-person boat. Awesome to see sculling being kind of encouraged, if not one of the most competitive events in junior rowing. Early leaders here you have, or not early, into the last 500.
Our leaders in the end here.
We have lane 7, Niskiuna, had a strong showing yesterday in this boat class. Then kind of trailing in almost like a V formation, you have 4 boats chasing behind Niskiuna, just trying to catch up. We have some steering issues there in lane 6 from Maritime. There they corrected. Followed then by Row America Rye in lane 5, right in the middle of the field. Back to the high lanes, you have Oak Neck chasing with just about 2 seats of open water. And then Saratoga in lane 8. This is the boys' second varsity quad. Niskiuna leading the charge, followed by Row America Rye with a dead heat between Maritime and Oak Neck in lanes 9 and 6.
Pretty darn exciting here, especially for these 2V quads who may have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, or just like thrilled to be in this 2V quad. We never know if this boat is, made up of the second half of your varsity 8, or it's your second 4 best scullers. But either way, quite a competitive field here. You can see just their paths of those oars and the boats just accelerating through the water is pretty darn special.
Here we go, entering the red buoys. It's cue for these athletes to go. It's also a hard time to stay clean, so athletes will start taking bigger risks, bringing the rate up, adding more power, and oftentimes it can be more and more challenging to stay clean here, get the really good finesse of the hands around the release, and making sure that you don't lose speed here in these crucial last few strokes.
Niskiuna trying to stay right ahead of Row America Rye, I believe. Maritime throwing in a big charge late in.
Really good charge here. Toga trying to hold on. Steering issues here from Maritime. Niskiuna trying to hold off this pack.
Looks like Niskiuna will. This outside Oak Neck boat, I believe, taking down our Row America Rye, followed by Maritime, followed by Saratoga. What a first 4 boats.
I mean, they really all pushed off from the rest of this field here. Here comes Maritime B. And then a fight here between what looks like Ridley College and then potentially, is that Burnt Hills?
I believe that is Burnt Hills. Ridley College with about a half a boat length up on, and a big buoy, there you go, up on Burnt Hills. Great races, both crews. We've got Shen in those bright green outfits coming through the line here. And Wayland Weston rowing from just outside Boston with 10 strokes to go in those bright orange unis. We've got our safety launches following these boats in, just making sure that everyone's all right, that all of our athletes are physically capable of getting themselves back to the dock, and these safety marshals also will make sure that none of the boats have a protest or any objections to the races. So if you're somehow impeded by the path or the course or the oars or anything from another crew, like they didn't stay in their lane or they pushed you too far outwards, that would be something to raise your hand and talk to our official marshals about before you leave that finish line area.
Again, looks like we have the white flag from the official, so all athletes said their piece, made sure that they had their perspective out there on what happened. Really just trying to guarantee that all athletes had a fair race here. Looks like we have the girls varsity 8 final one on one of the top competitive boat classes. Events in junior rowing is going to be this girls varsity 8 throughout the rest of the spring. We have 10 lanes across of early speed testing here. Chicago in lane 9, Row America Rye in lane 8, PNRA Mercer in lane 7, Greenwich Crew in lane 6, St. Andrew Rowing Club in lane 5, Connecticut Boat Club in lane 4, Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 3, CRI in lane 2, Friends of Port Rowing in lane 1, and Pelham Community Rowing in lane 0.
Let me just remind you, 10 boats.
It's crazy.
9 athletes. You have 90 athletes going down the course.
Yep.
Less than 6 minutes, probably 5.5 minutes there. Less than
Pretty
that.
special.
That's unreal. Very exciting. If you are not in sight line of a live stream screen or of the finish line, would highly suggest you get there because this is bound to be a very exciting race.
Good, so these athletes are in their high strokes here. So the start of your race will start from a dead stop.
Dead stop.
It's really heavy. You have, as you said, 9 athletes.
9 athletes.
One of
whom is not going to pull at all.
Just sitting still, so she's going to try to use her or his or their voice to really add some speed to the boat just by making it feel easier, making it feel more powerful, or even more together. So trying to get that boat up to race pace, if not top speed.
And I've got, actually from the Wappingers Crew Club website, that an 8-person shell, so these women's varsity 8s, measures 60 feet in length and weighs 200 pounds on average. So not only do you have 8 rowers pulling on their 8 oars, but a coxswain who is
Probably 100
doing
pounds.
nothing physically, at least 100 pounds, and a 200-pound, 60-foot long boat. So to
Which
get that,
if you share it equally, isn't too
not
bad.
that much. But
And then the oars, you didn't even count the oars.
the oars, which
They weigh
weigh
something. And you add the headwind, which is pushing you back a little bit. It's just a puff of a headwind here today, maybe even a crosswind now.
But these athletes have
They're
definitely
strong.
done
Some strong women out
some
here.
good work getting those boats up to speed.
And now we're into the main body of the race here in the middle 500. You can see we've passed the first big white buoy. These athletes are going to start throwing major punches here, trying to see if they can make their boat surge faster than the boats around them. And it's pretty exciting to have open water on another boat, even if it's a seat of open water.
Yep.
If your bow seat
It's
feels
just a
that
rush
openness,
of-
it's
yep.
almost like, okay, I want to keep this
Yep.
feeling forever, because there's nothing. It's like a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
When you're surrounded by crews, you're surrounded
Somebody's
by
gonna
people and
somebody's
loud
gonna
noises.
burn or fire or explode. So we've got an early leader, Chicago Rowing Foundation, with about a length up on the field, followed closely by Row America Rye and Greenwich. Mercer back with St. Andrew, and then almost dead heat. Our last 4 boats will be Connecticut, Saratoga Rowing, CRI, and Friends of Port, with Pelham Community just off the pace back there, but turning out to be a pretty good race here for all of the crews. Chicago Rowing Foundation trying to just get ahead early and stay ahead. And we can see, if you take a look at Chicago's boat, their 2-seat and their 3-seat is a bucket. So you've got 2 port oars on the same side for speed, for timing, for coach's discretion.
Yeah, but your leader is still Chicago Rowing here in lane 9 with almost 8 seats up, so not quite open water. That coxswain is still sitting on the bow ball of PNRA Mercer. You can bet that coxswain is calling everything for their rowers to really try to get that coxswain to open water here. But PNRA Mercer's not going down without a fight.
I think that...
Oh, you're
I
right.
think that's Greenwich sneaking in there. Not that PNRA Mercer isn't fighting back there with St. Andrew. But we've got Greenwich and Row America Rye holding on tight here. Looks like PNRA Mercer also has a bucket there. You can see the starboard 2-3.
And what a fight here in the middle of the pack. So the top 4 are pretty much separating themselves out here as they come into the last 250 meters here.
I don't know if you can hear that, but the shore just erupted.
Saratoga currently sitting in about 6th place, but really tight in that middle of the pack. Chicago Rowing Foundation trying to hold on to this lead over Greenwich. Greenwich trying to eat into that lead as much as they can, bringing the rate up, power on, seeing what they have left in the tank.
I've got 90 athletes in my frame of vision right now. It's crazy. Chicago with the win. We got 1 seat of open, I'd say, over that Greenwich boat, maybe 2 seats.
Row America Rye having a strong hold on 3rd here.
Absolutely.
Over St.
Row
Andrew.
America Rye was walking towards that end. Greenwich held him off.
St. Andrew coming across 4th, followed by PNRA Mercer. Near photo finish.
Saratoga over Connecticut? Question mark.
Awesome.
And then it looks like that was Friends of Port, CRI, and Pelham Community. But what a race. Told you to buckle in for that one. That was fun. So really cool to see all of those schools just trying to get 1 seat ahead, 1 more inch the whole way down that course. That was phenomenal racing in the girls varsity 8 final 1. Next up we'll have our final 2. So these will be the next 7 schools that did not have an 8 in that final 1. Again, should be some pretty good racing here. All likely your top athletes from your program.
Boathouse right out here. I haven't seen Steph yet. I thought we could get on a story or something.
Heating up out here.
It is toasty. The jackets
Nearly
have come
70
off.
degrees.
Woo!
Feels like summertime compared to this morning.
Summertime. So we've got about another 90 minutes of racing this afternoon. Make sure that you're cheering on your teammates in their final events. If you've got a final race, nice hydration check. Cheers. Get your fuel, get your electrolytes.
I don't know if this is ASMR or not. Can you hear that?
Hear that? Clink, clink. I've got some more details on the size of an 8. Can carry more than 3/4 of a ton. So they estimate that 1,750 pounds within of humans, of oars, of water bottles, of shoes, and weighs little as, again, that 200 pounds. These boats are made of a fiberglass composite material. Just wild how sensitive, how fine-tuned these 8s are, and then you just can haul on it.
So coming up, we're going to have several boats here fighting for that final 2 glory. Niskayuna in lane 9, Ridley College in lane 8, Wayland West in lane 7, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 6, Greater Lawrence Rowing in lane 5, Arlington Belmont Crew in lane 4, and Friends of Shen in lane 3.
So if you're just tuning in this afternoon for our less than 2 hours of racing here, this is our girls' final 2 of the varsity 8, so 8 athletes with a coxswain. That plus tells us that we have a coxswain in the boat, someone who is there not with an oar, but rather with a microphone and a GPS, and is there to give information and steer. She's got a rope that is connected to the rudder.
Often the coxswain will act as a second coach. Obviously, there are no coaches running alongside these races, giving feedback to their rowers, so they're mostly on their own. The coxswain's getting a lot of good one-on-one instruction from their coaches to kind of help them manage the race as it unfolds, help them respond to different situations, and help manage all different personalities and motivations of the 8 rowers. Often we all come from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different mindsets or perspectives, and it's really, really hard for a coxswain to find a way
all of that.
to kind of motivate or speak to each of those rowers, especially as they fatigue and maybe become a little bit more frustrated or maybe overly confident. Every athlete's going to respond differently and has different expectations for the boat, so trying to make sure everyone's on the same page before, during, and after the racing, it really falls to the coxswain. It's a lot to manage.
Some athletes want to be screamed at. Some athletes want to be quietly motivated. Some athletes want to be told strictly information. Where are we? What's our time? What's our split? What's our distance? And the coxswain has to learn those qualities of all of their athletes and somehow put them together in a big cohesive race plan that motivates and brings in the focus and makes technical skills of all of their athletes.
And here we have them coming, just past the first 500 meter buoy, so second 500 here. Coxswains will really start challenging their crews to make race moves. So power 10s, maybe something that speaks to the rowers. I had people just shout the names of Ben and Jerry's ice cream flavors.
Oh, that would get me moving
at
quick.
the rowers, just to throw whatever they could. Maybe release the phoenix, let it fly, whatever it is that speaks to those athletes. Maybe it just works one day, and that's just now your thing.
Right.
It worked once. It's gonna work every time.
It's gonna work again. My doubles partner for next week's National Selection Regatta 2 and I actually won tickets to go see Hamilton the musical on Broadway this past week. And during our race pieces this week, I called a Boom Goes the Cannons 10. So taking moments from a shared experience and then bringing it into our race, and boom did go the cannons.
That's great. That's awesome. So once again, we have quite a good field here. Should have 7 boats in this race. Let's see, you can kind of make out.
I think I've got 7.
A pretty even field here. No crew really letting off the gas, trying to hold it strong all the way through. This last 500 is going to be fast and furious here. Oftentimes coxswains will try to break the race up into smaller, manageable pieces, one after another, just one step at a time to really make the race more manageable, as these athletes are just pushing as hard as they can, stroke after stroke, probably at least 160 strokes in a row.
Yeah.
170?
Yeah, up there for sure.
So here we go, entering the last 500 meters here.
Looks like absolutely some competition, some connection here over these 8s. We'll get a
Looks
side
like we're
view.
almost in order here, left to right. So Niskayuna really strong charge here in the girls varsity 8 final 2. Looks like Wayland Weston with those orange and red stripes. And then actually Niskayuna might be a little bit farther off the pace, but watch out, Wayland Weston with a really strong start to their sprint here. Looks like, let's see.
We've got them coming into the last 300 here. You can see those rates coming up a little bit. I do
But
see
Waylon
that
Weston.
orange of Waylon Weston. Yeah, we've got those red and orange stripes here and orange blades. They are absolutely moving towards that finish line with a lot of energy, a lot of hype to stand out in front of all of these crews here.
We have a little bit of a mystery here. In our heat sheet, we have Ridley College in lane 8 and Niskayuna in lane 9. We have different unis here in lane 9 than Niskayuna's. Maybe swapped a bow number or something.
Maybe we've got some new unis.
Really good racing here. Navy blue unis with red and yellow accents. Nice
There's
push
our
there.
lane 9, followed closely by Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
There's 2 power strips. There's one right there. The 2 of them are lined up.
We've got lane 4, Arlington Belmont crossing the line here.
Here
Again,
comes Ridley.
Here comes Ridley. All these bow seats just inching towards that line, trying to simultaneously urge their crew to continue first. We've got Shen through the line in that bright green here. I do believe that 8 was Niski that crossed that line. They were in those sharp black unis with a red stripe, but if not, we will figure that out for you. So
Yeah.
great racing there in that girls varsity 8. Very exciting.
Niskayuna keeping us on our toes.
Tiptoe, tiptoe.
Well raced by all crews. Grabbing a sip of water, hopefully a little snack, either now in the boat or right when you get off the water. Recovery is key. This is not the end of the season.
Nope, it's only I would say the early middle.
Yeah.
Lots of room for improvement, but don't do anything that's gonna.
Especially when the capital regions thawed the first week of April.
Yep, yep. We've been out for a month.
Here we go. Girls, second varsity 8, final 1 going to be coming up to you here. We're going to have a 9-boat final. Really awesome. We'll have Greenwich in lane 8, Row America Rye in lane 7, Chicago Rowing Foundation in lane 6, CRI A in lane 5, St. Andrew Rowing Club in lane 4, Friends of Port Rowing in lane 3, PNRA Mercer in lane 2, Friends of Concord in lane 1, and Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 0. It looks like they had an early start here.
They are moving already.
2 or 3 minutes early. Must have had everyone prompt in the stake boats and no objections.
Sounds like a lot of these crews have been a few minutes early off the start today, which is a great thing for regatta time. Hopefully all of those crews had sufficient warm-up and feel good about that start.
Typically when athletes have raced several times already in a short span of time, like the 2 days that we've had, it doesn't take as much to warm up.
Nope. Your body's primed. Your body's
Exactly.
needs a little bit less
It's like
to tell it,
a
let's go.
pre-cooked meal. You only have to zap it.
You're pre-cooked.
You're fine.
Stick it in the wave for 30
Exactly.
seconds.
So here we have girls second varsity 8, final 1. So hoping to have one of the most competitive showdowns of the second varsity 8s here, showing the depth of their programs. More and more, the sport of rowing is valuing the depth of a program in its history. More weight may be given to the top of the programs, but here we have a dead level heat. Megan, look at this. We are just about 500 meters in, so already a third of the way through, and no crew
Nobody's
has given more
given
than 2
anything.
seats. Really cool here to see all of these different programs from all over. Mostly, this is going to be coming from mostly the Northeast. Chicago, obviously coming from the Midwest. And I'm going to see if St. Andrew might be that team from Georgia. Let me double check. I'm going to fact check myself.
it looks like across this whole field, left to right, we've got that leftmost crew, Greenwich, in lane 8. Everybody's got 1 seat, 2 seats, maybe 3 seats up on the crew to their right-hand side, to their port side. But other than that, this is a phenomenal example of all of these crews just fighting stroke by stroke, trying to keep an eye on that boat that's ahead of them on their left-hand side and keep pushing away from that boat that's behind them on the right-hand side.
We like to call it the young and ambitious mentality of just trying to hang with the top dogs until you start falling off. Seems like what we have here a little bit, as some crews that are tried and true, maybe a little bit stronger, fitter here, maybe just as technical, but either way, starting to pull away from the rest of that pack. Greenwich running off like they stole it here. Dead level heat then for 2nd through 4th for Row America Rye, Chicago, and CRI still. And a really tight battle between St. Andrew and looks to be
PNRA Mercer?
Mercer.
Perhaps?
I think so.
Yeah. But then Concord and Port and Saratoga in that race.
The beauty of 10 lanes.
The beauty of 10 lanes.
You're going to find yourself in a race even if
you're way
aren't
out of line
in
of that
contention
first
for the
place.
win.
Yep. And you know who knows they're in contention for the win? Greenwich. Great
Yeah.
work from that crew.
They've got open water on the rest of the field now. Just about a foot, maybe a seat of open water. That coxswain able to look back over her shoulder and just tell her crew how far away they are from the rest of the field, trying to extend their lead. My favorite coxswain's call in college was to not trust anyone. Don't trust the competition. They might have a really strong sprint. Don't trust that they aren't holding anything back. Don't trust them. Was really helpful for us. Maybe we just had some trust issues in the boat. I'm not sure, but
look at this.
you never know what a
You
crew is
never
capable
know.
of in their last 500, the last 250. Some athletes have crazy amounts of power, and when they empty the tank, it can be lethal. So you want to make sure you build as strong of a lead as possible. We've seen in this whole weekend several boat-stopping crabs in the last 5
strokes
strokes.
from the line.
So really behooves the athletes to set themselves as far ahead as they can. Don't hold anything back.
Oh, this is my favorite part of rowing. We've got, 80 athletes, 85 athletes here. I can see all of them with about a boat and a half, 3 boat lengths. Greenwich, those white names on their unis are just pulling so far ahead. We've got
Really
almost
cool.
dead between Row America Rye and Chicago.
Maybe a slight
Row
edge
America
right now to
Rye.
Row America Rye, but just by
2 seats.
a foot.
A deck, maybe? Greenwich
This is a
through
game
the
of
line
inches.
here.
Here we go.
Row America through the line. Chicago.
CRI holding off a last-minute charge
Very
from
nice
PNRA
there.
Mercer.
Yep. PNRA
then-
Mercer trying to hold off this charge from St. Andrew.
And then Saratoga,
I think they will, I
Concord,
think
and
they
Port
will.
battling for these last few strokes. Concord with a slight advantage over those 3. Toga with a slight advantage. Maybe just now losing to Port.
I think that's Port, and then Concord, and then Saratoga. Whew. Really good racing, all crews there. Well done.
Great to see that we have so many alumni tuning into the live stream. Just got a picture from some of our Boston friends, sending their best wishes here. Shout out to our BU friends.
So with all those 2v8s, coaches may be looking at their performance of their varsity 8 and their performance of their 2v8 and trying to figure out what went well, what did not go so well, what athletes maybe are more useful in different seats. So I think most coaches are going to have some thinking to do as they come into the next few weeks of their season and try and create boats that are going to go fast at championships.
I like to think of it as opportunities for growth.
with that, we turn back up the course. This will be our final 2 of the girls 2V. So our 3 boats that did not race in that final one, we've got Pelham Community in lane 8, closest to Saratoga Shore, Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 7, and on the Lee's Parkside Shore, Greater Lawrence in lane 6.
Just a 3-boat race.
3 boats?
Looks small compared to normal.
But in any other race, you'd do
This
3
is-
boats.
this is
That's,
great.
That's normal. So it doesn't look like they're quite off yet. Again, pulling into those stake boats. So at the start line, just like you might have blocks in swimming or blocks in track, something that kind of unifies a starting position for all crews. Here on Fish Creek, we've got 10 stake boats. These are wooden platforms, like wooden rafts of sorts that are anchored in. We've got awesome volunteers, mostly Saratoga athletes who have already raced today and yesterday, hopping in, holding the stern decks of all of the boats so that when it's time to go, they can let go and have near perfect alignment. All the bow balls lined up straight even.
Pretty cool view of the warm-up too. All of these 8s and a few quads rowing up to the start here. We can see we have the full 1500 here with 10 lanes across. Then the race course actually keeps going 6 lanes across for our 2,000 meter race course, which we host for some collegiate racing. We've hosted on Friday. We had the Liberty League Championship, which is a qualifier for NCAA's and some ACRA competition. And then earlier in the spring, the first week of April, we hosted a big collegiate dual kind of party time.
It was an event.
Who was here? It was Wisconsin, it was Princeton, it was Yale. I think Bucknell was here.
Yep.
Wisconsin, I might have already said. I'm trying to think. A number of top 10 programs. Was really cool.
It was awesome
Cornell
for
was here.
having all of these collegiate teams here, and then our Saratoga Rowing high schoolers able to stake boat and volunteer and see these collegiate teams
See
in
them up
action.
close. And we're off.
Here we are. Final 2 of the girls' second varsity 8. So this will be our second string in most of these programs. Greater Lawrence closest to your right-hand shore, Pelham Community closest to your left-hand shore, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough right in the middle. And it looks like they are right in the middle. This is turning out to be a pretty even race as we approach that first 500.
Shout out to Liam Law, Saratoga athlete. He just ran down the dock to give fist bumps to the freshman boys quad as they launched.
Fist bumps to him.
Fist bumps to him. Being a good teammate deserves recognition. But here we go. We're in the thick of it for the girls' second varsity 8 final 2. Have some separation here. Pelham pulling away from the field. Bromfield and Greater Lawrence trying to fight one another, kind of throwing punches, trying to see who can respond and who might falter when put under pressure.
And one of my favorite things to do, not only in a boat with a coxswain, but also in a boat where you are the role of the coxswain in a straight 4 or a double or a single, is try and anticipate another boat's move. So, if you know someone's going to take a move at the 1,000, you should take a move at the 900, or take a move at the 1,100, or something that's going to counter that move. In rowing, it is often to your advantage to be on the offensive versus on the defensive.
On
So
the
if you
same
can
time,
be
if you go on the offensive and it doesn't
too
work,
early?
or it doesn't work, like if a crew is really, really good at holding
Yep.
when another crew tries to move, and if they can kind of make it feel to that crew that
Like all their extra effort was
is wasted. It's not working.
Yeah.
You might as well not try. It's kind of like
Yep.
that
you're
mentality.
being sneaky.
Oh, it's sneaky. That's my favorite.
That's your favorite.
Like you hear a coxswain say power 10,
And they
and then
don't
that coxswain
budge.
says don't let them move.
And they don't.
That's the best.
Looks like Pelham has taken quite a stand here. Maybe a little bit chip on their shoulder that they should have been in that final 1. So Great work there to that boat. Big, beautiful blue stern deck, I believe, bow deck. And just behind, we've got Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough pushing away from Greater Lawrence.
Here we go. Coming into the last 500 here. The pain cave fully entered.
You're deep.
You're deep
You're
in
digging holes in that pain
You're
cave.
digging further into the pain cave. But time to really actually crank it up here. Some crews will sprint early at that 500 meter mark. Those athletes with maybe strong endurance, like strength endurance. We often think about endurance as just your aerobic capacity to breathe and your heart to beat efficiently. But there's something called strength endurance where your muscles can just keep on firing at full
Again,
capacity.
and again, and
that's
again.
what we see here in the last 500 is those athletes that are able to really just punch over and over again, that will set themselves apart. Pelham community just running away with it here.
So you can see those blades as they go into the water. They're square, so they are
Like spoons.
vertical. Yeah, they scoop that water, press through it, and then as they come out of the water, they lay more flat. That's called feathered, before they square again and enter that water. Pelham Community Rowing, A boat, leading the charge into this last 300 here.
I mean, I'm fine. I just was saying that.
So I'm gonna let them know you're on their way up, and we'll throw that stake motor on the lawn. Do you have sunscreen, Megan?
We see this blue of Pelham Community just working their way towards the finish. All 8 athletes trying to swing hard. I'm sure their coxswain is encouraging some upwards movement in rate, some downward movements in pace, trying to increase speed as they are 5 strokes from this line. And
Pretty
there
impressive.
they are. Great push away from the other 2 boats in this field. Another beautifully blue boat. We've got Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Same thing, coxswain just encouraging. They look like they're not maybe quite as high in rate, but here they are through the line. Good effort, really strong push here through those legs.
Hear that coxswain really calling on her rowers to push all the way through the finish.
Greater Lawrence Rowing A through the line here, and that will complete our women's 2v8 final. Really up close look here, you can see the feet tied in, the legs pushing down.
Very sunny out here today. UV is supposedly quite high.
Quite high.
Make sure everyone's wearing sunscreen.
Well, guess what, Hannah? We are on our last page of the schedule today.
High five.
High five.
Nice.
Great work to all of our regatta staff, our volunteers, everybody that's making it happen.
Interesting wind here on the water. What do you make of that, Megan?
Looks like you should do your moves before you get to that first 500 so that you got nothing to spare when that little bit of a headwind looks like it's picking up. We can see a very distinct
Yeah, there's a
difference in the
shift.
gust.
So the boats are getting locked in the state boats up there. We have the boys U17 junior quad coming up for you. If you're just tuning in now, up at the start line we have a full line of 10 stake boats, which is perfect because we have 10 boats racing that need that level start. There's an aligner up there who's actually certified as a referee to accurately align the crews, so the stake boat holder volunteers will push the boats out or pull them back in so that those bow balls are aligned to start. Once that is the case, the referee will either call all of the crews in order. If the wind is impacting the athletes and it's in their best interest for fairness to have a quick start, that might happen. Either way, the end of that starting command will sound like we have alignment, attention, go. And fun fact, sound travels slower than light. So stroke seats are hopefully instructed to look up at that starting marshal and start racing when they see the flag move,
As opposed to,
going when they hear the word go.
right.
And it might make a difference.
Might make a difference. We've seen some super close racing this afternoon, this morning, even yesterday.
Especially, I think sometimes it's just the emotional difference. Like if you hear another crew starting before
Start
you,
to
it
kick
can put
on your
you
foot
into
plate.
almost like
Yep.
a frantic mindset.
Right. You
And
wanna be
sometimes
nice and
when we
locked.
get frantic, we get short, we get stressed, and our shoulders go up to our ears, we start using the wrong muscle groups, etc. So really trying to make sure that start sequence is strong and aggressive.
And it looks like we've got a start sequence out of our next race. The boys U17 junior quads. So 4 athletes, 8 oars. This is a sculling boat without a coxswain. Starting from your left-hand most lane on your live stream scene, we've got Maritime Rowing A, lane 9. In lane 8, Saratoga A. In lane 7, Shen A. In lane 6, CRI A. Lane 5, Row America Rye A. Lane 4, Ridley College A. Lane 3, Friends of Port A. Lane 2, Litchfield Hills A. Lane 1, Port Jefferson A. And a Saratoga Rowing B boat out in lane 0. And hopefully we've got all crews that made it to the start and all 10 boats are making their way down the line here. We'll keep an eye out from the finish line and let you know what we were able to see.
It's hard to see here from the ground, but from racing experience, knowing that these athletes are kind of exchanging moves here, so the athletes are trying to find those like either power 10s or focus 10s where the athletes can kind of unify themselves and
Some way to gain speed.
right? And everything you do, if you can do it together, it's going to be more effective. Maybe other than rowing poorly. If you
I don't
can-
know, if you row poorly together, you're still rowing
it's better
together.
than rowing poorly apart. But really trying to make sure that you unify those moves as much as you can, whether it's power focused, whether it's a rate flutter where you bring the rate up a little bit, the cadence of your stroke up. Trying to see here as they come into the last 500, maybe even the last 250 here, your leader over here in the high lane of,
Hometown heroes,
Saratoga Rowing Station in lane 8. Currently your leader here in the boys U17 junior quad with about 2 lengths of open water, followed by Maritime A over here in lane 9. Then it's pretty even, maybe a slight advantage to, see, it looks like Litchfield Hills. Some steering issues next lanes over, as we have 2 boats sharing 1 lane.
Friends of Port want to go hang out with Ridley College.
And they sure are hanging out. They are quite literally in the same lane. The referee undoubtedly calling to them with the megaphone to help them out. But Saratoga is still with a convincing lead as they enter the last 250 here. Trying to get you a picture of the full field as this race unfolds. Getting little glimpses here.
There's our Saratoga
CRI in
Rowing
red.
in that top corner.
CRI really chasing here, trying to battle with what looks like Ridley College. Saratoga is still holding on to their open water, but now we have a surge coming. Surge coming in here.
Those
There
are
comes
the
Saratoga.
chevrons across the line. Here they go.
There goes Kyle Gordon with his backwards hat. Hit Vipers, no less. Let's go.
Very nice rowing from Saratoga there, and I'm going to say not even biased. Chevrons across the line first. It looks like we've got Maritime Rowing in their baby blue unis and yellow boat across the line second.
And then over there in, I think that's lane 2. That's going to be Litchfield in the blue boat coming across
I
next.
think you're right there.
And then Shen in green in lane 7. Who's that
It's
in
like
the middle?
Ridley College.
You're right. Saratoga B coming across in the barn burner, they'll take advantage of that and avoid a photo finish that was
I
shared
believe
between
that was
CRI.
CRI and then Row America Rye.
Ridley Strokesy was not hesitating to grab a water right away.
Thirsty.
Hydration check.
Hydration check.
And here comes, I think, Port.
We are missing a bow number there.
But great racing here. I think we've
Got
got
our
Port
crew
Jefferson
out
coming.
in lane 1, still making their way down the course.
So I think that was Port in lane 3 that was missing their bow number.
Yep.
Great racing, all crews. Often the athletes after their race will turn to one another and just shout in gasping breath, "Good race!" That's probably what you'll hear if you're down there at the finish line. In England, some of these races will actually shout "Hip hip hooray."
Love that.
Very nice. The coxswain will shout "Hip hip," and the rest of the crew will shout "Hooray!" Similarly, gasping breath though, so not quite as chipper.
That is Port Jefferson through the line, and that's the completion of our boys U17 and junior quad.
There's a nice overhead shot of the Saratoga boathouse, home sweet home.
So there you can see a little bit clearer the pond on the right-hand side with our semi-track that runs around it.
It's not quite official. It's about a mile 4 times around.
Give or take a bit.
It gets a little muddy up there, right there on the top of your screen. That leg of it is notoriously muddy. We've had a few athletes take a spill.
I would say lose a shoe even. Your
Stuck
foot
in the
comes
mud?
right out of the shoe.
Oh, God.
Looks like we've got our next event pulling into those stake boats here. Our girls U17 Junior 8. This is a full 10 boats. Starting from our Saratoga shore, Row America Rye A, Row America Rye B. So hypothetically our top 2 seated crews will be Row America Rye A and B. Greenwich Crew lane 7, CRI A lane 6, Connecticut Boat Club A lane 5, CRI B lane 4, Greenwich Crew B lane 3, Friends of Port A lane 2, Ridley College A lane 1, and Wappingers Crew lane 0. So we've got 2 Row Americas, 2 Greenwiches, and 2 CRI boats in this U17 Junior 8.
So this will be our last fully stacked heat or final. So 10 boats in this final here. This will be the last one that uses all 10 lanes. Shout out to all of our stake boat holders and all of the volunteers that make this regatta possible. Thank you so much for all of your help. You truly are the heroes of the regatta. You allow all of our athletes to have this positive experience, allow all of this incredible competition to take place.
If I may turn back to stake boating for one more time, as our last round of stake boaters got on the launch to go up to the course, there was a little bit of discussion about which lanes they were going to stake boat for.
It's true. They're actually quite competitive about it.
Yeah, it was
volunteers
adamant
were.
discussion.
Yes. They were almost calling dibs.
I would say it was a full calling dibs, because as a stake boat holder, it's more interesting when you've got boats in your lanes. So our boats, 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4 almost always will have a boat. Our events, I would say our smallest event would be a 3 or a 4 lane final. So you want to pick one of those lanes that often has a boat. We've had some notes from our lane 0 or lane 9 stake boat holders that
They don't get a lot of
they
action.
don't get a lot of action. They might be a little bit bored sun tanning out on those stake boat floats. So should you ever desire to become a stake boat holder, make sure you get on that inside piece of information there.
I mean, if you prefer to be tanning, make sure you grab lane 0 or lane 9.
Very true.
If you prefer to be in on the action, if you get bored easily, don't like being
Hop in a
bored,
middle lane.
there you go. Especially, we usually seed from the high lanes. So what you'll see is in these next few races, lane 5, 6, 7, and 8 will always have a crew in it.
Packed.
just the most fair racing lanes that we have.
If you're bored over there on the Lee's Parkside State Boat Launch shore, I would take a last look at any sort of merch, vendors, cool unis. Can't find those anywhere else other than Regatta days. So grab those while you have the chance. Check out the results boards. Make sure you've picked up your medals. All of those good things that you need to do before you get on the bus or a plane home tonight.
And then please help us clean up the State Boat Launch, all of our venue areas. We'd like to leave them cleaner than how we found them. And we appreciate all of your help in making that possible. And shout out to everyone for bringing those. I saw the Saratoga post about all those water jugs, all the big
Hydrate or
dispensers,
dihydrate.
saving on single-use plastics. Love to see it. Shout out to all parents and food tent organizers.
Great work, food crews. I saw a lot of fun snacks. What was your most fun snack that
I'm
you
sorry,
saw?
I have to say,
Yeah.
overheard at the Saratoga docks. Kyle Gordon, that was fun. I would do that again.
I'm so glad.
After they won their race. That was fun. I'd do that again.
I'd do that again.
10 out of 10 would
10
recommend.
out of 10.
Here we go. I think we've got to start here.
And it looks like we do. Women's U17, Junior 8 full boats, all 10 lanes. We've got 2 Row America Rye boats, 2 Greenwich boats, 2 CRI boats, a Connecticut Boat Club, Friends of Port, Ridley College, and Wappingers Crew Club. We'll see how this one spins out. Again, this is an age category, so all of these women are under the age of 17. They are 16 or below. So no relevance to racing experience or speed in a boat, technical skill, fitness, anything like that. Just if you're a fast 16-year-old, hop on in there. Or a fast 15-year-old. Or a fast 14-year-old.
Really no age minimum. Maybe it starts to get a little...
There might be. I don't know.
There might be just based on
Don't
height
quote us on that.
and ability to hold the oar handle. I imagine an infant could not.
I would also have that same imagination.
But here we go. Exciting to see this age group taking a full kind of stab at the racing game here. Maybe not as much experience at this age category, but a lot of fight. We love the young and ambitious vibes of the girls U17 Junior 8 category. The 8s are really fun to watch. Again, this is our last full 10-lane event. This is the last time we'll have, how many boats did you say it was? 90 athletes?
90 athletes, 10 boats.
So nearly 100 athletes organized together for one experience together. They're all experiencing the same wind, the same water, the same kind of drama unfolding here as different crews make different moves, different crews make different statements here with the way that they approach the 1500. And again, from left to right, as you'll see it on your screen, you have Row America Rye B, Greenwich, CRI, Connecticut Boat Club, CRI B, Greenwich B, Port, Ridley College, and then Wappingers.
We've panned out. We've got an awesome shot of the field here. Looks like Row America Rye A and Greenwich A, as well as Connecticut Boat Club A, have kind of taken a few seats of lead. Still a pretty tight race between Row America Rye B, CRI B, and Greenwich B.
Kind of looks like an orchestrated effort to go every other.
I bet they planned that.
Sometimes I look across the field at the start line of a race and I say, so we're all going to end up at the finish line at the exact same time.
Right.
One buzzer.
Here's the pace we're gonna go.
One buzzer.
Nobody's ever agreed to it.
No, it happens. But here we have actually a surging crew here in the middle. Let's see,
They are moving.
Connecticut Boat Club really moving here, trying to get almost 6 seats up here on the rest of the field. And again, we've talked about it a little bit today. If you're just tuning in now, you actually have quite a lot of sensory input coming in here, not only from the pain and lactate in your muscles, but also from the crews around you. So you can really hear a lot. The coxswains are all screaming. They're mic'd up all the way down the boat, and each oar makes a sound as it comes in and out of the water and rotates as you twist the handle. So it's a lot. And when an athlete can get enough ahead that they feel open water or no people beside them, no loud noises next to them,
It's gorgeous.
it's like this like peaceful glory that you're like, oh, I'm up. And it's also, I should say, on the other end, it's like a very quiet loneliness when you're
If you get
down. It's a
dropped.
little
Yeah,
discouraging.
yeah.
So when athletes can kind of make that move either to get ahead or to fall behind, it can really change the experience for these athletes.
We've got that Connecticut Boat Club crew still leading the charge with CRI A and Row America Rye A right behind them, bow to stern.
And they're not throwing in the towel, those two crews. Connecticut might be taking an early charge here, but there's still about 400 meters left here as they enter those red buoys. That will be the deciding moment here. It's not over until you cross the finish line. There's always a chance for something to happen in that last 250 as the athletes are really emptying the tank. It's the last race of the weekend.
Who's got more in the tank left? We don't know. Look at that. I do think that Connecticut has not walked anymore, so CRIA and Row America Rye A are holding those.
Looks like Row America Rye has taken 2 seats up on Greenwich here, so a battle between these top 3 programs. Row America Rye, Greenwich, and Connecticut really charging here. Connecticut seemingly untouchable here with their more than half a boat length lead.
Those lime green stripes just cruising to the finish line. They are fighting, and I would say that Greenwich is walking, but they don't quite have enough time to catch Connecticut.
Wow,
I believe
Greenwich.
they will stay ahead of Row America Rye.
That was crazy.
That was
What a
phenomenal.
last 15 strokes from Greenwich A there.
And that is court rowing coming on our outside.
Looks like a CRI boat there finishing. Really tight finish. Oh my gosh, within a second.
That is CRI B and Row America Rye B.
And we have one more crew finishing.
That'll be Greenwich B across the line we have here. We've still got
And we
two
still
more
have 2 more.
crews out on the course there.
We're going to hopefully get a view of them as they cross the finish line for you live on YouTube here.
This will be Ridley College here. We're crossing the line.
Unfortunately, we don't have a view on them here on your live stream. That'll be the horn for Ridley. And here we have, I think that's Wappingers over there in lane 0. Again, that was only the girls U17 junior 8. Like, it felt like a varsity 8 race.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Really exciting to see kind of the future of those programs, the youth that they have, and how they have much more time.
So much growth.
To keep growing, keep getting faster and better at the sport of rowing.
And I hope all of those athletes take the races from today, whether that was a success, whether that had room for growth.
There's always room for growth.
Always room for growth. But as our Saratoga boys said, that was fun. I'd like to do that again. So hopefully all of these athletes take that home from them, whether you're racing next weekend or the weekend after, or you don't race for another 2 weeks. Take that home, use it to fuel some of those long practices in between race weekends.
We're down to the last 5 races, Megan.
Oh, don't make me cry.
Up next, we have the girls' 3rd varsity 8. So interesting to see how these teams kind of take a look at all of these different events. It can be a little bit of a strategy in which boats you prioritize. So you'll have your first varsity 8, second varsity 8. That might be kind of transparent or obvious, but then it gets a little bit dicier. What if one of your top contributing athletes is a sophomore?
Right.
And is U17?
Do you try and make a U17 boat?
Or do you prioritize your first and second varsity 8s? Same thing goes as you get down the line. Often the younger, inexperienced athletes will kind of find themselves towards the middle or bottom half of the team as they just have more time to grow. So really trying to see and almost going into each of these races with an open mind, and you have really no idea how it'll go. You have an idea of the maybe reputation of different programs, of historical speeds, but it's really anyone's race depending on how these coaches have prioritized their athletes.
And it is totally possible that one team may prioritize their age groups, so U16, U17, and other teams may prioritize varsity 2V or quads versus 8s. So on a day like today, or really any sort of regatta that multiple races can be raced and multiple events, sculling, sweeping, all sorts of small boats, big boats, kind of a luck of the draw of who you're up against.
We have a race underway here with that girls' third varsity 8. From left to right on your screens at home at 5:50, across the bridge, or even here in the middle bay of Saratoga. Greenwich will be in lane 8, Romerica Rye in lane 7, CRI in lane 6, PNRA Mercer in lane 5, Pelham Community Rowing in lane 4, Saratoga in lane 3, Concord in lane 2, and Greenwich B in lane 1. So an 8-boat race here. Again, still quite a large number of athletes with these 8s here. It's a lot of noise, a lot of activity, a lot of different minds coming together in one shared experience of one race. A lot of coxswains kind of sparring with each other. They can hear one another, unless a coxswain is whispering.
Oh, you can hear it. Almost
You can
every
hear it.
word.
Even if they're just speaking at a normal voice, because they're mic'd up all the way down the boat, there are no secrets.
There are often times where, I think we talked about this maybe a few races ago, but another coxswain will say, let's take a 10. And you hear that 10 and you're like, oh no, they're not. I'm not
Right.
going to let that happen.
Right. It's a stubborn sport, racing. Racing in all.
Determined sport.
Yeah, same thing. Here we go. We should have a race shaping up here as they come into the last 500 meters. Last 500 is my favorite 500 of the whole race. It's where the actual race is decided. So don't go getting all excited or all discouraged even.
Right,
In the
right.
first 1K. It's not over until it's over. And especially in the 8, it can be really, really fun to build momentum with your 7 other teammates and your coxswain.
It's almost like there's a train running
Just
and you
speeding
are
up and up.
sprinting alongside that train, just trying to like hop on and stay on.
Yep.
And hoping that your train is the one that's moving the quickest.
So as you watch on your screens, we'll just kind of orient you to just what kind of outfits people are wearing as we get our drones up in the air. Greenwich usually wearing dark blue, Romerica Rye in that dark blue with red and yellow accents, CRI in red with the white striped black squiggle, PNRA Mercer often wearing white with a red accent, Pelham in lighter blue, Saratoga in navy and white with the chevron blades, Concord red or dark red. Greenwich will be in a navy blue as well. So this is the girls' third varsity 8, shaping up in the last 250 meters here. You have your leader Greenwich in lane 8, challenged by Greenwich B, potentially.
Oh, this
over
could be
there
fun.
in lane 1. This is fun. Those coxswains, familiar competitors during
Absolutely
practice.
knowing each other.
They probably are, I hope they're not making it too personal, but they know each other well. They know how to push one another. And then we have a fight here for third in lane 7 with Romerica Rye, followed by pretty tight margins for the next 3 spots. Mercer, Pelham, and Saratoga are neck and neck. Saratoga with a seat up on Pelham, but Mercer with about 4 seats up on those 2 competitors. So Mercer really trying to distinguish themselves into 4th. Saratoga is charging here with potentially a home court advantage as they are on short screaming.
It looks like Greenwich A will take this one, but Greenwich B not far behind. Romerica Rye coming in 3rd here, CRI in 4th, and then a battle for 5th.
Looks like Mercer's going to try to hold off Saratoga all the way through. They only have about 3 or 4 seats. Looks like maybe 5 seats here by the finish line. Really tight racing. Those bow 4 rowers never losing contact with the Mercer crew.
Here comes Saratoga rowing. We've got those chevrons on the decks of the boat coming down, followed by, I believe that is Friends of Concord. So I don't know if you heard all of those cowbells and screaming, but we are very close to our Saratoga boathouse, obviously, and it is just so fun to watch all of the athletes who have already raced today run out to the docks to cheer on their teammates. I'm sure very similar things are happening on the other shore. Lots of teammates ready to go home, excited about how their team has done, and just willing to scream their hearts out to pull through for their crews coming down the line.
If it helps, why not?
There are no wrongs.
Like, almost, why wouldn't you?
Right. And it's going to hype you up.
Oh, yeah. There's that little selfish bonus, I guess, too.
Oh, yeah.
So we got 4 races left for you guys today at home. Stick around. We got the boys U16 freshman quad final 1. So again, these races are loosely seeded based on performances from yesterday's racing. So yesterday's racing, we had a pretty exciting race in this category. My favorite race of the day, if you go to the live stream from yesterday, it starts at 9 hours and 14 minutes. Great race. You can hardly believe that they're freshman boys. They race like they've been doing this for at least 10 years. They're very persistent and never giving up an inch.
Here they are coming down the course. We've got lane 8, Saratoga, lane 7, Shen, lane 6, Niski, lane 5, Burnt Hills, 4 CRI, 3 Friends of Port, 2 Ridley, and 1 Maritime.
Maritime coming out strong here. So that was the only race that wasn't, or the only crew that wasn't in that race yesterday at 9 hours and 14 minutes. So this is the only newcomer to this field, for at least for the Saratoga side, from that race. Really a commanding lead here. They've got about a length of open water on the rest of the field. It looks like our next leader is going to be over there in lane 5, I think.
Burnt Hills, it looks like. Yep. Followed very closely by Saratoga, Saratoga, Niski, and CRI. And I hope all of these boats are being internal with their drive and their technical focus and their motivation, but also using these boats around them.
Right,
they
like
may
how
not
often
get great practice.
do you have this opportunity to race 7 other crews here of your same age group and experience level potentially, maybe just stick to age group. Really exciting. You have Saratoga with just about overlap, maybe a deck, bow ball to stern on that second place crew from Burnt Hills. So Saratoga trying to make a charge here as they enter the last 500 meters. Maritime seeming to slow down as well here. They've lost their lead, is down to about 3/4 of a length of open water.
Niski not thrown in the towel yet, though. They're right off that Burnt Hills boat. CRI just off the stern deck of Niski.
And then we have Ridley College, Port, and Shen closing out the field in a pretty tight battle with all contact between those 3 crews. Again, we have Maritime as your leader here in the last 20 strokes here, followed by Burnt Hills, who is just trying to hold open water over Saratoga. Saratoga just trying to hold open water over Niski here.
That Maritime crew looking very sharp, very smooth through the drive. Burnt Hills, really last-ditch effort to keep moving off of Saratoga. Saratoga coming in closest to our shore here. Big pulls from all of these freshman boys.
Pretty impressive here with all of these crews managing to maintain their
that
open
steering
water.
was nice too.
And open water too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
oftentimes when a crew gets open water and another crew tries to close that gap and really focuses on closing that gap, it can be really hard to hold that kind of a lead. Even though you do have the advantage, it can be kind of scary
A little
almost
scary,
to
yeah.
have that lead questioned or put into question.
Right. That Niski crew followed by CRI.
Then
Ridley
here.
coming through.
That's going to be Port. Here comes Shen.
Another barn burner. That was a
Very
fun
exciting.
one. Little
Ooh,
bit
some-
more
some
margins
screams.
than we
Some
had
screams
yesterday.
over there.
So again, could be different crews, could be different conditions, could be certain athletes have raced more or recovered more or slept more or eaten more, all sorts of factors going into speed on race day, but that's why you go out there and you put forward your best effort every day. Again, medals for all crews. We can see this Shen crew just put forth their absolute best effort. They are wiped. Great work there, Shen, Capital Region.
They know the drone's right next to him. He's saying, I'm fine, Mom, don't worry. Fine. Tired, but fine. So we've got 3 races left for you at home watching, or at 5:50 in the middle of this regatta over there on the Lees Park side. We have the boys U16 freshman quad final 2. So these folks just missed out on final 1. Then we have girls U16 freshman 8.
Woo!
That'll be a 6-boat race. And then our last race of the day will be the girls 4v, 5v, 8. So that'll be another 6-boat race to close out the entire weekend. All right, hydration check.
Cheers.
I know everyone's de-rigging their boats, trying to get ready to get home after a long weekend of racing, but make sure you hydrate. Go to the bathroom before you get on that bus.
If you can, get out of that sweaty uni
Oh, please do
for the
that.
sake of your bus chaperones or your seat partners
And for hygiene.
and for hygiene.
It's in your own best interest.
This second final of the boys U16 freshman quads, we've got Port Jefferson lane 8, Litchfield Hills lane 7, GMS rowing lane 6, and Ridley College lane 5. That'll be the Ridley College B boat. Their A boat raced in that final one that just finished. Looks like they're pulling into those stake boats. Huge thank you to all of our volunteers, whether you're out on a stake boat, you're manning the food tent, you're helping out with timing or the start line or aligning or parking. Parking, true heroes of the day. I think they were out there at 5 a.m. this morning and they'll be out there till 7 p.m., 6 p.m. tonight. So very grateful for all of the help of our Saratoga community. I think we also had some visiting teams offer up their help. Just really grateful for all of the people that make this regatta happen.
And thankful for all the competition as well, all the athletes coming out and bringing their A game here. This level of competition is hard to come by early May, late April, so really excited to have everybody showing up. We have a start here, so these athletes in the boys U16 freshman quad final 2, going right on time, maybe 30 seconds early. If you're just tuning in, we have Port Jefferson in lane 8, Litchfield Hills in lane 7, GMS in lane 6, and then Ridley College B in lane 5. Ridley College came all the way from Canada.
We've heard great things about them.
We've heard, especially these younger boys have been very, very
nice
polite.
at the start.
Very chatty about just like, I don't know, your pastimes, your hobbies.
Just shooting the breeze, which there's not much of, but
Yes, we've been very fortunate all day today on Sunday's racing. Day 2 has been a little bit shifting different conditions. So we started with a little bit of a tailwind, then turned into a little bit of a crosswind, maybe a little bit of a headwind. So we've almost had it all. No west winds on this Sunday, but very calm waters. A little puff of something to keep it interesting. These athletes are here entering their last race of the weekend, hopefully taking lessons learned from yesterday's racing and maybe even earlier today.
as we wait to get these crews in sight, there they are. We've got our 4 boats. We're just going to remind everyone that if you've got photos, things you'd love to share, any sort of social media, tag Saratoga Rowing in it. We'd love to see your experience here, especially towards the end of the day as you guys kind of wrap up any sort of team camaraderie, thoughts, cheers, things like that. But back to the racing.
You have an early leader here coming up to they're just crossing the first 500 right now. Your early leader is going to be Ridley College B. So those Canadians making a statement here on U.S. soil, or I guess U.S. waters. Really great to see that level of tenacity here at the U16 level. They have to be bold to make that kind of a move. We have some steering issues here. If you're watching this live, we have, I think that would be our GMS crew in lane 6 having some issues staying in their lane. Again, the coxed boats do not include the quad here. So these boats are what we call blind boats, as in everyone's facing backwards.
They are also steered by 15-year-olds.
And they're steered by 15-year-olds. They might not be in the top equipment of the program, as we've had a lot of other prioritized boats in quads go right before them. So try to make the best of this equipment, even if it may be difficult to steer straight down the course.
But really, Ridley College looking really nice. Port Jefferson with almost bow to stern open water over Litchfield Hills. And then GMS kind of careening over that buoy line, but doing their best to keep putting those blades in and taking them out, being strong through that drive.
So that's GMS just
Yes,
off the back.
excuse me.
Yeah. And then you have Port Jefferson and Litchfield Hills battling. They still have contact between those two, really pushing on each other again without the coxswain. Once a crew gets far enough ahead of you, it can be really hard to not get discouraged. Oftentimes, an athlete will really have to trust in the speed of their boat and trust in their teammates, and really try to dig in and fight back here. At the same time, when you're up on a crew and you're just staring at their backs and you know they can't see you, that can also be quite the psychological boost. So kind of two different psychological situations fighting one another here.
And the goal is that hopefully you can maintain enough internal intensity, internal fire, internal fierceness that no matter where you are on any other cruise, you can still maintain your same boat rhythm. But I will say that this is a race, this is a competition, and the place of other competitors around you is definitely going to make an impact on your speed.
And you can still have the best race of your life, and it might not result in that win, that victory. So having that level of internal perspective is crucial for kind of just assessing how the race went. If you always judge a race on whether you won or lost, oftentimes athletes can get a little bit complacent or discouraged, whereas if these athletes are able to define their race in terms of how it felt, moments where it was just shining bright, moments where they had something to improve upon, especially at the U16 level, that'll serve them well to kind of build upon the experience. And so we hope that for all of these athletes here, as they're coming through the last 250 meters, learning something about themselves in the sprint. Are they able to bring the rate up? Are they able to bring extra power?
We've got Ridley College just making it look easy. I know it is not. I know you are.
That stroke seat is searching for that finish line.
Extreme physical exhaustion. Yep, stroke seat just took a look around.
He's looking both
like,
directions. Where is it?
Please let me be close. And you are close. You're going to cross the line first here. Ridley College, really nicely rowed here. And there they are.
And here comes our second place crew here. Slight
little crab. They're going to get themselves back together, and luckily they've given themselves enough of a margin off of the crews behind them here. I believe that is Port Jefferson, that they will cross that line with no problems.
We got a beanie here, Megan. Bow seat's got a beanie.
Is it toast? Is it that chilly?
I mean, it might be a little chilly. It might just be for fashion, for speed.
Litchfield Hills with the fashion and the speed here.
Oh, I think that was GMS. And then this one is going to be our lane. Oh. Hold on, we've lost our sheet.
This will be lane 6.
I think that's, yeah, you're right.
So we've got GMS finishing up here. And that'll be the end of our boys' events for today.
Good job, boys.
No more lads on the course. Well done there. This is our GMS squad. You can see those bright blue unis right next to the other bright blue unis of Port Jefferson.
Waving to
Gotta
the
wave.
drone.
Hello, Port
3C.
Jefferson. We
Hello.
see you. Our penultimate, second to last race of the day will be our girls U16 and freshman 8. We'll have 6 boats here. The A boat of all crews except Greenwich has 2 entries. Greenwich lane 8, Row America lane 7, Burnt Hills lane 6, Saratoga lane 5, Wappingers crew lane 4, and Greenwich B lane 3. And it looks like we're off.
Try to get an angle above to see this racing unfold for you here. Just tuning in, we did go off a minute early. This is the 4:26 girls U16 freshman 8. So we've got Greenwich, Row America Rye, Burnt Hills, Saratoga, Wappingers, and Greenwich B. So all of these athletes are 15 years or younger, 15 years old or younger, and not even turning 16 within this calendar year.
Yeah.
So everybody here is kind of under that age cap, trying to give all of these athletes the same competitive environment. Good, and just trying to wait and see how this race is unfolding for you here.
So you've got coxswains who are 15 years old or younger, can't drive yet, but are driving. They are the driver of this 60-foot long, 200-pound, very, very expensive piece of equipment. So lots of trust in our coxswains here, lots of faith in their ability to get their crews down the course, and these crews also have to be pretty consistent and even with their pulling to give their coxswain a little bit of an easier time.
So again, still waiting to see that overhead shot. We'll get it to you as soon as we can. And here we go. We have a nice tight race here. Megan, I'm only seeing 4 boats.
I also only see 4, so we may have had a scratch or 2. We'll try and figure out this mystery for you, but our furthest Saratoga side lane is leading the charge so far.
So it looks like Row America Rye, if they're in the correct lanes, that's lane 7.
I would agree on that one.
So we'll go with that. We'll think Row America Rye in lane 7, Burnt Hills in lane 6, and then Saratoga in lane 5, and Wappingers in lane 4.
Maybe these 2 Greenwich crews have skedaddled.
It's possible. So your current leader is Row America Rye, followed by Saratoga, and then Burnt Hills. We lost it. So several lengths back was Wappingers.
And that does look like the blades of Row America Rye leading the charge here, followed by Burnt Hills and Saratoga.
So we did have contact between all of those 3 leading crews here, so hopefully these coxswains can take advantage of those close quarters and convince their athletes that they are in fact capable of fighting back or even extending their leads here. My favorite coxswain call was moving. Even if it wasn't true.
Coxswains can lie to me.
Coxswains can lie to me if they tell me that I am gaining on another crew by saying we're moving or we're like
walking.
Oh my
Gaining.
gosh! Like it just makes the race feel easier.
Placebo effect works, even if it's a
true.
placebo.
And perceived level of exertion goes down. Your ability to endure hard situations goes up.
It's a dream.
But here we have Row America Rye leading this fight here in the girls U16 freshman 8, followed by Saratoga, and then followed by Burnt Hills. Far off the pack is Wappingers in lane 4. So we have a fight here for the medals, but some separation here between these lead 3 crews, each one trying to solidify their place on the podium, so to speak.
We've got toga cheers starting, which must mean flag up crews in the last 250 meters. Those red buoys they're hitting, red just like a bull with a red flag. Red means time to go, time to kick it up a notch.
So here on the right of your screen is Row America Rye with the classic rye blades, followed by Saratoga with the chevron, and then Burnt Hills with the burnt red color. If you see them on your screen here, that's kind of how we can identify them as they come through their last 10 strokes. Row America Rye extending their lead here. They have about a length and a half of open water. Really impressive here for this U16 category. These are some young and ambitious young women here.
That's for sure.
And they're through the line, victorious here in the U16 Freshman 8 event. Saratoga here trying to extend their lead to about open water.
I'm seeing some glances on that Saratoga boat. Where's the finish line? Burnt Hills right as well, trying to find those buoys.
When this is your home course and you're like, I think we should be there
We
by
should be
now.
done. I've taken enough strokes.
Really nice fighting
There's
there,
our
and then
finish line. We've got one more crew here, 250 meters from the line. That'll be our Wappingers crew. Looks like we did have that scratch with both Greenwich crews. Hopefully they just, had enough racing for today, decided to go home early, and that everything
took a look at the
all
traffic
right.
maybe and was
All
like, oh
right
gosh,
with those
we better go.
crews.
Especially taking I-95. Oof, on a Sunday?
No thanks.
No, thank you.
I'll stay right here. You can see these athletes just placing their blades, trying to push those legs down and swing together. I'm sure the coxswain is doing everything in her ability to move them as a crew in these last 20 strokes.
It's early days for these athletes here. Rowing may be a full year sport, but many teams only have a scholastic program in the spring. So for many of these athletes, especially those who may have gotten on the water late due to late thaws, this might be maybe week 4, week
Right,
5
we're early.
in the sport, especially at the U16 freshman category. A lot of programs will start in high school, so trying to appreciate all the different backgrounds of these athletes here coming to the Saratoga Invitational and celebrating them for showing up here, being vulnerable in racing. It's a vulnerable
in
thing.
racing. It is to show up maybe not thinking that you're
And say, this is my best.
120%
This
ready,
is my best right
but
now.
this is what we got. And
Looks
Hannah, believe it or not,
We may have an
we
issue.
thought we might have gotten it to the last race of the
we
day.
got some 8s on an angle.
We might have some logistical challenges. We'll see what we can
They
figure
might be
out.
okay. It looks like they're still going. In this race, we'll have CRI, Row America Rye, PNRA Mercer, and Concord, and maybe CRI B. I'm not sure if we see all of those 5 crews.
We are listed as well as a Greenwich
see them.
crew. I believe that Greenwich crew has also scratched.
I think I see 5 crews here, Megan.
Let's go, boats.
Some steering issues still happening in our lower lanes. So CRI B seems to be escaping that issue.
They are walking away from
They're
the
like, I'm going to
chaos.
rise above this fray here and get out. CRI A is the current leader. Again, with the coxswains having some trouble steering, it's going to be a little bit difficult to identify them from this high vantage point.
I'm going to say great job on that CRI crew hopping out early,
mean,
trying to make a move straight down
The
the
boat in
course.
lane 7 is straight as a needle. They're doing a fantastic job. Shout out to you, coxswain.
And our other boats are figuring themselves out. Again, this is a girls 4v5v8. So anyone can be in this boat of any skill level.
I think I just jinxed her, Megan. She's now having some trouble with the buoy line there. That lane 7
you are
buoy
right.
line.
Yep, we are drifting
Sorry,
towards that
coxswain.
lane
It's
6.
my fault. You can blame me.
Hear that, coach?
And then it looks like CRI B is that current second place.
That's what I would also
It's going to be hard to differentiate, but I would,
guess.
I can't really venture a guess confidently. Concord, Mercer, and Rye there in the middle. It could be PNRA. I think they have white blades.
Sometimes red and blue.
Oh gosh, then I don't know.
Well, hold on. I believe that will be, my guess would be Row America Rye in our 3rd place and PNRA Mercer in our 4th. But
Row America Rye would have had to
also-
travel at least 3 lanes across the course to get there, so I don't
not
know.
fully unheard of. We'll see what we can figure out as they come towards this finish line, but these 4v5vs just making the best of what they got. It's the end of a long weekend. This is our final race of the day.
CRI is known to be one of the largest programs in the country, serving the entire greater community around Boston. So really showing their depth here with their CRI A boat and B boat, presumably their 4V and 5V. Really pushing away with it, their 4V showing quite a lot of speed and fitness here. They're in the last 500 there as you pass that big white buoy. Their coxswain really encouraging those athletes to just dig a little deeper. Why not? It's the last race of the weekend. You might even have tomorrow off. Who knows?
We got nothing to lose here. 2 minutes, maybe 3 left of
You can
our
hear
Saratoga
quite a lot of cheering
Invitational.
there on the shore.
Like we said, Sierra is a huge team. I bet all of them, boats de-rigged, trailer loaded, except for this boat, and the rest of them cheering on their squad at the finish.
I have goosebumps. They're cheering so loudly. And quite the race here shaping up for that 3rd place position here. Oh my, Megan, have we gotten this wrong this whole time?
You think this is the Greenwich crew?
Is this the Greenwich crew?
It might be our missing Greenwich crew.
Greenwich crew, you're amazing. I'm so sorry that we called you.
You are
CRI.
straight as a needle. So
Yeah, I think
now
that's
you can
Greenwich.
see that big overhead Greenwich. I believe you're right as well.
Bright pink hat on 6 seat? Nope, 5 seat.
5 seat. Yeah, Greenwich commanding lead this whole 4v5v race. Well done.
So then my question is CRI B demolishing CRIA?
We will see.
Hard to say. We're going to give you everything we've got. Really beautiful here. We've got glass water here in the last 250. These athletes really making it look sweet.
That's fun. Go Greenwich. What a way to cap off a weekend here.
That coxswain is
Coxon
hyped
is on
up.
fire.
Coxswain's never felt more alive.
And our far boat here will be that CRI-B boat.
I think the 3rd place crew is Mercer at the moment.
I would agree.
Followed
Friends
by,
of
I would
Concord,
say that's Concord, so maybe we are missing.
a CRI-A and a Row America Rye, or just a CRI.
I think
We'll
we're
see as
missing.
we
I
follow
think we're
in
missing
here. A Row America.
Row America Rye.
So CRI-B to the line here. Again, these coxswains are so hyped. They're excited to be out there. Glass water.
And what a
Last
fight
race
for
of the
3rd.
day.
Mercer
Oh,
just
Mercer,
pushing.
Hold on. Here comes Concord.
Mercer's got maybe 7-8 seats of an advantage.
And
Concord
they will
really
hold
pushing
it.
through.
Concord really made that move the last 300.
They did. And we've got CRI B. Could be CRI A.
CRI-A.
Coming in the high lanes here. That said, they could have done a whole switcheroo and messed with us.
Swapping those bow numbers
They
for
could've.
us. That is our boat labeled as CRI-A coming in lane 7, ready to finish off this regatta.
That's it.
And that's it. And there we are, 2022 Saratoga Invitational. Couple of reminders as you head home. If you could help us clean up your areas around the regatta venue, that would be fantastic. We love to leave our natural outdoor spaces cleaner than they were when we started. And then again, just check out those vendor tents, merch tents, safe travels home.
And then we'll see you next year, if not sooner, in the weeks to come.
Thanks for coming. Goodbye. Signing out.
Over and out.